Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Shift. Let's
Yes.
talk gaming. Sorry, I
Give you a
was
second.
like, where am I today? I don't know. So used to this being her, him, and guest. Shout out to everybody here. Appreciate you guys. I am CMoney, and we are joined by none other than my always very lovely Doodle.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for rocking with us, and happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday indeed. Now, I know you're saying, why are there three people here instead of one? Because in her, him, and a guest, we have one, but that has been moved to Friday. Today, we have the night shift, and we're joined by three awesome guests and three, I'll say recent guests, right? So we got the homie 3-Bit, who was just here, Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
For
So
his interview, which was
just here a week
freaking
ago.
Was that last week?
That was last week
Yeah.
today.
Wow.
Look at how time flies.
Yeah.
See that?
That was really fun.
So,
An episode.
yeah, man. It really, really was. 3-Bit, thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Of course. Glad to be here with everybody on this panel. I think I've podcasted with almost everybody here except maybe Joey. Maybe.
No, I
Had a podcast
actually,
once.
yeah, we've been in WBG together.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, it's
there
gonna be
you
a
go.
great show. A lot of cool topics to get through. So I'm excited.
Yes, indeed. And right next to him, right there, you see the man who was here the week before him on her, him, and a guest, the homie Joey. What
Joey,
is
let's
good, my man? Thank
go.
you for being here, my brother.
Welcome back, baby.
Thank you for having me again. I just realized I was on today. I didn't even know. I just saw the tweet and I saw my picture. I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to come in today. And then I saw a DM.
I'm staying on top of things.
You were like, nah, you don't have to send me a reminder. I'm good. I'm really good with this stuff.
So yeah, I'm like, all right, I'm in. But
Father.
I'm good to.
Go
I'm glad to be here. Glad to be back with the homies, Doodle and CMoney. 3-Bit, we've been together before on WBG. You never saw my face, and this is the first time with Hargi. So nice meeting you, sir.
Nice
we
meeting
got
you.
a-
Oh.
See? That's what we're about here.
Yeah.
Bringing people together. It's beautiful. And then, of course, we have the man himself.
The
man
wise
with
one.
all the knowledge. I call him the wise one. That's the way I
Yes.
see it now. The homie. Hargeet Shani, welcome
Let's
on, man. Thank you
go.
for being here.
And how do you get wise? You eat mustard.
No, you don't. That's the exact opposite. Don't listen to him, kids.
Baby.
Kids, don't listen to him. That's how you lose it all.
I'll be
okay?
enjoying my mustard as we're podcasting today.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
He's ready.
He's ready, y'all.
Why?
I'm smiling. I know it's. I should be kind of sad. Unfortunately, this was a bad day in gaming. We lost another 900 jobs, and at Sony today. So sad news, but we'll get into it.
We will.
We will. Absolutely. And yeah, so as Hargeet kind of alluded to, definitely a sad day when you
Savage
have
dude. Savage dude.
Savage. Yeah, he's taking me down with this mustard, bro. He don't even like mustard. He did just
Oh
for
no,
this
he's doing
moment.
it
I
on
know
purpose.
I know. Oh my god. So yeah, so we got the news today. Some pretty big layoffs over at Sony. And then that trickled down to PlayStation being hit, and I think in a pretty significant way. But again, this is kind of what we've been talking about, right? With this lead up where Hiroki Totoki's been out here, he's been saying like the margins suck. The margins suck and they have to get fixed. And we've done videos on it, and we've talked about it in other shows, and it's like, well, one of the quickest ways to fix some of that margin issue is to lay off people. And lo and behold, this is where we are, right? People are laid off, and it's not great, but it also hit, like I said, PlayStation, some studios and things like that. So I do have here, let me where'd it go? I do have here the letters from let me bring it up real quick. So we have, I guess the one that's more pertinent to us is going to be the one from PlayStation. That's Herman Hulse. I know Jim Ryan put one out, but Herman put one out right after because it's specifically about PlayStation. So let's read this so we're all on the same page of exactly what happened, and then we can kind of discuss from there. So wait, first of all, can you guys see it? Yes, you can. No, you
Yep.
can't. That's funny because I
Oh
have to
wait,
click
no.
over. Yeah,
I
because
see
I have to click
the
this.
Twitter.
Boom.
Yeah, there you
Here
go.
we go. Now you can see. All right. So this is an important update for PlayStation Studios. This is from Herman Holst, the head of PlayStation Studios, says today Sony Interactive Entertainment initiated a reduction in our workforce, including within PlayStation Studios, and I wanted to talk about the impact that will have. These decisions have been extremely difficult, but they are necessary, and I think it's important to be transparent. The US based studios and groups impacted by a reduction in workforce are Insomniac Games, Naughty Dog, as well as our technology, creative, and support teams. In UK and European based studios, it is proposed that PlayStation Studios' London studio will close in its entirety. There will be reductions in Gorilla and Firesprite, and Firesprite hasn't put anything out yet. These are in addition to some smaller reductions in other teams across PlayStation Studios. Our goal at PlayStation Studios has always been to make the best games for PlayStation fans, and our global community of studios represent some of the most creative and talented teams within the gaming industry. PlayStation 5 is in its 4th year, and we are at a stage where we need to step back and look at what our business needs. At the same time, our industry has experienced continuing and fundamental change, which affects how we all create and play games. Delivering this is the shit here. Delivering the immersive, narrative-driven stories that PlayStation Studios is known for at the quality bar that we aspire to requires a re-evaluation of how we operate. Delivering and sustaining social online experiences, allowing PlayStation gamers to explore our worlds in different ways, as well as launching games on additional devices. And again, we're going to be clear, additional devices such as PC and mobile, not only PC and mobile. Additional devices such as PC and mobile requires a different approach and different resources to take on these challenges. PlayStation Studios had to grow. We have brought brilliant and successful studios into our family. We have invested in new technology and partnerships. We have recruited talent from across our industry and beyond. But growth itself is not an ambition. PlayStation Studios is committed to continually discovering ways to work together, collaborating, combining our efforts to ensure that we're able to craft games that push the boundaries of play and deliver what you expect from us. We looked at our studios and our portfolios. This is the other dagger. Evaluating projects in various stages of development and have decided that some of those projects will not move forward. I want to be clear that the decision to stop work on these projects is not a reflection on the talent or passion of team members. Our philosophy has always been to allow creative experimentation. Sometimes great ideas don't become great games. Sometimes a project is started with the best intentions before shifts within the market or industry result in a change of plan. I am deeply saddened to see talented individuals leave the company. I have so much admiration, appreciation, and respect for their work. PlayStation Studios will continue to be a creator led organization driven by evolving our beloved franchises and bringing new gameplay experiences of the highest quality to our fans. Thank you thank you all for your continued support. Um, okay. So it was pretty lengthy there,
It
but
was, but
but
it
he
it was well put together, though.
I mean, there's a lot of pieces here that are, you know, are really kind of telling of what's the future to come, right? And the uncertainty that kind of sits within not only the industry but within PlayStation, right? Because things at different scale means things to different different people, right? So like when you're humongous and you let a few people go, you know, that's one thing. When you're not as big and you let people go, and there's a lot of talk of a lot of different change here. I'm curious to see what you guys think. So I guess let's start off with just the fact that this has happened alone, right? PlayStation, we just had Microsoft not too long ago. After the merger, they had to do a big reduction. Now PlayStation is here, and after Hiroki Totoki has been saying that the margins are not there, we finally see it's happening, and this is where we are. I guess, does it surprise you that Insomniac Games, Naughty Dog, and Gorilla, right, which are three core, right, studios that they have at this point. Fire Sprite, not so much in my mind because they're new and they haven't really done much. And then just completely getting rid of London Studio, which is, does that tell us what they're thinking about for VR? Right? Because pretty sure London Studios, their sole thing they've been doing is VR. I mean, what do you guys feel about this particular situation? Guess we could start with Doodle. What are you feeling, baby girl?
I mean, I feel like we saw this coming, right? But when you think about last year and they did the layoffs with Bungie and everything they've been cutting back on, you're like, okay, there's still more. Like they still have to let more people go. Again, we put this against Xbox and the 1,800 people that they had to let go after a huge merger, right? And we're talking about different scales, right? We're not talking about, they're not the same. So this is very concerning. I've been kind of worried about a lot of their studios because they kind of keep reducing. And I mean, how far is it gonna go? What's gonna be left of these studios? Would it be substantial enough to continue to make those games, but that they are known for? But then again, it seems like they are looking back and trying to kind of, which is, by the way, what they've been having to do. Like they should have done this a while ago, kind of take a look back and see what changes can we make and where should we like pull back so that we're not in the situation that they're in right now, right?
Yeah, of course, it seems like they're like this is
A
them
little
being
late to
too
the
late.
party.
Like that's probably what's adding to this is the fact that they're pivoting now and they're changing, their drive from the single player. They went to doing these games as a service, and now it looks like they're trying to maybe pivot back, and then it's kind of all over the place.
And that's the problem. See, I think they've wasted a lot more money being all over the place and not knowing which direction to take. They've mentioned like, projects that you were working on not because of talent, right? But because then the project is either dated or it doesn't come through the way that initially was thought of. And it's like, okay, when you don't have an immense amount of studios, right? And you're sitting there pulling back and forth, I mean, that's a really bad place to be.
Yeah. Before we move on, let me get the homie Sour Blow in the building. What's up, player?
What's
Thank you
up,
for being here,
Fireblow?
homie. Appreciate you.
Sour
That
blow.
was a fun
Fireblow.
episode 100 show that we were on the
It
other last Wednesday. That was dope. Congrats again, bro. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says, I've heard that there's a long queue at the garbage landfills with people attempting to retrieve their Xbox Series X and discarding their PlayStation 5s. Listen, there was a lot of drama circulating that idea of people getting rid of their stuff. You ain't wrong, man. Especially now. It just goes to show you, man. Like you gotta, I don't know.
I said it before, where
Um,
are they gonna go? Where are you gonna go if you get rid of your Xbox? You're gonna go see if maybe eventually they put these games on PlayStation? And now we know that all the PlayStation, I mean, we knew for a while, people just don't wanna listen. The PlayStation games are coming to Xbox and other platforms.
Yep, absolutely, man. The homie Rated Blade, man. Thank you for
Raiden
being
Blade,
here.
what's
Thank you
up,
so much for
baby?
that £2 super chat. Says
Thank
Sony
you.
is killing itself. They started 2 decades ago. Listen, I mean, look, I because of the things I want to talk about and we're gonna talk about, I think it's important to put the blanket statement out there about the fact that it's horrible that people have lost their jobs.
It is.
Nobody wants anybody to lose their jobs. That's not a good thing. So nobody we're definitely not doing one of those things like some of these other places or these other people on Twitter who are celebrating the fact that people were laid off. All right. So with that aside, I mean, yeah, the entity PlayStation, you know, these are bad choices that they've been making, and it seems like ever since they got rid of who's the guy that they got rid of instantly and nobody even knew, he just disappeared? Sean Layden. I answered my, I had to walk myself through it for a second. But it seems like once they got rid of him, there's really been no road set ahead of them, because all we've had so far is the rest of Sean Layden's roadmap. And Jim Ryan, whatever he put into play is obviously not playing out, because it seems like everything is changing, right? They're not quite sure which way they're gonna go. I read that, and I just feel uncertainty when I hear how they're talking about reducing things and having to make the same games they want to make, but have to do it a different way now. Like, what does that mean, and how is that going to play out? Those are the crazy
The new
thoughts.
tech, maybe.
Who
We'll
knows?
see.
And then the homie Ryuar Gaming, thank you
What's
again
up,
for being here,
baby?
brother. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says Sea Mustard is here to stay. Hashtag Sony dead.
Mustardo.
Hashtag Doodle was right. Look at the picture. God damn it.
It's
Always. Mustardo.
Mustard Man.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Good
So
stuff.
let's Joey, let's go to you, man. Just
Oh.
again, what do you feel when you see this? The fact that there's these layoffs, the fact that it hit their like core studios. I mean, these are aside from Santa Monica, right? They seem to be untouched. But Naughty Dog, Insomniac, Gorilla. What are you feeling, man?
Well, first of all, of course, the human element of all of this is the one that is unfortunate, right? Like when it comes to a mega corporation at this size, any corporation at this size, unfortunately, the first thing that is going to be cut off is going to be the human element, right? We're not going to see any bonus checks for higher ups being cut or none of that. We're not going to see any presidents say like, hey, you know what, I'm going to step down in order to save some jobs. That's not going to happen. Unfortunately, it's the human element that is going to be hurt. And 900 people at once, I mean, you come one day to work and then your entire building is wiped out because they're all fired. That is not a good sight to see. I've never been in that situation, thank God. But that part, yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't want nobody to lose their jobs. I don't want nobody. I mean, how things are going worldwide, economy, inflation, things are tough. It's like, whew. But I said this like a few weeks ago on WBG that gratefully these people are educated, and I know they're gonna land on their feet, right? It's not
sure.
Everybody has a degree or master's on computing science or animations. They hopefully they can find a way to do something, and I believe they're gonna land on their feet. It's gonna be tough because now there's a lot of people doing the same thing and looking for a job, but at the same time, hopefully they're landing on their feet. So that's that part. Another part is Sony. How many times we've been saying this, to stop worrying about Xbox and worry about PlayStation?
Yep.
We've been saying this for a while. And there's a lot of opinions. We've heard all the opinions before, and we've heard them all, that this is unsustainable. I mean, I don't know if this is true, but apart from the leaks, Spider-Man, $315 million. I don't know that had to do with, that wasn't like combined with marketing. If it's combined with marketing, it's still high.
It's not combined with marketing.
No, that's
There you
not.
go.
That's just
It's
the
not
game.
combined with marketing. So
Nope.
how much did Spider-Man sell?
It's
Like
a little
15,
over 10
million
million now. Yeah.
Not enough.
They haven't
enough.
broke even yet. They
May
haven't
break even. Maybe.
They
I
haven't
heard
because
like
they
20 million would break even, but I don't
yes, because if you think
I
about it, they're
estimated 12
breaking
to
even.
15, but
Yeah, they're breaking even by selling the game with 10 to 15 million copies sold, but they have to still pay for marketing. And that's
that's
is
inclusive of
expensive,
marketing. I was thinking about that much, but the big one
Okay.
is the royalties. My God, the royalties are very
yeah,
high.
that's the royalties. It's insane. So, and then people are like, how is Insomniac getting hit if they're the one holding Sony right now? I'm like, if they're getting hit with this, imagine everybody else. Like, really imagine how crazy and Sony inside it's right now. I mean, we're worried about Xbox. Xbox has its own torn worlds. Sorry, has its own problems. We get it. But today is about Sony. Their big budget. Oh my god, my bad. I apologize. Can you hear that?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
sorry.
good though.
Sony, as much as we can love their first party games and how spectacular they are when it comes to first person, third person, over the shoulder and action adventure with story and all of that, that can't be sustained anymore. And Sean Layden said that years ago and nobody paid attention. Jim Ryan seems like that he wanted to do something against it. He wanted to make 10 games as a service. He wanted to bring more multiplayer into the ecosystem. He wanted to port more into PC, but it's taken time, it's taken money, and sometimes those ideas, like in that letter or that community thing on the website said, like sometimes good ideas are not really good ideas. When a good idea on paper, but it's not a good idea when you once you apply it, right? And when your CFO is stepping up to do the job and is telling everybody, you're a good artist, you're good at your job, but you don't know nothing about the business, there's a problem. And selling more consoles than everybody else is not going to help Sony. Having exclusives games or this walled garden is not going to help Sony no more. Locking down Final Fantasy and money hatting everybody, I don't think it's going to help Sony no more. And to be honest, I think even though I was against the whole exclusive thing with Xbox sharing games and things like that, after what I saw today, if I have to share everything in order to these studios to keep their lights on and have people keep their jobs, so be it. Share everything. And Sony must start doing that. Sony must start sharing not only on PC, must share on Nintendo, must share on Xbox. Because if not, King David's prophecy is going to turn out to be right. They might not be a PS6 if this continues to happen. So those are my 2 cents of it. But I really want to hear what Drew and Argue got to say, because they're
absolutely.
me.
before we do that, let's get to some of our homies over here. We got the homie Raiden Blade, man. Thank you, brother, for being a member for 3 months, man. We appreciate you. That's day 1, baby. Appreciate you.
Let's go.
Says, it's a sad day for devs. Jim Ryan, what have you done? Money hatting with no return on investments, cinematic style games that cost too much. Listen, you're not wrong. You know what's another? I don't know if you guys saw, but like 4 days ago, I think he had his retirement party at London Studios.
Do you have the picture?
Jim Ryan?
It's
that is crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
Yeah, there's a going away party for Jim Ryan at the studio he just closed 5 days later.
Wow.
That is a big
That's
FU.
wild. Wait, hold up. Oh my god.
This is the
That's
London
a big
Studios.
Because he knows at that point.
is.
He knew.
Yeah,
Imagine that everybody on that photo right now is unemployed.
Yep.
That is so
That's
crazy.
wild. That's wild.
Yep.
Yeah, that when I read that, I was like, wow, this dude has some balls. That because you knew, I mean, you 100% knew, right? Like you 100% knew at that time that
Sitting there
was
smiling.
that's what was happening, and you just like smiling, laughing with them and stuff. Like, who knows what people went to talk to him about, about their careers or what they can do, and oh man.
But does Jim hold any power?
Well,
Really?
I mean,
like
he
I don't think
says
so.
his
I don't
letter.
think so.
I think he's just there.
I think Hiroki Totoki, you write the letter. This is
He's
the last
calling
thing
the
you
shots
do,
right now.
So,
I don't think.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's not like Jim can sit there and say, "Hey guys, in a couple of days, you're all gone." You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
But I mean, normally, if it's you, would you go to that party? Would you just say like, "I'm good. I'm gonna like just say thank
depending
you
what kind of person you are, though. But at the same time, if you don't want your whole, like, if sometimes people don't know, if this rumors runs wild that your studio's closing down, imagine how people will start protesting and not going to work and things like that. So imagine they're like, they're
already gonna be.
It's like no, I know, but it's like, go ahead, do the party, calm them down, just make them believe and everything is not happening. That's the thing.
There are certain
and then they
things
turn
he
around
has
and you
to
shoot
do.
them
I
all.
don't think he calls the shots,
terrible.
but he's being told what to do.
Well, of course, he doesn't run Sony, right? So Sony's always above him. But even in his letter, like he says that they spoke, that they had to make the decision and they did it together. So he says the leadership team and I made the incredibly difficult decision to restructure operations, which regrettably includes a reduction
He
in our
definitely knew
workforce.
about it, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, he was
absolutely.
probably in the room where it happened, maybe not having too much of a vocal, point there, but I mean, it's 8%. It's not even 900. People are running with 900. It's not 900. It's about 900, right? 8% is what it is. That's
Yeah, it's about 900, but assuming
That's a sustainable amount of people. It's a
Yeah,
lot.
I mean,
It's
of course,
pretty
9% of
significant.
one thing of Xbox is not the same as 9% of Sony, but still
Yep.
900 people. That's a lot. And depending what kind of talent, you close an entire studio. I mean, you were talking about every single department is gone in there, and that's a lot of talented people. Though it's like,
See,
I don't.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
See, I read things like this, and I'm like, that's not this is not a good look for what we have going on. It says we need to deliver on expectations from developers and gamers and continue to propel future technology in gaming. So we took a step back to ensure we are set up to continue bringing the best gaming experience to the community. In order to do that, that means reductions for them. That scares me because they're not big, right? Like they're not
I
huge.
think that's the
So
problem.
basically, what they said: how can we keep on doing the same product as good as it is, and saving them as much money as we can? And they're looking at everybody, every department, and say, okay, what are you doing? You're not doing anything, so I don't need you. Next, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. You're doing his job. There's two people doing the same job. You're out. One after another, they were doing it. I don't even know what London. I didn't even know London studios existed, to be honest.
They were
do
making
What were they doing?
an online game, a brand new IP.
They're making. Oh, they were
Which we
they
knew
were
today.
working on a new
Which we
IP?
knew today. But before this,
Oh, wow.
Twisted Metal.
Well, before
apparently got
this, they were doing
canceled.
the VR games. I know for sure.
Twisted Metal got canceled as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
VR hasn't been successful. They're trying to put that on PC now.
That's
as
what
VR
it
is
a
dead.
seems like.
project.
VR's dead.
I think Phil made the right
I mean,
call.
yes,
back in
VR
the
2
day.
is dead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty
Well,
much.
that's why they're literally trying to put it on PC. Like, hey, take your headset and
Yeah.
go play on PC because we ain't gonna give you shit
There's a better
else.
chance of doing something there.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild. Let's get the homie Mash, bro.
Mash, thank you.
Homie, thank you so much for
so
being here.
much.
Thank you so much for gifting
you.
5 on point for gamer
Let's
memberships,
go.
man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Y'all know what to do.
Yes.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat.
Let's go.
Welcome our new members, man. Mash, we appreciate you, homie. Thank you so much, brother. That means a lot to us. Thank you, bro. Spread those cheeks.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for
Oh
the
my
2 pounds super chat. Says has a thing for mustard. How about you, CMoney? No, not at all. Eric the Red 06, man. What's good, fam? Thank you for being here, player. Thank you so much for that $10 super chat. Says Sony will get out of this by selling just half their games at full price. Spider-Man 3 Part 1, God of War 3 Part 1, Ghost of Tsushima 2 Part 1, Knack 3 Part 1, PS5 Pro, and the controller sold separately. So I mean, it's a joke, but realistically speaking, we do see that that's one of their plans on their roadmap is to break
that or $100 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know, man.
It's gonna backfire though. We know the ponies are not coming through for their games, right? Is this breaking up the games? Is this going to be like a situation where they're like, you know what? I'll just wait till every part of the game comes out and until it releases. Like,
mean, they won't
how
tell
are
you
they
that.
going to get slapped up with that? Like, this can come
It'll just
back
be
and bite
3
them in
and
the
4
ass.
and 5.
Yeah, just keep doing it. Just keep making parts.
I mean,
never
we
ever
know
release the game.
that's pretty much happening with Spider-Man, right? Like,
yeah, that's exactly their
breaking
plan.
it up. And if you guys played Spider-Man 2, spoiler, you play as Venom, and I'm pretty sure they'll just reuse a lot of.
I mean, Venom is one of the games coming, right? We already saw that on the roadmap.
That's what I'm saying. They already have the animations and stuff. Reuse it.
How much you want to bet it'll be $7?
That's the thing. It's reusing same foundation, same exact thing. They kind of just reuse it, and it makes you wonder, where is all this money really going?
That's something
like we're gonna get the same
ask.
type of game later on.
So Disney actors that raise royalty checks, marketing. I don't know.
It's like 10
paying
times
off the
more
media.
than the first game. It's like
it's ridiculous.
I mean, maybe that's the plan right now. Like, I know movies, for example. We know James Cameron was filming like 3 movies at the same time and then putting one by one with Avatar. Then you got Lord of the Rings. He said, you know what? I'm going to film all 3 of the movies at the same time and then release it in 3 parts so you can save some money. Spider-Man, I guess the gaming business could start to do the same thing. Let's make just one big budget, one gigantic game, and then split it in pieces. Final Fantasy 7, look how many times it's been split apart. And I don't even know how many parts are left in that game because I don't really not a fan of Final Fantasy. But
No, I think they only did. I thought they were going to just do 2 halves, so they'd split the game in half, right? Is that? I'm pretty sure that's the way they did it.
7
But
and
say
Rebirth.
Rebirth, and then what? There's something else, or that's the last one?
No, I
As
think
far
that's
as
the last
Final
one.
Fantasy 7, yeah, there's three
Yeah.
parts, right?
There's gonna be
Oh, there's 3 parts. So this is just part 2. There's supposed to
Yeah.
be another part after this. Jesus Christ! Yeah, Square don't even want to do it. They're like, God damn, we got to make this other one for the shit. It's not gonna sell shit anyway. I don't even know why we're doing it. All right, let's get this last super chat. Then we're gonna hop over to 3-bit.
Raiden Blade, what's up, baby?
Homie Raiden Blade, man. Thank you,
Thank
brother,
you for
being here.
rocking
Thank you
with
for that
us.
£5 super chat. It says, didn't the Forza dev reach out to UK SIE Studios devs? I wish them all the best wherever they go. Same stance as I had for 1900 layoff from Xbox. Facts. Yeah, the David Springdale, I believe it is.
Yeah, I saw that.
He works at Playground, and he he definitely put out there, sorry for everybody, who lost their jobs. We're hiring if you need a place. We're always looking for good people. I mean, being a nice guy. But I mean, the reality is like, I don't know. This
You know
is
what's
rough.
missing from this statement, though? Like, I and I'm forgetting what I'm exactly thinking about, but
Oh.
when they put the statement out from Xbox, they went ahead and they said, yes, we're gonna let go of this amount of people, and they will have their there will be
Oh, we're gonna help
compensation.
them
Separate
Yes,
find
check?
other
yes, thank
places.
you.
Oh, okay.
Nothing was said about how they're gonna go help these people through the
And like
transition or
the
I
kind of
saw
get
something
yes,
about
the
that, right?
packages. Thank you.
One of them had
you?
something about transition services. One of the messages.
Did they?
X-
Because
X-
I
I
didn't
think it
hear
was a
it.
tweet.
So I want to say
I think I
was in
saw it
one
on
of
a
them.
tweet.
PlayStation
I
did,
think I
or
saw.
For those who
I think
are
I saw it
leaving,
on-
you are
had
leaving this
something.
company with our deepest respect and appreciation for all your efforts. I mean, it wasn't Jim and it wasn't Herman.
I
Yeah,
know
Herman
that
actually,
they
Herman actually
screwed
took a picture
everyone
of the
from
beach
Bungie when
right
they
after
kind of let
this.
them go, right?
Did he post a picture of the beach? What did you just say?
yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
he did. So
He was
he was
at
on
the
the
beach.
He was surfing. He was surfing, and he posted it right after this on
Are you
Instagram.
shitting me?
I'm not.
Who was? I didn't hear.
Herman Holst, the
Herman,
guy
yeah,
we read his thing. Wow. That's
yeah,
wild.
it's bad timing.
I think after doing something like this, you may want to stay indoors for a bit.
Or don't post that you're
Yeah, or
outdoors.
don't
Obviously, it
don't.
doesn't matter to him.
Yeah,
He ain't doing anything. He's living his best life. But to be out there like, yeah, man, you guys are fired. But I am chilling on the beach, getting paid probably.
Yeah.
It's great.
Mhm.
That's wild, dude. That's wild. All right, 3-bit man. What are your thoughts on this, man? What are you feeling?
I mean, as someone who's been in the gaming industry and I've worked with these developers and I've seen firings, like uh, I I've been on the end where I've seen people fired, and I was a part of the developers sort of left behind sort of situation, right? And there's a big component of survivor's remorse with a lot of those teams where you still want to do a good job, but a lot of your friends, people around you are now gone. So there is that side. So I do very much empathize because I've been in that situation and it sucks. It definitely does suck. There's a lot of mixed emotions there. So when I was listening to this news, I was just like, man, I remember being in that situation and I very much empathize with those people. So but I guess my response overall is just is more towards the top people, the corporation people, right?
Yes.
Because I feel for the devs, but where I guess my madness goes more towards those top people. Like, little did people know that Jim Ryan's farewell party included his colleagues, right? 5 days later. And the real problem here to me, and maybe we'll get into other discussions, but it is kind of how this how our capitalist society kind of works. You got animators, you got coders, you got 3D tech artists, UI designers. They're all like busting their butts on a project. Like I would see people like motion capturing, animating like for hours, like a lot of these developers are super like passionate on a lot of these different projects, and they're usually the last people to go home, a lot of these developers, right? So to kind of just get fired for the sake of profits is always it just really sucks. And these big executives are happily just boosting their own paychecks instead of taking a hit themselves. They're very quick to give like hardworking people the axe, and get this, they'll sometimes, this happens too, they'll sometimes rehire the same folks for that they just fired for different gigs with way less pay. So because what happens sometimes in these situations, they fire a bunch of people like, oh wow, we still need this person for Last of Us 3, and he was the only person that knew this specific tech or code. We need him to come back, but we're not going to pay him the same. That happens way more often than people I think realize. So yeah, it's really a big head scratcher, and it's not just Sony, but I feel like people should keep that same energy when you have Sony consistently just boasting about record sales. Same, Xboxes did the same. We're $1 trillion company. And then you fire people like not even that long after. I just have no sympathy for stuff like that. It's just, maybe it's because I feel closer as a developer. Maybe that's why I just have like this sort of like why, so yeah, I mean, you have also the media, right? So I guess where I want to go with this, you have the media who were, in a way, the people you were protecting, that they thought they were protecting their friends by not covering like the Insomniac leaks, but actually who they were protecting wasn't the developers, it was the executives. Because a lot of what was in those leaks was, oh, we are going to cut developers at Insomniac, and a lot of the people didn't want to cover that. The Kind of Funnies, the other people, they're like, oh, we, to protect our friends, we're not going to cover this. And what they didn't realize in those documents, it was talking about how they're going to cut people. So this has been on the wall for quite some time. So I understand why there were cuts. On the Xbox side, you had two companies sort of merging with a lot of people in the same role, or things like customer support. A lot of customer support jobs got cut. And it doesn't really make sense to have a customer support job for Activision when now that job aligns with Microsoft support. So I understand stuff like that. And even then, I understand those decisions. You still fired like X amount of people after you boast about all these profits you're making. Look how good we're doing, and then the next thing you fire people. So that's why I don't align myself with like any company. I have preferences, but those preferences will never outweigh genuine thought of pros and cons at each console maker. Like if you look at it from a lens of how things personally benefit me, it's usually just, what do I truly value as a gamer? Because these corporations do not care about you. they really don't. Like these developers who are like working so hard on these games, who spend like countless hours on this stuff, they care about the game, but the people above them, they're like, hey, how do we make money off of people? So that's why
Where are
I'm
you
always
right
more
now with it?
empathetic.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's
When am I
right.
going to
where
make my money back?
yeah, exactly. So that's their mindset. The executives' mindset is like, how do we make money out of people? The developers' mindset is, how do we make this game as cool as possible? So they're like two different mindsets going on with those people. So the last thing I'll say is like, I mean, there's a lot of different news that has been coming out from Sony, and it is sort of rippling. Like what they canceled their live service game, right? What Hargeet mentioned with like Twisted Metal. And I was asking people on Twitter today, like, how many live service games do they even have left? Because initially they announced 12.
It was supposed to be 10. It was supposed to be 10 or 12. The Last of Us Factions got canceled. Twisted Metal, we noticed today. We saw Insomniac Spider-Man's online game got canceled. I know Firewalk was doing one that got canceled. So there's 4 right there.
Yeah. So there's maybe 4 or 5 left. And it when Sony keeps telling people like, hey, we need to change our business plan, and people are like, no, you don't need to change your business plan, and then they start changing their business plan. And people are like, what is that shock meme I think about, like oh, like when Sony's saying these things, I think a lot of people are just not really very much paying attention. They just had the $10 billion lawsuit thing people started posting about today.
We're gonna talk about that too.
We're gonna get into that, so I won't dive too much into that. But overall, that's how I feel. A lot of these corporations, it's just the way it's set up. I think that is the problem. How executives always try to make all this money and looking at profit, and they put that ahead of everything else, despite how good these or bad these developers are. They work their butts off, but it doesn't seem to matter. I do think Sony needs to change their strategy. I've actually agreed with Jim Ryan's point of view of shifting to live service games, because if you keep focusing just on these single player dad experiences, like, they're cool for a little bit, but it's not reoccurring revenue. So when you Xbox has been killing it
for
there.
an entire system to go ahead and have nothing but that type of experience, I mean, it's a bit much. And 3-bit, to your point previously, you did mention about this line of work. Being a developer is very like creative, and it's something that you kind of really have to have a passion for.
Yeah.
And the problem is, and this is why it's so good that, Xbox has been out there and Phil has been buying all these studios, because of the type of money that they have. These developers are able to go ahead and have the time to create. But I think the problem is that over at PlayStation, they don't have the time or the money to go ahead and continue to feed the beast. And I think they fed the beast for a really long time. And this is where they're at because they continue to do that. I think of Jim Ryan. I think of and over here, let me see who it was. Future Generations said that Sony has canceled 8 of the 12 gas games, right? I do think that Jim, if it was, he did it out of like desperation, but had he been reeled in and kind of like, okay, 12 is ridiculous. Let's go ahead and see how we can start. Let's go ahead and not use the studios that don't know how to make these type of games, and let's figure out who we can bring in, right? Instead of spending money buying other bull crap, let's put together a team that can work on gas games and be able to produce something that's worth having. I think the way that he went about it was wild. And again, it was from the ABK deal and feeling like, okay, we need to take a turn and we need to take it fast and it needs to work and it has to be a lot so that we can catch up with Xbox. If that was a realistic thought of how much money do we have, how can we get there, how can we slowly get there because we don't have the same wallet, they wouldn't be in the mess that they're in today. So he didn't have the wrong plan. He was just too ambitious with his idea.
That's because a lot of I feel like why that probably happened is how much of their business that they really rely on their market position of how powerful the PlayStation brand is. And they're like, okay, we're a powerful brand, so people just come to them with deals. And when something like Call of Duty happens and you're like, oh, I rely a lot of my business model on Call of Duty, and then Call of Duty goes away, you're like, oh no, you start panicking.
Exactly.
And that just goes to show you, like, Sony has really relied on their market position for a long time. I mean, we've seen with the FTC case examples of them using their market position to basically close out Xbox using a lot of money. To be honest, they spend so much money keeping games to their platform. And in the Insomniac documents, they talk about basically that model, that premium model that may has to shift, where people associate PlayStation's brand with like those first party exclusives, et cetera, but that is costing them. And I've always said on a lot of these shows, we will see at the end which business model is going to win. Is it going to be Xbox that is really focusing on not necessarily console sales? They are very much focused on subscriptions, and I think they have a 73% something with subscriptions. But which business model is going to win in the end? Really focusing in on that reoccurring revenue with games as a service games and also Game Pass, or just focusing on hardware sales and getting people with that, or your games, like maximizing. They were some of the first company to like increase the price to like $70. So which one is going to win? And I've said this on the show, like we'll see. We'll see which one. And now we're starting to see Sony like, we're behind a little bit. Let's start pivoting our strategy. So yeah, that's what I got to say. I want to talk
Yeah,
to
I think a lot of their money was also invested, like they didn't invest it properly to go ahead and try. And you brought up how they feel about Xbox, right? And I
Yep.
feel like a lot of their moves were to keep things from Xbox and to keep them from growing, right? And I think that was not the right focus. They should have been focused on doing what's beneficial to PlayStation. And because those are two different things, you
Right.
know? So I do feel like in their desire to keep Xbox down, they went ahead and they kind of shit all over their own situation,
Yeah. They spent millions of dollars
realistically.
just being like, we don't want this game on that platform, rather than being like,
Exactly.
hey, let's use that money to invest in a game like Twisted Metal, or let's put that money into expanding having our games on PS Plus. Like they don't even have like Gran Turismo on PS Plus, and you have more people playing MLB The Show on Xbox,
Mhm.
even though that's a PlayStation game. So it's just it's a lot. If I was PlayStation CEO, I would be changing quite a bit. And
Yeah.
I'm sure they
And
will
it's all a
too. So
ripple effect because that's what essentially led Satya to step in and go ahead and give them the money that they needed to go ahead and fight back, which is what's literally drowning PlayStation at this point, aside from PlayStation's own bullshit.
yep.
Um, so that's where I'm at with it. Hargeet, what's up, baby?
Shall
Welcome.
we? All
Tell
right.
us,
All
how you
right.
feeling?
So plenty of fun things here, right? So first, obviously, the sad part: people losing their jobs. That sucks.
Absolutely.
It's 900 jobs, and look, the entire world is it's having issues like this. The tech world, especially, there's just job losses all over the place. So as far as this specific thing, and it's like a lot of jobs, 7,000 plus jobs so far in 2 months this year. Look, entertainment wise, this is one of the biggest venues now. It's the biggest entertainment medium. With that comes lots of money. With lots of money comes lots of scrutiny. With lots of scrutiny comes lots of profit required, right? That's just unfortunately the way it goes, right? So like you were mentioning 3-bit, the capitalist part of it, it doesn't have to be that way. You can be a small studio and do whatever you want, right? Fair enough. But as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, you usually are, publicly traded, and then you're beholden to shareholders. And that's just unfortunately the way it goes if you're going to be in that mode, right? You don't have to be. You can totally be private and do whatever you want, right? You take Valve, right? Private. They can do whatever they want. They can take 20 years to make a game. They don't care, right? And that's kind of how. When's the next big Half-Life game coming? We have no idea, right? They made that Half-Life Alyx, VR game. That's really it. Like Half-Life 2 came out when? Like God only knows, right? And they don't care. They're fine with it. They don't fire people all the time. It's just they don't have to deal with it, right? That's just their model. But that's not as usual when it comes to large companies, right? Most of them are publicly traded. Once you do that, you lose control because now you're beholden to the investor, right? And the investor wants a return. It's
Yeah.
unfortunately the way it goes, right? It's a mode you can do whichever way you like, right? It's open, but if the company decides to go public, this is what you get, right? And if you don't return pretty fast, it's gonna start becoming a problem. You'll start seeing layoffs. Now look, Sony. Oh boy.
Here comes the
Sony
mess.
decided in the PS3 era when they got their asses handed to them, and let's face it, they got their asses handed to them, that they needed to do something bold. They did. They decided to pivot to these nice, cinematic games. Cool. There's a problem though. You create a mentality that the cinematic piece needs to get better and better and better and better and better. And eventually it becomes too expensive to do. Sean Layden said that in the PS4 era. He said, yes, this is cool. We're known for these nice cinematic games. But it's not sustainable. It costs too much money. For which he was told to get the F out.
Yeah.
So, okay, sure. Jim Ryan steps in and tries to say, okay, we'll continue this pattern. And everybody else who's small games, quirky and whatnot, we're just going to get rid of you. Okay, fair enough. Quirky games can sometimes be fun. I'm looking at one on the screen right now. Twisted Metal ain't exactly a game that you would expect to make at a AAA studio. But it was a quirky-ass game that was fun. So that's what you get, right? You let it happen. And that, and you sometimes you just get magic, right? It is what it is, right? You can't always expect that every game is going to be a $200 million budget that's going to give you, $700 million in returns. That's not always going to happen. And Sony started learning that even if you look at their big games, only a handful ever reach that 20 million range. Most of them are sub 10 million. Most of them sub 5 million. They don't sell a lot, unfortunately. And when you get to that level and you have to spend a lot of money for it to go somewhere, well, it's not sustainable. So Jim figured this out too late. Phil has been seeing this for a long time. And, if you look at what Microsoft does, they're always ahead of the game. They know what's going to happen. They just message things so horrendously.
They usually do it to their detriment, right?
It's like, they've been right almost all the time. Like almost every step they've done is almost always correct. But they just message it so badly. Anyway, Phil has been doing a little bit of a better job with that, but they still need to do way better on the marketing. But we'll get to that part later. But he saw that this was not going to work, right? That if I have to spend $100 million to make the next Halo, the next whatever, I can't sustain that in my business. So what did they do? The first thing they did was they go out and buy Mojang. Say, hey, look, we don't have to make the game. We just have to find something out there that is a live game that people are already willing to pay and play. And, Minecraft's pretty big. Can we make that bigger? Cool. Let's buy it. They spent the money and they took it from 100 million users to 300 million users. That's pretty good. It just prints money for them. They never took it off of anything. They, in fact, put it on more places, right? Cool. Right? It's a different model. Let's just say I don't have to go create this with my studios. I already know this works. People want it. Cool. I'll just buy it and I'll just make money. Right? So now they've got a constant revenue stream.
Yeah.
That's one way to go, right? And what Phil's process for doing these kind of games is to say, what do you want to make? If you want to make it, cool. If you want to make a live game, cool. I'm not forcing you to do it because I don't think I'll make it work, right? Because I'm not going to tell you what to do
with Lion's Head.
And they tried that stuff before, Phil, and it failed miserably. And you know what? I'm not going to tell you what to do. Do what makes sense to you, what you are capable of putting out and what you're passionate about, and hopefully it'll make a good game, right? One of those was Sea of Thieves. It was a quirky-ass game. They didn't think it was going to go anywhere. Microsoft thought it was going to fail miserably. They put it out, and this beautiful thing called Game Pass came around. They put it in day and date, and people gave it a shot, and it took off. Nobody thought that was going to happen. Not even Rare. But it did. And that's how you do those kind of games. You don't force it. That's something that was a passion project they wanted to do. Like, fair enough, fine, go do it. And lo and behold, 35 million players later, you have that. Grounded is another example of that. So, yeah, fine, go ahead. 20 million players later, right? Again, it's up to the developer to figure it out and say, I want to do something because I think it's cool, right? Now, Jim Ryan's version was, they're right, we need to have gas games. Let me take all my premier studios and tell them they're going to make games as a service games.
That was wild. That was wild. You guys make this now that you don't know how to make. You can't make
Shift
this
everything you know and make this.
I know. It was like that
You
SpongeBob
think it's that-
episode when they're like, all you know now is fine dining. Erase everything else out of your brain.
It reminds me of like the, you know, like when their industries are like coal miners. Why don't you go learn to code? I'm like, do you understand how difficult it is to do? You really think people who are freaking miners are going to figure out how to? Wow. Like, dude, this is not that simple. Making a live game is lightning in a bottle. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. Okay. And to just say, hey, I will just pour money into this studio that makes very good single player games, sad dad walking simulator games, that suddenly they'll just be able to make a live service game. Like, they tried it with freaking 343. They had a multiplayer game from its inception and it still failed. It's very hard to do. It's very hard to do.
Yeah.
I don't know how they thought that was going to work. I'd been predicting that most of those games were going to fail.
1 or 2 might make it.
Right. And the one that we saw, when we saw that reveal for Helldivers 2, we're like, yeah, this could work. This looks good. Right. Because good. It's on a pedgree that already existed. Helldivers existed. People liked it. And it looked fun. So that was not a surprise that it was going to do well. It did way better than we thought it was, but fair enough, right? That one should have done well. Factions becoming a live game failed. The one that really gets me is they buy Bungie on the idea that Bungie's going to somehow pour magic on all of their studios to make all these live games work. Lo and behold, their own game is failing.
Pour magic.
50% revenue fail. Look, I'm laughing, but it's just like all of this is so predictable, and you're
it's so ridiculous. So I get why you're laughing.
Like,
Bungie's gonna save us.
But it's like, right?
I always
and their
thought it was
model,
weird. Bungie, yeah, that was interesting,
right? I mean, and I hope they do well with the next DLC for Destiny. I hope that does well. I think it's coming out in the summertime, right? I hope that does well for them and they pick back up. Marathon had not tested well. Hopefully they fix that and they get somewhere. But look, the idea that somehow, you know, everybody talks about the clause that says that if they don't make enough revenue, you know, Sony will take over, you know, PlayStation will take over. That should be a good thing. I'm like, how is that a good thing? Mm-hmm. They have no live service game they've done. They bought Bungie specifically to learn how to do live service games. How are they going to save them? Like J-Rock said, who's going to save the savior?
The Helldivers team that basically said Marathon was trash. Was that the
no? They
team?
went to streamers.
Streamers.
This. And what do you think? Would you want to play this game? Would you want to stream this game? And they said, no.
They said no.
No, thank you.
We're good.
Yeah, I said no.
Wow.
I remember
I'm all right.
No. That's not good, right? But hey, look, they have a year or so to fix that. Hopefully they do something with it. We'll figure that out. I like a couple of years ago on my channel, I put out a video called, you know, is graphic fidelity killing gaming? And in my view, it's this, you know, Sony model of you have to have very high production value. Every animation has to be perfect. Every cutscene has to be ridiculous. You have to spend $1,100 million, and that's the only way to have a good game. And I'm like, dude, I remember the 360 gen where I got all of Mass Effect in one generation. I got freaking Gears 1, 2, 3 and Judgment in one generation. And those games did not take 6 years. And I don't care if the graphics were that good or not. The games were fun. That's what matters. And Gears was fantastic looking. Again, I don't care though. I just want to play a game, right? I got, you know, Halo 3, Halo 4, Halo Reach, Halo ODST, Halo Wars, all in the same generation. Why can't I have that? 4
games in one generation. 4 games in one generation.
I mean, and props to Insomniac for releasing games really quickly. But
yeah,
using that same model though, like recycling the same thing, just adding some.
That's another story.
Nowadays, it's unheard of. You can't expect.
That's the problem. They've been forced to lose their creativity. Just pumping out the same exact type of game over and over again. You can't do that to developers, man.
And so, like that model is the quirkiness is gone, right? You don't get a Twisted Metal. You just don't. They don't do anything like that anymore, right? The PS4, at least up to about half of it, they were still doing quirky games. And then like Jim Ryan comes in and says, yeah, no, you don't make enough money. We're just going to shut you down, shut you down, shut you down, shut you down. It's like, dude, like, but those were the fun games. Like, what are
No
you
Twisted
doing?
Metal, no Sly Cooper, no Siphon Filter, no
All
SOCOM,
gone,
no
right?
Killzone, Resistance.
They
Jack and
shut
Daxter.
down
Yeah,
Japan
for
Studios.
All
some,
gone.
so,
All gone.
somehow
But do we think
PlayStation
that
has
maybe Jim
sucked out.
Ryan did this because he felt that that's what was expected of him to step in and kind of do?
Maybe. I think the thing he was expecting is that this model will continue to fund them and that they would do what we've been saying, where they would money hat other games away from the other platforms, and then your console will just drive your revenue.
Yes.
Unfortunately for him, the world shifted to this weird thing called mobile. Mobile is 70% of the revenue in gaming. It's not console. It's not
Yeah.
even PC. It's
That's
mobile.
wild.
And you look at that and say, okay, well, what's your presence on mobile?
None.
Crickets.
Non-existent.
Crickets. Microsoft, on the other hand, said, yeah, we need to do that. So what are we putting out there? So they started moving towards it. And now they went and bought King. They weren't lying when they said a majority of this is about mobile. Bought King. They
said that's why they bought
internal
ABK.
things, right? Yeah,
Yes.
internally they were saying, oh, we were looking at Zynga. And they're like, no, but King is better. How the hell do we get to that? And,
Yes.
and they're like, what? This is on the market? Hell yes. Let's get it.
Everything's on the market when you have the right wallet, right?
Right. And so they went for that. And that's a big deal for them. Right. So, and you look at things like World of Warcraft on the PC side, 130 million players, usually about 2 to 3 million a day.
Yeah, that's why I was like, when this
you
whole
can't
FTC
say no to
case
that.
happened, I was like, they're focusing on Call of Duty, but meanwhile, behind their back, they got.
It's not about COD.
Oh,
I won't say
It's
that
not.
it's
It
like COD
wasn't.
is
Yep.
useless. It's very important. It's very good.
Yeah.
Now, as you were pointing out, COD for PlayStation, however, is very
It's
important.
very important.
Yeah.
And they're
Facts.
looking
They
at
have
that,
COD
and their
I mean, they went
leaks
as
showed.
far. Yeah, they
Go ahead,
went
sorry.
as far as say. No, I'm sorry. They went as far as say that if it weren't for COD, they couldn't fund their own games in the trials. Remember, so that's how
Yes.
important that is.
According to the leaks, $1.5 billion is what they're expecting to lose. $1.5 billion in revenue they're expecting to lose every year because of COD in any way being hampered and being better on Xbox. And here's the kicker that might happen. If they do release a PS5 Pro, it's going to push out their next gen. If Xbox does release in 2026 a next gen, it's going to be better on the next gen. It just is. It's going to be better on the next gen. So they're going to have that. And it's not like they're trying to be mean. It's just, it is what it is. The next gen console is going to work better. It is what it is.
Kick to the face.
So
Facts.
that's going to happen.
They don't have to do
so,
that parody thing.
Yeah,
well,
there's
I mean,
no
they do the
parity
parity up
cost
to the
for it.
point that it works, right? I mean, you can't say the Switch is going to work the same way as the freaking Xbox, Series X. It's just not. And so there's parity to the point where it's, and that's what they said. It's parity to the level we can make it happen, right? As far as content, we'll give you everything. Performance, sorry, it's going to look better on the better systems. That's just the way it is, right? And so you can't hamper them by saying, well, if it's on the next gen, it's got to be hampered down to what a PS5 can do. That's not going to be the way it is. Whatever their new box is, it's going to run as
how
best
there
as
are
it can.
loopholes to everything.
There are. And, and the marketing alone is going to shift. It's just going to. There's no way out of it. People are going to associate COD with Xbox because, well, it belongs to Xbox. So
as long as they market it
be a
well.
hit to them. What?
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't,
As
Joey,
long as they market COD well.
even if they don't
let's get
market
into this
well,
because we all
marketing.
know Xbox marketing.
Xbox
is
and marketing. My God, it's so bad.
They're literally water and fucking oil. They don't match.
Even if they don't market it well, you have PlayStation right now having Call of Duty bundles. Who do you think that money is going to?
Of course.
At the
Well,
end
the
of
bundle.
day. Yeah,
The cost for the game is going to go back to Microsoft, but
exactly. So it's like,
but the bundles are going to go away, right? The bundle will not be an Xbox.
those
bundle.
are going to go away. Those are going to
Right, that'll become an Xbox bundle. But fair enough, right? So going back to what Sony has here, right? So they decide to shift and move all their development studios into that. Most of that has failed, and a lot of them were then pushing back. There's development studios saying, like, I don't know how to do this. What are you talking about? This is not working. And Connie Booth is fired. Jim Ryan's out of the way, and Hiroki Totoki comes down and then tries to take over and figure out what the hell's going on. So what do they pivot back to? And this is the part where it gets really crazy. Should they just go back to the old model? Because that model wasn't working either.
No.
So what do? Right? What is the next step? We have another year where they have nothing, right? So between like, MLB 2023 and MLB 2025, right? They're going to have one game. That's Spider-Man. That's it. That's one game. In a 2-year span, they're going to have one game. What do they do? And I don't know what happens after that, right? What's their next game? Probably Marathon, maybe Venom. I don't know, but Marathon is probably summertime of 2025.
Concord,
and that's a multi-plat that's going to be everywhere.
Concord, what's the other one multiplayer?
I don't know when Concord comes out. I haven't heard a damn thing yet. All we said, just like they had with the reveal
it's
of
the only one with a trailer,
Ragnarok.
though. It's the only one with a trailer.
The trailer was a CGI. It didn't show any gameplay.
Same as the other one that
with
I
a sandwich
don't remember the
and a
name
ship.
of the other one. Yeah, but there was another one that looked like
Fair Games.
Fair
Yeah,
Games.
Fair
That's
Games.
the other
I
one.
think
And
right
again,
now for them
CGI.
to continue to bring in that money, we know how they do the remasters and they go ahead and try to do the remakes and squeeze as much money as they can from
And
these
that's all they'll have.
older games that
That's
they've
what they're
made.
doing
And
now. The
so right
Horizon
now, what
remake,
they
that
need
which
to
was
do is focus on making these games for the other platforms and see how much more money they can bring in from
I think
those
that's what's
existing
going to be
games.
happening now. I think Hiroki's going to be pushing to have all their old games, like Ghost of Tsushima. Why is that not on PC? Heck, why isn't Bloodborne on PC? Like, they should be pushing all these games onto freaking PC. Get the money. I say go further and say, why isn't something like Gravity Rush 1 and 2 a bundle package on Switch? You can target the 150-ish million Switches that are going to be out there. Why the hell not? Is there a reason? Is that going to bring people over to PlayStation? No, you closed the bloody studio. Why don't you just bring that game over to Switch? Make money. If you sell 1 million copies, it's just pure money. Why not just do it? Right? There's plenty of old games they could do that with.
on right now. Yeah.
100%. But what do they do with their main studios? I don't know the answer. I don't know what Hiroki's going to do. This is a very strange situation now because the shift to games as a service was a good strategy, just not the way they implemented it. The implementation is go find something that's starting to take off, Roblox, Pocket Pair's Pal World, right? Take that and say, okay, cool. This is something that could work. Let's see if we put in the investment, would it actually stay relevant?
Yeah.
It's still not possible to, you can't possibly say it will. There's games like Fall Guys. Was a quick minute. It was really, 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 really popular. Where is it now? You never know, right? It may stick, it may not, right? So you could go spend a lot of money on it and get nothing, right?
Yes.
You may spend money on it and it becomes something huge. If you invested in Roblox at the right time, that become like $40 billion or something ridiculous.
PlayStation just has a history of giving up the hard gate. Like they
do.
try to do
That's
a
true.
game and then they're just like, we didn't see what we wanted to see. Cancel it. They have like,
and that's a lot of what's happening to them, right?
You can't do that.
They're
with
expecting
live games.
Exactly. They're expecting their live service games to be at the quality of a God of War, and it's like, dude, it's not going to be. You have to take the L.
They don't know how
But
to
it has to
be
be- it
done
has
with
to-
something. You can't just
doesn't
put
have
out
to
this
be.
type of game and just walk off, right? I don't know that they can
I mean,
do
Sea of
that
Thieves,
to go ahead and
it
keep on
builds up
nurturing something.
its player base over time. Like, I don't think people realize when Sea of Thieves first came out, it was kind of in a rough state, et cetera, et cetera.
It was.
But
It totally was. It was like a preview.
I played it at
release mode. It really should have been a preview to begin with. But
yeah, and over time they built it up to what it is today. And it's super polished. It's very fun. They added a ton of content, ton of maps, ton of missions, stuff like that. But that's why live service games are successful, is because you support it over time. You get those people, and PlayStation.
But you have to give up on it being clean and perfect and every animation, whatever, and you spend 300 million on it. That's not going to happen, right? You have to have a budget of like 20 million and say we're going to put it out. And what they should do is make it free to play, put it in their service, or make it free to play, and then put it wherever you can and let it try to get its legs. That's what you have to do. Right.
They threw Foam Stars in there.
They did. And Foam Stars, unfortunately, just wasn't going to attract customers where they put it. And, Foam Stars may do well on Switch. It's a very Switch-like game. It just is.
Yeah.
Right. And if that game does finally make it over to Switch, hopefully it does okay. I don't expect it to take over Splatoon.
I was Nintendo. I wouldn't want that game on Switch.
Yeah, I would be like, get out, you
not.
copycapping bitches.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's
You know
that's a possibility. But I
Yeah.
think the player base for that game is most likely going to be
For
on
sure.
that platform
They
or
are.
PC, right? But I think it's going to be on Switch. But either way, that's a Square Enix headache, and they've had enough rough patches with Sony and their exclusivity. I think that part is going to dry out. I don't think the exclusivity thing that they keep doing is going to keep working, because I think those companies are also seeing, I can't just stay on your platform. It's just not good enough. So
they can't sustain them.
They can't. So that is going to dry up. So they're going to want to go everywhere, especially the larger games. So I expect that will kind of dry up for them. So what's left for PlayStation? Are they going to keep doing this? Try to get third parties thing, get indie games? Is that going to draw people over? I doubt it. Where they go next with their first party is going to be so interesting. The minimal thing you got to do is say it's going to come out on PC at the same time. But the big question long term is, do you spend the money and say, I'm going to spend $200 million on the next God of War game. I'm going to spend whatever on the next Horizon game, or whatever game they want to, invest in. The ones that they lost people on, right? Naughty Dog was working on Factions. You should expect some layoffs there because Factions was canceled. Insomniac, we already heard from the leaks, right? We saw from the leaks that they basically are not able to make enough money because they have such high royalties, and they're spending way too much to make these games. So they took away people from so they took away people from Ratchet and Clank and said, we're not going to do that game anymore. We're going to take those people and move them over to make the Marvel games, right? So Insomniac has become the Marvel studio, right? And they're spending massive amounts of money. I think this is a stupid idea, but they're spending massive amounts of money on each one of those games. It goes upwards from the 300 to 385 and stuff like that. I'm like, why are you doing this? But anyway, that's their plan there. But that's why we have those job losses. It takes a lot to actually make that money back. I don't know why they're doing this, but they're doing this. And then the other side was London Studios, which was making an online game. Yet another gas game, failed. Twisted Metal was also supposed to be a live game, failed. Their VR is dead. They have nobody making VR games anymore. So
PSVR 2, we don't want to do VR because it's not proven.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right decision. You look at the market and say, this is not something we're going to push. We don't even have the hardware levels of PlayStation as far as volumes, and they're having a hard time. Why the hell would we invest in that? Would you rather have Game Pass, or would you rather have PSVR equivalent on Xbox? My vote is Game Pass. Thank you very much. I'll take Game Pass every day of the year. I have no interest in VR. If I wanted to do that, I'd go get a Quest. I don't need freaking Xbox to do this. Why? Their games are on freaking PC. I can always play it there anyway. So it's not relevant to me. So look, this is kind of where they are. I think there's going to be massive changes coming just to PlayStation. There's no choice. I found that the idea of making these massive AAA ridiculous banger things is a detriment, and everybody else has to try to copy it, and they're running into financial issues. The AA game scene, however, gives you some good games. I don't know that it needs to go beyond that. We can have a AAA game every now and then. We don't have to have every game be a massive AAA game. It just runs into failure. Especially if you're going to do something that's live. You should always have the budget be capped, because you don't know if it's going to work. Suicide Squad's another great example of a fail, right? They spent a lot of money on that. A AAA studio made awesome single-player games, shifts over, doesn't work. Shocking, right? It's just constant like this. Anthem. Why? And all the people that were doing all the development in BioWare are left because of it. Yeah, it's just not a good formula. So we need to move past that. I don't know what's going to happen here. My guess, based on industry norms, a lot of the talent that were at these studios are going to be very annoyed, and they're going to leave. They're going to go make their own studios.
Make their own studio. Yep.
It's what's going to happen. It's sad. And I've been predicting. I hope it doesn't happen, but I've been predicting it, which means all that beautiful stuff that these guys were making is going to stop. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. It's tough, but that's why the model where Microsoft said, let them do what they want, right? And everybody complained, why aren't the games out in like 1 year? Why does it take so long? You know why it takes long? Because they're doing what they want with passion, and it takes long to get the right thing. And Microsoft said, we'll just fund it until it works. We're not going to put it out when it's trash. We're going to fund it until it works.
There's a pro and con to that, for sure.
Right? I mean, it is what it is. So do I want Fable to be like a half trash game? No. If it takes Playground a while to make it good, take your time. Playground has put out banger after banger after banger after banger. Let them take your time. It's fine by me. Take your time. Right? Yes, it means it's a little more annoying. You announced that game, what was it, like 2020 or something like that, and it hasn't come out yet.
It's cooking. It's cooking.
Yeah.
Comes out next
It'll be
year.
worth
It'll be a good game.
wait.
I'll be happy. It's fine. Right? That's what I want. Right? So, and I like that model much better than go make a game that you don't want to make because I want to have bottom line increases in my sales and revenue. No, just no. Like do the game,
which has been the problem of Ubisoft. That's been Ubisoft's entire problem. Like,
right?
Make me something that makes me money. And look at
been
how
doing this.
I mean, yeah,
this was also not going to be guaranteed for PlayStation either to go ahead and make any of these moves. The thing is, and at the end of the day, Hargeet, you mentioned they're going to have what they have to do, and making changes because you feel like something may not necessarily be working and you're like, okay, well, let's try this. It's very different than feeling cornered and feeling like, oh my gosh, I have no other choice but to make these changes. And I think that's where they are, and that's the big problem right now, that we know that this is not the end of it. This is just what they had to do right now to try to coast through, but there's a lot more to come.
There's definitely a lot more to come. Real quick question, guys. Did you guys hit any of these super chats?
No, waited for you.
Okay, so let me get my homie Adidas 20. Oh, wait, go ahead. You were going to say something?
I was just going to say, 3-bit, the thing you mentioned about the people who were left behind, right? That is a key thing that, like, you're now given more work. This is the general thing that happens at any layoff, right? The work doesn't stop. So the people who are left behind have to do all the work that those people were doing on top of what they were doing.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
That's just the way it is, right?
Someone's going to have to pick up whatever's not being done.
Somebody's going to pick up the slack, and the game is going to be delayed either way.
Right? Morale's going to go down, and then that leads to the next part, which is people will say, well, why do I have to be here if they're going to just lay people off? And their direction is
that's
stupid.
A big deal, Hargeet, right? Like, how do you feel stable? How do you feel comfortable? How do you not know that you're next, considering the fact that this mess is going on?
It sucks. It's a sucky situation to be in.
So
let's pause it real quick because these guys have been waiting for a little bit.
Go ahead.
The homie Adidas 20, man. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you so much for that $10 super chat. It says French's lay off 900 employees after CMoney took mustard off the game. God damn it. Olive makers beware, you're up next. I do hate olives as well. Oh my God.
Apparently you have something against olives too, right?
Mustard trending right now.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna have to bring olives next time.
Yes.
No, those are even worse. Like visually, that messes me up. Ryu Gaming was good, fam. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for that $2 chat. Says ads nowadays are personal. Like not seeing Xbox your fault. What the fuck, Ryu? You gotta do better. I know you do the $2 that has a limit, but you gotta figure that shit out. I'm trying to read this code language shit that you wrote. All right, ads nowadays are personal. Are personal likes. Not seeing Xbox is your fault. Okay, so he's blaming you if you don't see ads anymore. So that means you're probably not looking for Xbox related things.
Got you.
Okay, that's the downside, though, right? The point is you want to capture people who aren't looking for it, so that the ad can't be a little thing that says buy an Xbox. It's got to be something that's going to make you want to buy an Xbox, and that's the thing they fail at.
And here's the other thing:
explain Game Pass.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying. There's a lot of websites and things like that has cookies and it's telling you exactly what you were looking for. If I Google right now mustard, I'm gonna get mustard on Amazon right away once I open it, but I don't see that on Xbox. That's a problem, though, for real.
Or maybe just a picture of CMoney. Who knows what will pop up?
I Google a lot of I Google a lot of Xbox content, and believe me, I don't see one.
CMoney,
not one.
Glug 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 mustard, glug glug glug.
Oh my God. If you actually had mustard right there, I would have thrown up all over this. You just see that projectile all over.
My God.
That'd have been horrible. That'd have been horrible.
The
homie Rashad Eppinger, thank you, bro.
What's up, Rashad?
Says, speaking of Dez leaving, Exodus, I can't wait. Listen, come on over. We have the studios. All right, we could do it. Now, question.
Yes.
Because I'm sorry, I apologize. I had some work calls come in. I had to step away. So, did you guys talk specifically about the studio that closed? like what that meant? Did you guys talk about that?
A little bit. So London
Yeah,
studio
we're
was
talking all
making
around.
yeah, but
Yeah.
London
Okay,
Studios
so
was closed and was
that's what I
making
kind of wanted to talk about. London
an
Studios,
MMO game. Yeah, right.
them being closed specifically 4 days after they were partying together, and then what does that mean for their VR? Right? What does that mean for
Yeah,
their online
talked about that
ambitions?
instead.
Abandoning
Right?
ship.
So, abandoning his ship, right? So yeah, I mean, again, we have it was here. Let's go here. So it was PlayStation Studios London studio will close in its entirety. And what was the
Man.
last game that they even made? Was it Blood and Truth? Blood and Truth Part 2 or whatever on VR?
Well, thanks to Hargeet, I just realized they were doing VR, and
Yeah.
dude,
yeah.
if
Blood
VR
and
is dead, like there's not much to say there. Like it's not okay. The technology is not dead, but it's like
for PlayStation, there seems to be.
who's running to get one, and like I gotta get this day one. I don't see that kind of hype. So if
I think the biggest thing is that if Valve couldn't make VR completely explode after making Half-Life Alyx, which is the de facto like best VR game essentially like ever created. It's just the highest, quality.
Super good.
Like if that didn't do it,
What's going to
what the
move that
hell
needle?
is
Yeah.
PlayStation going to do it? You know what I'm saying? Again, seems like Mr. Phil Smith is not that stupid after all, huh? When he sat there and said, "Yeah, we don't see the path to profit on this one, so we're just gonna let that."
And they do
Phil Spencer,
VR.
right?
To be fair, like Xbox does
On PC.
VR, but they cater their VR business to like the military, like HoloLens and stuff is being used to for training in the military for like airplanes and tanks and stuff like that. So they are doing VR, just not in a space.
They're doing
They-
AR, right?
Did I say
Yeah.
Phil Smith?
Yeah, you said
you
Phil
said
Spencer.
Phil Smith, yeah. I thought it
Jeremy
was a
Phil
joke,
Brown
so I let it.
said Phil Smith.
I let it go. I'm like,
Right,
okay,
fine.
it's an inside
Yeah,
joke. I
that's
don't
fine.
know.
Phil Spencer, I guess.
You guys have
Phil
somebody
Spencer.
all messed up with this mustard.
This is what happens. This is you cloud my judgment. You cloud the way I think and stuff. You're messing with me. Who the fuck is Phil Smith? Is Will Smith's cousin?
I
don't know.
I thought it was an inside joke
Fuck
for
is
real,
Phil
so I
Smith?
let
Yeah,
it go.
right.
I'm like, Phil Smith? All right,
Man,
let it
Phil
go.
Spencer guys, all right, give me some goddamn slack. Have you seen me off the screen so many times? Or I'm flustered. Got all this shit going on at
I
the
was
same
picturing
time.
like Phil Spencer like slapping somebody, like slapping Jim
That's
Ryan or
it.
something.
That's-
I was like, oh, that's what you meant.
Oh my god. That's him going to slap the insiders.
Yeah.
Fuck up.
Mustard covered olives, you know.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Oh, see.
Oh, you guys are fucked
You know
up.
what's funny? When this whole mustard thing started, I thought it would kind of like gradually just die out and just seems to pick up more and more. Where now you're turning to like
my
C
goodness.
Mustard, the superhero who's gonna save the day.
Yeah.
So I mean,
You're
look,
turning into the thing you hated
Look
most.
at him.
Yo, I
feel
apparently
like you should be getting paid for advertising mustard at this
maybe
point.
we should. I'll take a let's go get that sponsorship. I'll have
Brought to
some
you
mustard
by
on the
Hanes
show. I ain't gonna
Mustard.
eat it. I'll be like, eat this mustard. I will never touch it in my life, but you might. Jeremy Brown says, wait, maybe we do need a Phil Smith to slap the shit out of Sony. Listen, I think Hiroki Totoki's doing that for them.
Oh my goodness.
Hiroki Totoki's out there slapping
Hiroki's
bitches
the
out.
hammer, bro.
Like, y'all
I
not
gotta
making
say,
enough.
He's not messing around. He's not.
yo, he's not, dude.
He's not
He
messing around.
came out straight up telling everybody exactly what's going on. I just read Phil Smith, the Fresh Prince of Microsoft. God damn it. Oh my god, what has happened here? Oh, holy shit. God damn. What the I don't even know what I was saying. All right, let's get back on track. All right.
Crispy
back on
comments
track.
ready for tomorrow.
Listen. Why are you messing with me? Okay. Listen. All right. Let's get back. The closure. Bad news. Bad news. Yes. Very bad news
Do
for
it,
Sony.
Crispy.
But let me ask you, right? They're already laying people off on Fire Sprite.
Yeah.
Right?
Fire spray, fire walk. There's like two of them. that
Are
sound
those
the same.
mustard
I don't know which is
seeds?
which.
Olives.
Oh, those are
olives.
olives. God damn it.
Those are seedless olives.
This is a mockery. C-Money gets no respect.
I see the trend. You don't like nothing that is kind of like acid tasting, like
I don't like anything
soury.
disgusting.
He hates
Okay?
mushrooms too.
Disgusting.
It
You
is
hate
disgusting.
mushrooms?
Oh, he
I
hates
mean-
mushrooms.
Yeah.
What do you
I hate
eat?
mushrooms too.
See? Thank you,
Oh my
Third
god, they're so good on a steak.
Yeah.
Alright.
And my real name is Mario
Mushroom.
too. Well, I'm Mario, but I still hate mushrooms.
Now that's funny.
Mario?
Yeah,
With
my
an A in
real
front of
name
it?
is Mario. I still hate
That's
mushrooms.
hilarious.
It's
That's kind of
get it.
So
funny.
your real
Mario.
name is Mario?
My
With an
real
A?
name is Mario. Yeah, with an A.
That's
Mario.
awesome.
I'm like
A
one.
Mario
I'm like
that
one
doesn't
Mario.
like mushrooms
Yeah,
Huh.
I don't feel much.
is the best type of Mario, I would say at this point.
I'm
Right?
like,
That
nah.
other Mario.
I don't.
It's
I don't
That's why.
Cracked
That's
out.
the reason why I can never commit to Nintendo. Okay, just don't like
The
it.
mushrooms.
That's it.
the
It's
mushroom, yeah.
mushrooms. I'm good. I'm good. You need a new
Yeah.
kingdom. All right. How about a grape kingdom? I like that one.
Olive
Grape,
Kingdom.
grape is
Nope.
in another
Like,
category.
like what Margit's got
Too
going
far.
on over there. He came ready with his mustard today, yo.
Mustard milkshake.
That
Oh
was
my god, I
wild.
went too
Yeah.
far.
That's disgusting. You see what happens? You give them an inch,
That's
they take
the
a mile,
fun.
bro. They're gonna start. Look, C-Money name is Alfonso Cornelius Mustard. No thanks. Okay. God damn it, guys. All right, this is serious business,
Oh,
right?
my bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
Shit is going south at Sony, and we need
Oh
to
yeah. Don't forget. Yeah.
microscope that shit and see what it means. What does it mean? Okay.
Steve Mushroom is my
Oh,
cousin.
wow.
All
Oh my
right, all right.
God.
Enough.
Yeah,
Enough.
it's
I'm
fucking
here.
with me. Holy shit. All right. So these studios have a bunch of layoffs. You got the studios shutting down. All right. Again, think about the studios that they made. They're already, what was it? Who was it? Deviation that they shut down or stopped making their game? They stopped partnering with them, or wasn't there another studio?
Yeah, Deviation Studios is one of those partnerships they had, and that went to
Well, they
Gone.
shit.
didn't they change. They changed. They fired some people, and then they changed the name of Deviation. to
That's
something else.
right. They
So
changed
now-
their.
I don't know what it is now.
I don't know.
It was like Deviation before, but now it's like
Something
I think it had like a
sad.
ninja
God
or
damn it.
something. I can't
Yeah.
remember.
terrible.
Yeah.
That happened.
But they
and
also
then
haven't made a game, right?
they had a partnership with the people doing the Knights of the Old Republic remaster remake, whatever
yeah.
it was.
That's
and
not
went
coming
to-
out.
That's
Aspire.
not happening.
Yeah.
That's fire. Exactly.
No.
That went to shit.
You can't put two
Um,
ass studios next to each other and be like, hey, create something great. You
No,
know, I,
that's like putting olives and mustards together.
God damn it, Doodle. God damn it.
Actually sounds interesting.
I mean,
Yeah.
facts.
Sorry, I had to.
Olives definitely don't go.
From my
mustard,
own woman.
That's for sure.
Right? You
It's
see
from
this
his
shit?
fault. Look at his background.
No, I'm trying not to on purpose, okay? I'm
He just
avoiding
generated that with.
bad.
Did he just generated that in AI? Like in 3 seconds, he had it. Did
No, he had that ready.
This is fucked up. This is fucked up.
Thank you, generative AI.
Ready for you, see.
Yeah, wow.
That's
Yeah,
actually
wow.
that's life size. That's right behind him.
That's
That's
really
real
bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Okay. Fucking PlayStation in there. Bullshit. All right. Listen. Okay. God damn it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys this. Are you
Yes.
guys shocked? Are you guys shocked that this happened?
No.
No, because I think we don't pay attention to the media, and we actually look at these documents, and we're like, oh, in the documents, Insomniac's like, oh, we're gonna lay off 10% of our staff, and then they make comments like, oh, we want to restructure our business. We look at little stuff like that and say like, well, it looks like one, they want to expand their business to reach more platforms, so that probably means more Sony games are going to be on PC day one. That probably means they want more of a mobile presence, and they said in this letter that they were like, oh, we want to change our teams to structure this new strategy that we're having. We basically, we're firing some people, but we don't want to do the old way of doing things anymore, which probably means they're getting rid of a lot of these teams, and they're not just going to go for AAA dad simulator first person sort of thing anymore.
But that's the
So-
problem, right? That's the
Yeah.
problem, right? Because that's literally the PlayStation fan base. And if anything has been clear, it doesn't matter if it's an exclusive or not. Motherfucking PlayStation players will not show up for your game if it doesn't meet that exact criteria.
They're barely showing up now,
Well, I
dude.
mean, look,
So
Helldivers 2,
that's the thing.
for all intents and purposes, a game that blew up on PC, right? And the PlayStation dude's like, I'm good. I'm all right.
Yeah.
Like 50 million consoles. It's it's also a reduced cost, right? It's not even $70. They're not even willing to spend $40 on a multiplayer experience. Sony thinks they're going to come out and do a $70 multiplayer experience later and have them show up. Come on, man.
I'd love to have the numbers on this, CMoney, as to how many of those players who bought it on PlayStation are actually primary Xbox players who went to PlayStation to play that game because they didn't want to play on PC.
Hargeet.
Facts, because we know that a lot of our
describe it as half of
timeline
them.
has swapped over, to be sure. A lot of the people on our timeline that are Xbox people were playing that game on PlayStation. So
yeah,
I
mean,
feel that
ecosystem, each platform has like platform habits of people. Like if you're on the Switch, there's certain games that you like to be on the Switch. You're a Switch person. That's why when Hi-Fi Rush rumors came out, people were like, oh, that makes sense for that game because those type of games are usually on the Switch, whether it's the style preference or what have you. PlayStation, same thing. They've been catered to this base. Now we're talking about the hardcore, right, with these scenarios, because if we're talking about the casual audience plays like 3 games. It's like Minecraft, it's Call of Duty, it's the FIFA every single year. It's a Madden, and those are the games they own. You go to their house, they have like 4 games, and those are it. So when you're talking about the audience of people who play games outside of those 4 games, who actually are like more so the hardcore base, they are pretty much within their ecosystem. They like to play certain games, and Sony fans like those type of games. Do they buy them all the time? That's what we're finding out. Are they actually buying a lot of these games?
they don't.
It doesn't seem like they are, because I think Jim Ryan and a couple of people said like they are not buying these games. It's not enough.
They're not enough.
Business model is not enough. So where do they go from here? Hargeet made a lot of good points of like, where do they go from here? We'll see.
But that's the thing. It's like a no man's land for them, right? Because the thing that they know, right, loses the money or doesn't make the money. Understand, this is the thing we got to be very, very clear about. Breaking even is not why Sony's in this business.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't want to hear that it broke even. They don't want to hear that it took 4 months to break even.
Yeah, or that will
right?
eventually break even for sure.
Yeah, they want something to come out and make them money.
Yes.
Right? If you break even, that means you're using your own money to fund the next one. You're not using the profits from your other games to make the next one.
And they don't just want to use the profit to make the next one. They want to make a profit.
Well,
you know,
and you're always in risk, right? Because if you're not using your profits to make the next one, then you're using what you have to make it. And if you lose on the next game, then you're down, right?
Yep.
As opposed to it having been profit. So, okay, well, shit, we didn't make as much, but at least it's there, right?
And they're not really investing in their services. Like that's where Xbox is killing it, because by focusing on the services front, you bring people like, let's say it makes it makes some money here and there, but I think Sarah Bond had a quote where it's like people who are on Game Pass spend more money on their services, like overall.
Yeah, Phil said it multiple times.
Yeah.
And I'm still shocked to this day when I see people who are telling me, yeah, I bought the game and it's on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, what the fuck? And they're like, well, I mean, it may leave Game Pass one day, so I'm gonna buy it now. It's like, oh shit, like that's not me. When it leaves, I'll cross that bridge when I get
to own it.
I mean, I bought a couple like that, but I mean, there is a hey, I like the game enough that, and they have deals. Usually when it's like getting close, they'll put it on sale. Plus you get like the 10%, 15% off. Or 20%.
Because you have
the thing,
right?
like yes, Power World.
So like,
everybody was saying, the game is this much right now. It's in Game Pass, but it's this much right now. I really like the game. If they take the game out, I want to still have the game.
Yeah, I bought all the Yakuzas because
you don't know what price it'll be.
I know they were so cheap, right? I started buying a couple of the golden ones. I'm like, it's like $10.
So, so you're in the same boat.
See,
you are what Sarah Bond's talking about.
And that answers the question. does having Game
that's
Pass
wild.
make people not buy your games?
No, you take the
No.
discount, you
The
buy.
attach rate is better on Xbox, so
I
people on
tend-
Xbox actually do buy games. They buy them more than
Mhm.
PlayStation.
I tend
users.
to do that for the indie games. I do that for indie games a lot, and I'm not gonna lie. I bought Hi-Fi Rush. I bought Psychonauts. I buy most of the Xbox Game Studios because yes, I know they're always gonna be a Game Pass, but I like these games so much, fuck it, I'll buy it. I
Yeah.
don't have no
And
problem
Sony
with that.
can't do that yet because they are on a different level financially. Like they're getting into a 10 billion lawsuit, which I guess we'll talk about at some point. But like they like because of the business model that they're kind of structuring themselves in, they're not all of their first party games are even in their service. So you're like, okay, you're telling the audience that this is an okay service. It's not like the best service, but you'll get some games here and there on PS Plus, like monthly or something like that. You're kind of telling your audience that. So people are not going to really invest as much as something like Game Pass, where they put all their first party games in there. They have the deal. So if you don't want to play a game on a Game Pass, you want to buy it, they're like, okay, here's Game Pass deals. Like Hargeet was just saying, like we will buy games on Game Pass because you can do that. You get deals just for having Game Pass.
Yeah,
So if you don't want to like rent a game, like people say, like you rent a game on a Game Pass, sure, then you can still buy it.
Yeah, that's something that always boggles my mind. Like that narrative on, Twitter and things like that. They pretend like you can't buy games on Xbox. For some reason, they always pretend that's not the case. You gotta pay for Game Pass, and that's it. That's the only way they access the game, which is not true.
All their narratives, dude. Every one of their narratives is about to get obliterated. There's just no way around it. These narratives have been dying this whole generation, and it's gonna keep happening.
Yeah,
facts.
I see a future where there is no more console wars. It's ecosystem wars. I can definitely see that being a future. It may take a while because I still, despite what all the thing is where people say Xbox is not going to have a console and stuff in the future, I don't believe that. We could get into discussion of that, but I believe that it's all about the ecosystem itself. So when you start putting Xbox Game Pass on like your TV and stuff like that, it's more about your preference towards the ecosystem. Like, okay, what does Xbox offer me as an ecosystem, not necessarily a box? And that's where it's headed, because consoles, the market is stagnant. And Phil sees this. The CEO of PlayStation sees this. Just basically that this market, every single generation, it stays at a certain number. It hits a ceiling. But mobile, PC, those are markets that it's growing. There's a lot of players there. There's more players on PC and mobile, which is why like it was really smart for Phil early on Xbox One to basically be like, okay, Xbox PC from now going forward. And I remember that was a weird mentality for people. Like putting a console game, like an exclusive on like PC. I remember that just being a foreign concept. Like people rejected it when it first happened. Now it's like becoming normalized, but it's smart to start expanding your games out, because what you find is, again, console market is stagnant. PC market it's like there's a lot you can do there. And if you treat your audience like with how Sony is doing, like release your game later, like I'll release it a year from now, the hype isn't as the same. You might it's just like you're not going to make the same amount of money as you did with something like Helldivers, where you release it one console, PC, same day. You see what it can do. It can be a powerful thing. And they're starting to see that.
Everything's
so
going to change.
Everything's going to change
with
it's hard for us because we're kind of like used to that fighting head to head with consoles, right? We're pretty much older right here. I don't know how old you guys are, but I've been at it since NES, right? Like,
we're gonna keep going. There's always gonna be I thought he just stopped.
Yeah, I thought so too. It froze, right?
I was like, he's about to make a point
spot for a long time. I was like, damn.
Yeah, right?
I was like, he's about to make a serious point. I'm like, ooh, all right.
I mean,
for some reason, this only happens every other day of the week except Mondays. Mondays when I'm in WBG, everything is perfect. Every other week, everything sucks. But what I was about to say, all I want to say is before everything cuts out again, I gotta check what's going on.
You've been console warring since the NES.
Nintendo,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. Let's cut that story. I'm just gonna say, the future is no longer a console in your house. It's a screen that can play a game in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's the real future. And yes, it's gonna be the ecosystem wars, but I also see that it's gonna be the handheld wars. And it's hard as good to say, but I think the Nintendo Wii U was right. They were right how to put their things on games and evolve into the Switch. And now you see all these handhelds going on with tremendous power, expensive but tremendous power for what we thought handheld could do.
I could see that. I can
And
see
then
the future
the
of console
wars
being a
is
handheld.
over.
I
think the wars is over.
Well,
It's
who do you
just a
think
screen
set
that can
themselves
play
up
games.
for success, Hargeet? Like Xbox. They've been...
So Xbox has already done that. They've positioned themselves to say, we don't care. Play wherever you want, right? And that's a Microsoft mentality, right? They'll put their stuff wherever. It doesn't matter. If it's not on Windows, fine. We just want to get you as a customer. So they'll put their stuff wherever, right? And that mentality has already sort of laid the foundations within Xbox. They're still giving you a platform, and they're still trying to placate us and say, no, core games will stay on Xbox. We're not going to move them anywhere. We're not damaging the brand. But they will eventually move those things over. It's going to happen because they don't care. Ultimately, it's going to be about they need to sustain their business. They'll give you a box if you want the box. But things are moving. It's going to be mobile and it's going to be TV. And the majority of players in like 30 years will never care about what a console is. It's just unfortunately the way it is.
We don't even,
and like at that point, it's just
it all
don't
comes
have as
back
a
to
device.
the fact that they're always ahead, right? They
They're
knew
always
that
ahead.
in order to
Exactly.
continue to grow, they're going to have everything everywhere and kind of go ahead and grow out of this little bubble, right? And I think that's why they got a head start a while ago.
And always way behind is PlayStation.
Well, I said to say that I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I think yes, day and date PC is happening sooner rather than later for PlayStation.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have a game coming out to late, like middle of next year. So
I do see. I will not be surprised that we're gonna start seeing PlayStation games coming to Xbox soon.
Okay,
Like,
so let's stop right there because
it.
I have it highlighted because that's 100% what I want to talk about. But before I do that, okay, I got to get the homie G Myers.
What's up, G
Who's going to send us on
Myers?
another tangent.
Thank you,
and then we'll
baby.
come back.
Let's
Will come back.
go.
The homie G Myers, man. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you so much, man, for being a member for 2 months, man. We appreciate you.
Fam.
Said, hey, fam, do you think it's a bad move financially if they release a PS5 Pro? This is the problem. I don't see what purpose they have because they have no games to play on the PS5 Pro. If they release it this year, they literally have nothing to play that's worthwhile. And this is not, I know people say, well, the Xbox Series X didn't have new games to play. Yeah, but that's the start of a new generation. This is just another day in the life of this generation, and nobody's gonna give a flying fuck about a PlayStation 5 Pro.
I think the PlayStation 5 Pro will solely be for the purpose of Call of Duty coming out.
I think the whole purpose is just GTA 6. I think GTA 6 is
not even coming out.
When is
it's next year?
Next year, but at the same time, like, what technology incentives do we have to buy the PS5 Pro for real? Like, what is it? AK? I'm not buying an AK TV. Stop it.
No, AK
I'm not giving them my money.
I already got a monitor that can do
like if Clown does enough.
I've seen people talking about DLSS. Like, first, this is an AMD machine. You're not going to have DLSS in that thing. That's going to have FSR.
Well, they're supposedly going to have a custom, capability like that, an AI capability that'll do upscaling. So you could run the game.
Sony on AI, I doubt it.
Well, it's not that, it's AMD.
No AI over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's AMD working with them. Oh wow. But I think that's what they're looking at. It's gonna supposedly it's like 14 T-flops, so it's slightly ahead of the Xbox Series X.
Which is
but they're gonna have a native capability to do upscaling, so they could bump it down a bit and then get your 60 frames. I don't know that GTA will care. Right. The assumption is that GTA 6 will decide to actually make a version that will actually run at 60 frames. They don't do it on console. All their games are 30. They don't do that on console. So I don't know that GTA will actually do 60 frames. People just assume they will. They might just say, oh, I have more room to do a little bit better. Cool. I'll just make it look better. right? I'll scale it up a bit more in graphics.
GTA 5 came out on the 360. Then it came out on the Xbox One and PS4, and it took it to the PS5 and Xbox Series X to get
at 60.
To get to 60. So it's like
you're gonna see
Red Dead Redemption.
Red
Dead Redemption is still not at 60.
It's 30. Yeah.
It's 30.
So like I don't know that that's gonna happen. The assumption that that's gonna be 60, I don't make that assumption. It's based on their history. I would not bet that it would happen. It's just not a good good bet. So is it gonna look a little better?
Yeah.
You have that delta today of 10 versus 12. Is it substantially better with PlayStation 5 versus Xbox Series X? You can barely tell. Is it going to be that much better from Series X to PS5 Pro? You're barely going to notice. It's just not going to be there. It's just not going to be there. I don't know that it's going to matter. To me, it's a waste of time. What it does do, though, it makes it tough for them to start their generation at the same time as Xbox. So it kind of guarantees Xbox will have a 1-year head start. If they do the 2026 thing, they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're not going to be and it's not because like they couldn't make the hardware. You have to have a dev kit 2 years ahead of time. They're going to screw themselves over because that dev kit has to have come out this year to give it to the developers to put their game on a console coming at the end of the year. And that means their developers had it last year, right? If they're going to do this, the next dev kit's next year for their developers, the year after. So it's going to be a while before they get, and they haven't even made anything yet. So you're looking at it's a year of dev time at least. Then you have a dev kit. Then you have a dev kit to your developers. You're looking at 2027 at the earliest. Whereas next year, Xbox could release their dev kit and start staging a 2026 next gen. They're screwing themselves to put this out. They are. Early. It's happening.
I mean,
but
the media.
They need a hybrid. I can't wait.
Oh wait, go ahead, 3-bit.
I was just gonna say media buys exist, so they'll say GTA 6 confirmed runs better on PS5 Pro.
Oh, yeah, of course. They'll make it a big parade.
Which means
what? Even though the game is being developed without the PS5 Pro at the mind right now.
It doesn't matter.
It'll run marginally better. They can have all the narrative. Here's the problem: Xbox One X substantially ran better for RDR2. Substantially. Yep. Did it matter?
Nope.
No.
It didn't make a dent at all. PS4 destroyed Xbox.
Yeah.
It's just it is what it is. It doesn't matter. The Xbox One X
that was the beginning.
The game out of the water. It was way better on One X. Way better. Doesn't matter.
It looked like the PlayStation 4 Pro version looked like there was Vaseline smeared all over it.
Yeah. It was substantial.
Yeah, the checkerboarding was terrible. The checkerboarding was terrible. Yeah, but at least they're going to play Pentiment at 240 frames per second.
There you go.
That's Pentiment.
That's something to celebrate.
We'll get to that.
I was about to say that, but Amit Kumar said it first in the chat. But yeah, like, hey,
oh my
you're going to read faster apparently.
Yeah, no, it's so I honestly I just don't see I don't see them doing it. I don't see how it would make any sense to spend the money. And did you guys see the there was like a rumor or some type of article that came out that supposedly PlayStation wants to make the PlayStation 6 like as powerful as humanly possible, and they'll wait as long as they have to be able to do that, which again kind of lends credence to the idea that 2028 was the mark that they set in court. You know what I'm saying? In the trial, they said that PlayStation 6 was looking to be out by 2028. I mean, I feel like if Xbox jumps 2026, it's going to be a game changer.
A huge game changer.
I think so too. And I need that handheld from Xbox. I need that hybrid system too.
Right?
They need to do it.
I want that so bad.
Yeah, I think the handheld is going to be the new console to battle against. Like, my handheld's better than your handheld, bitch. All right, your handheld sucks, bro. What are you rocking? 1080? We got 1440p up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling it.
So if the next gen is a substantial jump, which they're saying, at some point you get diminishing returns. So, okay, it might be more powerful, but like I'm looking at the 5090 that's coming out, and I'm saying, what do I gain? Right? What is the 5090 over a 4090? Right? So, CMoney, you got one. You got a 4090.
AI tech. Is
I got a 3090.
You know, and you're right, 3-bit. Maybe it's AI, right? Mm-hmm. But the AI is is going to be supplemented in cloud much more than it's going to be on the system itself. So we'll see. They'll have some capability local, but are you expecting the next gen to be something that just gives you more AI? Like at some point, it's got to be about what you can do locally and then supplement in cloud. Because cloud is unlimited, right? You can do whatever you want in the cloud and just keep adding more and more and more. And I think that's kind of where things are trending. Your local device, especially when you're looking at mobile is taking over, is just going to be able to run the game. And at some point, you just don't have any more to do. It runs so well that you're like, okay, I don't know what to do beyond this, right? I'm looking at like Cyberpunk and saying this is 100+ frames with 4K, and I've got path tracing. Okay, what's next? What more am I going to get?
I mean,
right?
Listen, I still have big ambitions for where graphics can go. You still can go look at a movie like Toy Story 4.
Yep.
And
yeah, you're right.
I do that.
and
I
be
do that on
like,
4090.
we are so far away from game makers being able to do that, right?
That's
Can it be
just
done
work,
exclusively
right?
on
Well,
a
you know how
4090?
expensive
Yes,
that
but you don't make
is.
exclusive
Yeah.
4090
But
games. You know what I'm saying?
money.
I
Sony
think
is having problems to produce something like that right now.
That's
Now
the
imagine
problem.
how expensive that is if you're
Yeah.
gonna put that on a
But
20-hour
It can be
game.
done.
let's also not forget that AI is going to help reduce some
Yeah,
of
the
those costs
technology has
What was the
changed.
because
demo?
it's
There was
going to do things.
there was a
think the
demo of a
biggest-
game where you were like walking into a building, it's an empty building, and then you were trying to shoot the bad guys, whatever. It looked like a real movie. Do you remember
Yes.
that demo?
Oh,
It
I
was like a
remember.
year
Yeah,
ago.
Yes.
recorded or unrecorded.
Something like that, right?
Something.
Right?
The
Okay.
recorded one that he's like a yeah.
No, but there was a game that was in game. That was in game engine.
Yeah,
that
that was in game. Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, that was the name of the
And
name
so-
of the game. It's
Yeah,
recorded.
it had
That's-
like a body
that's
cam.
something
It
you
looked
do
like
today.
a body cam.
Yeah, and
Yes.
it was a body cam based like view, right? But like, so
Yep.
that's something you could do today, right? So you could do that
Yeah.
today.
Somebody
on your
modded
49.
that in Cyberpunk and put a body cam type camera that mimicked that,
Exactly.
and it
That's
looked
pretty cool.
crazy.
right?
No,
But-
and again,
But that's what I'm saying. So the capability for that is there today. At some point, it's like, what more do you want? So I think the next console is probably the end. I don't know that you need
I think
something
that's the
beyond that
last
as far as
console.
power.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
and
And
cloud
so
and AI will supplement it the rest of the time.
and I'm sure Microsoft is looking at that. They can see that, right?
Yeah,
And say,
they
all
just
right,
had a big deal with Intel.
like, what do I need to do to make this
Don't they have to deal
console
with Nvidia too?
so good that it's gonna be it?
Didn't Nintendo, I
For sure.
thought.
I think the
No,
biggest
Nintendo's
problem
using Nvidia.
and
Well,
Well,
Yeah,
Nintendo's
yeah,
using
they are.
Nvidia, but I
Yeah.
heard there was some type of deal with Microsoft and Nvidia on something.
the biggest
they?
thing, what was it?
No, I heard
Intel.
They were talking
they
about.
had-
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Microsoft had a huge deal with Intel. I think it was said it was worth like 30 billion, 15 billion,
15 billion or something like that. Yeah.
something big. But I think the biggest problem in development, and this is something I've seen when I worked at Ubisoft, is there's two things. I think there's a problem where when you start relying on tech, where you have all this new technology coming in, like upscaling
Send you something new.
techniques. You have Unreal Engine 5. Oh, look, what are all this stuff I could do with Unreal Engine 5?
Get it?
The biggest problem I've seen within development from even studios I worked at is they rely on those technologies to optimize experiences for them. That's one big problem I've seen, and then the other problem is of course the market power. Let's say it is PlayStation, so you optimize for whatever PlayStation has, and then you port it to other consoles. That happens all the time. So if Xbox has all of these new things in their box that they put for the next system, it's like it almost doesn't matter for a lot of companies because they will prioritize whoever the market leader is, which is PlayStation. So it's like
But
a
that's
mixture
why
of
jumping
different-
early.
This is where
That's
Go
why
ahead.
jumping early cleans that slate. Because
there's
if
two
you're
parts
you
to that.
have,
But yeah, go ahead.
you have
Sure.
to make it. Well, go ahead, Hargate.
Yeah, so no, you're totally right. It's going early, but it's the second piece that I've been pushing for, which is look, it's already like 60% Windows. That's what is on an Xbox anyways. And I just say make it Windows 12 is the virtual part that runs the Xbox game is just Windows 12. So at that point,
The kernel.
you've got
the
a
kernel of
PC
Windows
based
12.
hardware. Yeah. So
Nice.
the PC hardware is what you're running anyway. Just make it so that the game is you develop it for PC, and yes, you can optimize to the bespoke box, right? But it's just an AMD GPU with an AMD CPU running on Windows, right? So now it just makes it a little bit easier because you're going to run it on Windows anyway, right? So it just makes it a little bit easier on the dev cycle to say it's just Windows. You're just deploying to the Microsoft Store. That's it. That's the only difference. If you want to optimize to this piece of hardware, we'll tell you what the specs are. Go ahead and do that, right? That's where it becomes so much easier because now you've totally eliminated all that barrier. You're totally right, because the problem is like the Linux dev kit that they have to use for PlayStation is quite a bit different, right? It is a full different thing. You have to have a dev kit, you have to have a box and run it to that box and make it work right. When you just say it's literally Windows, just deploy it to Windows.
You don't need a dev kit.
You don't need a dev kit. It's just Windows. Here's our spec. Enjoy. Right? So you can build your own. We don't care. Just build your own machine. We'll tell you how to switch Windows into that mode. Have fun. Right? Yeah. It totally changes the game. With, like, pun intended. So I think that is a way to make it so much easier. They already combined them as far as the SDK, right? And it just becomes you want it on Xbox, sure, right? But it is still a little distinctly different because you need a dev kit. And I'm just saying, take that out. Just make it Windows 12 and say you're targeting, and put it on Steam. Don't care. Just have to target the Windows Store, the Microsoft Store, and you're done. That's it. It's now on Xbox. Done. Right? Yeah. If they could get to that level, boy, does that make the dev cycle so much easier for Xbox. And it takes away all the barriers.
I mean, it sounds simple enough, but are they going to use it though? Because it's always happens every generation. They have this new things and they don't end up using any of those. So
yeah, I mean, that's why if they make it just part of the actual how you're making the game, it's not even a choice at that point. You're making it that way anyway. I mean, it definitely could be a big thing.
Because then you just work with with Unreal, you work with Unity, you work with the big engines out there, CryEngine, whatever. You just work with all of them and say, how do we make it work best with the latest hardware? Ultimately, those folks are already going to do that anyways. They're already going to go to AMD, they're already going to go to NVIDIA, and they're all going to say, oh, how do I take advantage of your GPU? How do I take advantage? So you're already going to do that anyway. So it's like, okay, cool. What am I really changing here? It's still RDNA 4, 5, whatever it is. It's Zen 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, right? You're going to take advantage of it anyway, right? So it just makes it so much easier. The barrier of entry becomes so small, and suddenly the whole idea of not having games come to you is all gone.
Yeah,
even the PlayStation
needs to not rely on that stuff, because I've seen where they just rely on new tech to optimize the games for them. That happens way too often. Like, oh, I have all this. A lot
of PC games have suffered from that, haven't they? Right? They come out so unoptimized. And you're like,
you're like, oh, you guys got powerful PCs now. Let the game
let it handle it.
Let it handle it, and that happens. See, and that's why I will never agree with like people saying Series S is a potato, because like that's just a different spec. Like if you're building a game for PC, you're already building for multiple specs. You're building for different graphics cards that usually range below a Series S. So when all that stuff came out with Baldur's Gate, I was like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. And two, Series S maybe it's a potato to you, but it runs so many games very well. And if you're building a game for PC, then you can automatically assume that you should be optimizing for multiple specs. It's just I remember Reforge was saying Series S sucks, and I won't get into that. But
all these ponies have their.
So far, there's not one game has skipped the Series S. So
yeah, exactly. Everything works. And
everything works well. And sometimes even better than the Series X and PS5.
That's possible too. Absolutely.
Frame rate.
Absolutely.
It's running games, right? PlayStation's
it's running next gen games that are new, where PlayStation does not have that. Verg Brizzle, thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you so much,
baby. Thank you for rocking with us.
Sorry I had to make you wait for this. Says it's funny how quiet the Xbox doom and gloomers are. Yo. Dead ass, that's 100% correct. Where they at?
Where are they at?
Where are they?
Let's go.
Nobody's talking shit now, right? Because what? Look, the mighty have fallen. PlayStation has to let people go. The motion is in play now. We already see that all this does is signify that everything's in motion to get those margins where they want it to be. that's happening going forward, which means right now they took these cuts. That's stage one. Then you're going to have, what are they going to do to the games? How are they going to scale those games back? What are they going to cut from the games? Those are all going to be the next parts of this. And I kind of wanted to talk about that further too anyway, but like that's where we are. Cutting costs is the only way to increase their margin because more people are not buying their games. Okay. Obviously, they're going to go day and date on PC. Yes. They're going to go figure out some version of mobile, right? Which we don't know what that means for them yet, right? And that also means at some point they're going to come to Xbox. And we're going to talk about that again. Like I said, Joey did, but 100% for all the doom and gloomers, everybody staying quiet. And where's the PlayStation doom and gloomers? Where are they?
Nowhere. They don't even acknowledge these things. They
So
don't even give any light to it.
yeah, just to give you one that does, right? So we were on today with Boom with Mr. Badbit. He is one of those who does actually call all this stuff out, and he piled in on them like this is all the stuff that you guys need to fix. This is just not good. I've been seeing the patterns. He's been calling it out. There are a few people like that, but you're right. I mean, Doodle, most people that's not really.
Let's just
Not
say,
enough to be all over Twitter.
And not
where
in a
are
way-
the bots that were upset about everything else? How about come out and call this out?
Yeah, and he's not doing it in a way to make an impact because I haven't heard a goddamn word from him over on Twitter. I don't see anywhere where he's.
Yeah, I don't know if he's on Twitter or not. He has a channel, and they put up videos. But
yeah, he's on Twitter. The point is that it's one thing to say it on a podcast that people may or may not hear. Another thing where on Twitter things can circulate, things can get bigger and go further.
Oh, we saw what happened with the rumors and how
Yeah,
far
it's just
went.
nobody's out there doing what people were doing to Xbox, right? Spreading all this crazy FUD. Let's go find the deep divers into PlayStation's HQ and figure out what all the soon to come problems are going to be, right?
What does this mean for PlayStation, guys? Can we just get that dramatic,
wouldn't
announcement?
it be nice if you had media articles?
What does this mean?
Yeah.
Right, media
Where are
articles
they?
like. So where are
Where's
these games that should
IGN?
be crossing
Where's
over to
GameStop?
Xbox? And
No.
When is Final Fantasy VII coming to Xbox? Instead, it's
Facts.
when is Starfield or something coming to
That's the thing
100%,
that
man.
I'm always asking myself. Like, if you're pushing for Xbox to share their games, which apparently is the right move, right? You're seeing the industry how it's going. Everything needs to be on multiple platforms in order to survive. Why not do the same with PlayStation and Nintendo? I know Nintendo's its own pocket dimension. They're different. But PlayStation, why can't we ask the question? Why can't we say, hey, we want these games to survive? Why not put Helldivers on Xbox? Why not bring Final Fantasy?
Play Zelda on my Xbox.
I will love to play Zelda at 60 frame rates, like for real. Like I will love to play the original 3 God of War remasters on my Xbox. They're not doing anything on their stores. You got what's this game that flopped for a PlayStation that sold like 7 million copies? That is a zombie game. Days Gone.
Days Gone.
Days Gone.
Days Gone is just Days Gone is just sitting there. Literally, Days Gone is just sitting there doing nothing. Exactly. So
And
if
they-
it's
what beef
doing
do they
nothing,
have with
port
them,
it
by the way?
over. Port it over. Believe me, there's gonna be at least 3 million Xbox. They're gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it. Why not? I bought MLB The Show because I didn't know it was gonna be 4 years in a row on the Game Pass. I bought the first one. So look, if it's gonna make these people keep their jobs and it's gonna have these studios healthy and to make the next big project, bring them over. Let's help everybody.
I've
Bring
been
these
saying
walls
put their
down.
games in PC
Bring
Game
these
Pass.
walls down. Exactly.
PC
Do
game,
it.
just like they did with Death Stranding, dude. It was already done.
But that push is not happening. It's only happening when is Starfield going to the PlayStation. That's the only freaking question. But not
And
when
I
it's
think
God of
Hiroki
War.
Toki
might do it.
Yo, Hiroki was
Okay,
on the plan,
it's a
dude. And Home and
one-sided
Her,
situation.
he actually restated it. And again, I want to get to the super checks. I do want to talk about that because everybody's gonna ignore this, but we're not gonna. I'm not gonna. I don't give a shit. what
Let's
anybody
go.
says. Adidas 20, the homie.
What's
Thank you,
up,
brother, for
baby?
being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat.
Thank you so
Says
much.
sending 3-bit shredded mushrooms with light mustard sauce. God damn it.
Why you gotta do me like that?
See,
Oh,
you don't
damn,
like
3-bit,
mushrooms. See,
you're
so
getting it
now.
too.
No, I
Hey,
like
hold on, do you like
mustard.
mustard?
Right?
We talked to you before.
We-
What did you
we
say
talked
about
about
the mustard?
I said I like mustard with ketchup and
yes, with
on like a
ketchup.
hot dog or something, but I wouldn't eat it alone.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep,
I
exactly.
need it on something.
And
but
you got
mushrooms,
and mustard.
And
You're fucking
mustard?
wrong.
Mm. Yep.
Man,
All right, that's
I
They
know
that's
double
about that.
banged you.
Double banged you.
Hmm.
They double
That's just
banged
messed
you.
up.
Yep. They gave them both.
Gave
Yeah,
them
that-
both. God damn
Yep.
it, Doodle.
I don't know
God
about
damn
that.
Wild.
Doodle.
Oh my goodness.
The homie
Messed
right
up.
here gave it, man.
Right, yo,
Thank you,
what's up,
brother, for being here.
baby?
Thank you for that $2 super chat. It says 3-bit leader of the Mushroom Kingdom. Hashtag C Mustard saves. What the fuck?
What is up with y'all? I don't like mushroom. All right.
It's happening, bro. You're being
Can't do it.
indoctrinated.
Wait, hold on.
This is the way
Didn't
it works.
Mario in the movie didn't like mushrooms either? Or am I crazy?
He did
Doesn't like
not.
mushrooms.
He
Yeah,
did
Oh
not.
yeah.
exactly.
Oh yeah.
Because mushrooms are trash.
Yeah.
Dan Lazaro, thank you, my brother, for being here.
What's up,
Player, thank you for that
love?
$2 super chat. Says they used to say Jim Ryan was a great businessman.
Mhm.
They used to say.
They used to say.
They used to say. Now they call him the
He's a
old
great
man who
businessman
retired.
for his competition.
Yeah, great stock manager, right? He knew how
Oh
to
my
get out
gosh,
at the
he
exact
definitely
moment.
knew how to run in the other direction. Why is Jim Ryan not in jail? Why are we not looking into this? This is wild. This dude
He did a
came
little
and
bit of
cashed
insider
out
trading though.
at the right time.
Didn't he?
Hardcore inside trainer. Fact.
He sold his stock
At the
before
exact
the
peak.
downfall.
I know he sold his
Yep.
stock, he fired people, and then he was like, "Peace."
Yeah, so
Like,
Useless. And he had a
I'm out.
retirement. He shut down the studio with his retirement party. Like, hey,
Wild,
know.
yo.
love the studio. What's
This
good,
dude's a
fans? Let's
savage.
party.
Yeah, let's party. Let's
By the way,
dance.
you're
Let's
done.
eat some cake. And you're all fine.
Glorious.
Jim
It's
Ryan
glorious.
is a
Shut
savage.
this bitch up.
All right, and
That's
now let's
wild.
shout out the homie Mash.
Thank
Oh,
you
Mash, the
so
homie,
much.
man. Thank you, my brother.
Thank
Appreciate you.
you. Thank
He
you.
went ahead and he gifted 5 on
Thank
point
you.
memberships, man. Thank you so much, brother. Y'all know what to do.
Yes, tell them, baby.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Shout out to all our new members. Thank you for rocking with us. And Mash, thank you, my brother, for being
Ash,
here.
thank you.
And thank you for gifting that for us, man. We appreciate you, homie. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, now I do want to get to this thing that's been sitting in the back this whole time. Okay, we've had the CEO of Sony come out say the games are going to be ubiquitous. Okay, anywhere there's computing power, their games are going to be. Okay, and then we have Hiroki Totoki say that you have the games coming to multi-platforms. Okay, so it's going to be multi-platform.
Such as-
It's going to come to other places, other platforms like PC. Okay, and people said, no, it's just PC. Okay, Hiroki comes out again, says we're going to go to your PlayStation 5, PCs, and other platforms. But again, people still
Again.
with the bullshit. Now, Herman Hulse right here says, as well as launching games on additional devices such as PC and mobile. Let me help you out real quick before you sound like a dumb bitch. Okay. If he wanted to say they're going to be launching games on PC and mobile, he would have wrote as well as launching games on PC and mobile, not on additional devices.
Such
No.
as.
For
C-Money.
example,
No,
a
he's
PC
saying
and
PC
mobile.
twice. He's saying
Oh
it twice.
yeah, PC and mobile.
PC and
Mobile.
PC.
Like if it's not
Twice.
And
PC,
mobile.
it is not mobile. What the fuck else is left to bring the fucking games to? God, these people are stupid.
So it
Go.
could be cloud. Maybe that's what they're talking about,
No,
right?
that's not a device. It's a device. They say
but yeah, right. So
device.
they could have just said that.
Yep,
So
exactly.
because I mean, the device there would be like TVs, right, or something like that. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they would say it, right? They don't want to say Xbox right now, so they're not saying it. But they
They're
or
not gonna
Switch.
mention
Let's
it.
never
Or
discount
Dancing
Switch.
that.
around it. Like,
they keep dancing
Yes.
around it.
leave it
Kinda
to
what
the
Xbox does.
line.
You
It's a
think,
circle
fucking,
jerk.
you think Jim Ryan's over on fucking Dancing with the Stars the way he tiptoes around this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, just it's happening.
Is
They
this Jim
keep
Ryan or
telling
is this
you.
Herman?
Oh, this one's Herman.
It's
This one's Herman.
inevitable.
This is Herman.
But
right?
But
Okay,
all
yeah,
three of them said that though. All three of them
Yeah,
said
all three
similar
said-
words.
You know why they're not saying it,
Phil
right?
uses. It's
Yeah,
the same words
we know.
Phil uses. For some reason, everybody wants to read between the lines. Phil says, but none of
Exactly.
these. They're
Thank
like,
you,
no,
Joey.
this is
Exactly.
Everybody wants
literally.
to dissect
Come on.
freaking Phil Spencer's words, but come on, this is clear as day, and they don't want to see
Yeah.
it.
No, they don't want to say it, and they're in
And in a
denial.
lot of cases, so go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, in the case of Phil, it's usually in an interview where he's trying to construct stuff in his head and talk off the cuff, right?
Yes.
This is written. This is vetted.
Yes.
This is not something off the cuff.
Yes.
Right? For like 3
Unless
months.
approved by PR.
I'm telling you,
Read it
fam,
again. Let me hear it one
Like
more
I said
time.
what I
before you
said.
put this out there.
is right there, bro. And these people are gonna keep denying it. And I'm telling you, what pisses me off. This is what pissed me off. It's even Xbox dudes who refuse to acknowledge it going to fucking console, a Switch or Xbox. Even them, they're like, yeah, well, it's going to PC and mobile. That's the plan. Then what are these
It's
other additional devices? Huh? Tell me.
I'll say this. In my defense, I was one of those, like, because looking at
Joey,
their,
we converted you.
well, looking at their evidence, like, how they were before, I'm like, that's not happening. After today, what happened this morning? Nah, forget it.
You want to see the evidence? You want to see the evidence? Let me tell you the evidence. This is going to be, if this doesn't just enlighten you forever, then I don't know how I can help you. The $3 trillion company said, fuck it, let's put some games over on PlayStation.
Yeah.
Okay, the $3 trillion company. You don't think the Brokeback Mountain PlayStation can fucking afford to stay off of Xbox?
No. That's the thing. This year,
they're
we know
broke bitches. They can't afford shit.
Let's put it this
fucking
way.
kidding me? They're salivating Microsoft. They're
Yes.
like, oh my god, I want that
No,
Xbox money.
But
They're just
think of this
afraid
way.
to put the tip in. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh,
Just
just the
thinking
tip.
about this
Can we
way.
just do just the tip? And,
But think of it this way.
that's what they want.
Sony board members are
show,
going to look at
baby.
this, right? Just
I mean,
think
it
of
happened
this
with
way.
MLB The
Sony,
Show.
no, but here's the thing. If you look at what's going to happen this year alone, Sony board members are going to look at this. Xbox is porting 4 games in quotes, right? Because there's more than 4 games because COD is going over there. Whatever
Elder
new
Scrolls
season
Online,
of Diablo's
Fallout
over there.
76.
Elder Scrolls Online. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 games plus the 2 online, which is Call of Duty and whatever Diablo is doing. Then you have Warzone doing another season also. That's 7 games. Plus Xbox alone is doing another 4 games. That is Hellblade, Indiana Jones, Towerborn, whatever, exclusive to their box, right? Look at all the launches. Plus the games are on Nintendo. That's over 10 to 11 games launched by Microsoft itself.
You're missing things like
Sony's
Elder Scrolls Online seasons, etc. Right?
Sony's going to look at that. And Sony's going to look at that. And they're going to be like, and the board member's going to ask this question: why can't we do the same? That's going to be the question. Like,
Bro,
what is taking?
I'm telling you, they already had those
The
discussions.
amount of money
They're just
Xbox is going to do,
to
even though I don't like Hi-Fi Rush. I don't like Hi-Fi Rush going to PlayStation. That's me. But the amount of money Microsoft's going to do this quarter, just by doing that dumb shit, Sony's going to be like, yeah, we're going to rethink our strategy to put our games in places such as PC and other places because this shit is fucked up. That's what they're going to say.
He said that in the past, we needed exclusives to make our console look appealing. In the past, he told you that that's a past tense way
No one
of
wants
thinking.
to hear it,
They're
dude.
not
No
thinking
one
about
wants to
that
see
shit
it.
no more. They're thinking about the money. You know why? Because you broke ass PlayStation motherfuckers don't buy shit on the console. And they're sick of making these games for your bitch asses, and you don't play it. All you do is go on Twitter and talk about them like, oh my God, we're going to get Baldur's Gate 3. It's going to be so great. And then Baldur's Gate 3 comes, nobody buys it. Final Fantasy 16. Oh my God, the new Final Fantasy. This is so amazing. I'm so
Yeah, they
excited.
play Brokeback
Nobody
Mountain.
buys
on
it.
2
Pornhub.
million.
Wait,
2 million.
They're
Yeah,
like, I
yeah.
can't
They
stop
broke records on
jerking off
this
to play
somehow.
a game.
But they somehow
Until
are
they make
on.
a one-handed device to play the game on, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do it. This is their
It's-
fucking problem. Okay, this is why Hiroki Totoki's like, you know what? The fuck with you guys. All right, we're gonna go where people actually pay. All right. And he knows by the MLB numbers that
6-1.
Xbox players buy the same game that comes out on PlayStation 6 times more.
7.
7.
7
Sure.
now? Oh,
I think it's 7. I think it's 7.
Sure. 6 or 7. Okay.
Yeah, one
Either
of
way,
It's
PlayStation's fucked
ridiculous either
with
way.
their bullshit. Okay. So what's happening is Hiroki Totoki got together with his gang of people out there, like, yo, this is happening. These developers, yeah, they know how to make a game, but they dumb as fuck with business. They have no idea how to make this work right. They're spending way too much money. We're not getting a return. I need you to cut everything. First thing was layoffs, and that sucks, but it is the start.
It's the start. Yep.
It is the start, and they will do more cutting back on the games, and then they're going to put them everywhere. And guess what? You're going to have to wait about 1.5 years to find out. But you know what you're not going to have to wait for? MLB The Show. We just got it in Game Pass. Thank you so much, Sony. Destiny, we still out here playing that. Guess who owns that? Oh, Sony does, right? And we know for a fact Marathon's coming our way. Seems like they're already getting used to the idea of having games on Xbox that they own. That's funny. That's funny. What I can't wait is for the meltdown. I can't wait for the first game to be announced coming to Xbox and the ponies literally self-destructing. It's going to be glorious. That's the one thing that I don't think they'll be able to self-soothe for.
Well,
I
we'll
don't know.
see. We have like people like Colin already saying like, yeah, I've always said that PlayStation should go to PC, and in the past he did not say that.
yeah.
Clowns.
Um,
Of course not.
it's interesting. I think going forward, we'll see. I'm interested to see which first title they decide that with, whether like PC day and date, maybe later Xbox, or however they decide to do it on Switch and stuff like that. I do wonder strategically what is gonna, because they have to start changing people's mindsets to that being a normal thing. Just
You know
like
what my
squeeze
guess
their
is gonna
audience
be?
into it.
I can tell you right now what I think is going to be.
Which game?
Based off of Phil Spencer's past, when he said, man, I'm playing this game called Brotato and I like it. So guess what?
Yeah.
I want that shit on Xbox. And what happened? He got that shit on Xbox, right? Well, he did mention another game. That other game was Helldivers 2. And he
Oh.
said, I don't know who it benefits
He
for
did.
Helldivers 2 to not be on Xbox. Now, let's understand that Phil is King Dingling of gaming at Microsoft, okay?
King
For him to openly say, why isn't PlayStation releasing this game on Xbox? Maybe he
Easter egg?
Maybe he feels like there is a way to make something like that happen.
Yeah.
Well,
For
maybe
sure.
it is
And-
happening.
Maybe
and we
that
don't
was just
see
a
it.
hint.
And to
Just
make
saying.
it
They love
clear,
doing
like,
that.
because I see like some people in chat, like they said they were hurt by Hi-Fi Rush. Some people are pointing out like Cage said,
I
if we
was-
lose
I
State of
was.
Decay, I'm gonna cry. I still do
was.
think exclusives are a part of their plan. With Xbox, I do
Yeah,
feel like
they-
it's a
they have the
transition
money.
point, right? Because Xbox, again, they see the future, they see where the market is headed. They're usually ahead of the curve when that happens. They usually just try to set themselves up to have that mentality. Sometimes they do it way too early, like the Xbox One generation when they tried to introduce policies like always online, which people are attuned to now, like always being online. But back then they were like, what, always online? No. Now that's like a normal thing. So I think with these 4 games, it was a test in a lot of ways. I wouldn't have done it, but they are seeing something in the market where they're like, okay, we need to start putting these games on other places. I still do think exclusives are a part of their wheelhouse. I just
100%.
eventually I
Absolutely.
see it getting to a place where they're like, okay, let's just like start making it more of an ecosystem, putting stuff in place, a lot more stuff in place. They already put a bunch of games on PlayStation.
So
Yeah.
I honestly I don't think that as much as we thinking maybe consoles won't be around or whatever the case is, I still think that they're going to have a substantial amount of exclusives. And I still believe that they're going to be the biggest ones. I don't think they're going to put their biggest stuff elsewhere. And that's simply because they don't need to, right? Like the other ones make sense because for them, again, if you listen to what Phil said, it was about further investment, right? That's what this move was for, right? Across the board. Sea of Thieves and Grounded, it was about them investing more into those games, and they needed to have a place where doing that investment can possibly see a big return, right? With having big growth on a platform that it wasn't on before, right? So that made sense there. And then when it came to the single player games, it was about, well, whether or not this game is worth making a sequel for. And then he said whether it's worth making other games like it. So when I hear all that, it's pretty easy in my mind to start shuffling around. Hi-Fi Rush is the one they're wondering whether they should make a part 2 and invest more in it,
They
right? So they
should.
put it out
I'll
there,
pay
see what it
$100 for
does.
it.
And then Pentiment is the one that they're seeing if they should make other small games like it from people like Josh Shore who wants to, make these small games. So when you look at that and the way he broke it down very succinctly, like he didn't just say, you know what, we're testing this out, we're gonna put games over there. He was like, no, he gave the reasons for everything, and that's why I was okay with it because there's no reason why you would put Starfield over there outside of just saying, "Oh, we give up. We can't do it. So here we need PlayStation to save it." Right? But smaller stuff, live service stuff, I mean, that makes sense, right? It makes sense. And if that means we have to have a timed exclusive on smaller games when they come out, whether they're a big success or not, and then they go elsewhere for us to keep getting the investment they're making in the big titles that they're doing. Because again, I'll go back to it. I said it once before, but they have not. When Phil said those things he said, nothing changed against what he said until the ABK deal. Okay. So he didn't put a game on PlayStation before the ABK deal. He kept everything the way he said it all the way up until that point, right? Now, the ABK deal has happened, right? It's in the past. These statements were made post ABK deal. So this is now the new benchmark of what he has said, right? These are the words he has out there. So unless there's some major new inflection point where he has like, I don't know, he buys Nintendo. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Xbox is a monster now. I feel like people are forgetting that, like, how many games are in development right now compared to PlayStation. They are set
Facts.
up to have like 3, 4, 5 games per year, while PlayStation had to announce like we're not going to have first party game till like next year, April 2025, whatever. Like
If that.
it took them a while to get to this point where they can just be like, okay, from now on, you are getting like some games like every single year. Like bam, 2024, you're getting possibly South of Midnight, you're probably Indiana Jones, et cetera, right? Next year, you're gonna get this. Like they have so many studios, and Sony can't compete on that same level with having that many studios. The benefit of having so many studios is you can set yourself up to like, oh, this game is ready, but we could push an extra year or so in this game. Well, because why not? Because we already have this launching on the platform, so you can like basically put some chess pieces together of these studios when to even launch games because they have so much. So they are like a monster now with ABK, because now you're gonna Sarah Bond was like, we're gonna put all the ABK games on Game Pass. So yes, there was negativity for a lot of people, like basically people throwing their Xboxes in the trash and stuff like that. Like these 4 games, they're going to other platforms. But to me, like there was also some things in there that you could look like, okay, this is where the industry is headed in terms of third party games. Sony just announced like, oh, we're trying to change our strategy to what we typically would do. We're trying to expand to more platforms. You see Sony doing it. And Xbox is like, hey, we're putting these 4 games on. We're going to test these out, et cetera, et cetera. That's where the industry overall is headed. You can't just say like only Xbox is doing it. That's just, we're gonna have ecosystem wars. Now you can comment on maybe the messaging side, which Hargeet kind of pointed to. Like messaging side is something Xbox needs to work on. Where you have Phil's statements of saying like, hey, you can games where Xbox what was it, Game Pass exists, games where Game Pass exists is where you can find these games, essentially something like that.
It's for
Which
Game
we
Pass.
see with these 4 games, like that's not the case, right? These games are going to a place where Game Pass doesn't exist. So like, okay, that is a change in strategy. That's some messaging that if you are not completely following Phil on, you might not get. You're like, oh, I don't understand that. But that's something Xbox needs to work on in the future. But at the end of the day, this is where the industry is headed for all 3 platforms. And if you were to choose which one is headed or basically stamped for the future, it is probably Xbox. PlayStation, they're kind of running, trying to catch up to the strategy that Xbox has basically set in foundation years ago. Like they set this foundation like 4 or 5, 10 years ago, while PlayStation's like, oh wow, I think this is a good idea. They're just starting. So yeah, I mean, people can say some negative things about it. I understand, like the 4 games coming, like, oh, that shouldn't be, that's hurting your brand, etc. Sony's probably going to do the same thing. Sony does this thing where they wait for Xbox to do something, and they like, how cold is that water? Like, can I do it too? And they're like, no, okay, I'll wait a little bit, and then they do the same thing. I mean, this happened with the firing. Like, the Xbox fired a bunch of people. They got the media backlash. Sony did it. You see like maybe an article about it, like because Xbox already did it. You're like, oh well, now it's a media, now that's a worldwide thing. Like all these different companies are doing it, so that
Xbox
therefore
ripped the band-aid for us. Yeah,
that happens throughout. It's happened for a while. Xbox has always sort of jumped in and tried something, and Sony's like, I'll wait see what the reaction's like, and then they do it. So I mean, it is what it is. These 4 games are the test bed. CMoney, I haven't seen it phrased like that before. Like, well, how you were breaking down the reasons for those 4 games, it really made me think. I was like, oh yeah, that's actually some good points there. I haven't seen it phrased like that before. I was like, because to me, the mentality is like, consoles, we talked about this earlier in the podcast, consoles are the smallest base. So I'm like, why do you want to put your games on the smallest base of consoles? But it really is a test for them, I think, to see basically the strategy of these 4 games. I mean, when you play Sea of Thieves on PlayStation, guess what? You have to log on a Microsoft account. You got to have a Microsoft account. So they definitely are testing things. They are playing chess. They're definitely playing chess in a lot of these situations.
4D chess on these
people just need to kind of
They're like, oh, what are you
and listen, when a company with over 40 studios grabs 4 games and put them elsewhere, then it's like, okay. But a company with a handful of studios puts 4 games elsewhere, that's a different conversation.
Like, you just took 3 years of games.
You just so we're just talking about different things altogether.
Before we keep going, let me get the homie Abdel.
Abdel,
thank you, brother,
what's
for being
up,
here.
baby?
Thank you so much, man, for being a member for 1 month, man. Says,
thank you.
Who should I believe, Phil Spencer or pathetic begging ponies?
That's a tough one.
Choice. Talk that shit. Fuck the doom and gloomers. Xbox going to better than ever.
Let's go, baby.
Hashtag no PS6.
Yes.
It's happening. I feel it at this point. Oh, homie, Jonas the Dad. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you so much.
Jonas the Dad?
Chat says Brokeback PS Muster Mountain. Hit that like button.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, please hit the like button. Share the link if you can.
Thanks. Yes, please.
That'd be awesome.
Please do. Adidas 20. Oh, wait. Hold on. He said hit that like button.
Yes.
I read it and didn't register it. Okay. So Jonas the Dad, thank you for saying that. It's a reminder. So just so you know, if you're watching right now and you're sitting there and you're staring at the like button, but you didn't hit it. You're staring at the subscribe button, but you didn't hit it. Just so you know, you're probably a pony. And you're exhibiting pony tendencies right now. Okay?
Change that. It's not too late.
Don't be a pony.
Don't be a pony.
Okay? Hashtag don't be a pony. Okay, guys? Just so you know. The homies Adidas 20 man. Thank you
What's
for
up,
being here, brother.
baby?
Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says, why Sony lost mustard? Oh my god damn it. Why Sony lost mustard? Oh, I mean money. Because the last GTA came out in 2013 and COD gets 70 to 30 split now. Sony lost its olives. I mean money. God damn.
That'll be interesting if Phil strong arms a Sony like, look, you better start putting some of your games on the Xbox. So I'm gonna ask for 90-10 out of Call of Duty. That'll be hilarious.
You
Yeah.
imagine.
They could if
I mean,
they want to.
they have a
They got the
10-year deal
contract.
now, right? So
yeah, they got that contract.
they're locked in.
Yeah.
But they don't got all the games because initially the contract, unless I'm mistaken, the contract
it
was
changed.
for all games, and then Jim
Yeah,
Ryan's
this
like,
is
no,
only Call of Duty.
It's only
Only
COD,
Call
yeah.
of
only
Duty.
Call of
It's only
Duty.
COD.
And I can tell you right now, he's went ahead and he made sure that shit was actually said that way. Like everybody knows it's only for COD. Before there was some wishy-washy statements that were made, but he made those get deleted. So
bringing some games to like PS Plus and something like that. I can't remember. It's been a
yeah,
while.
for sure. The homie Simple Jack.
What's
Thank you for
up?
being here,
Ooh,
homie.
nice.
Super chat says, tell me why
Simple
IGN uses the 8% figure for PlayStation, but 1,900 employees for Xbox. Can't tell me they don't look out for Sony. That's facts.
Cool.
That's facts.
I mean,
100%.
we know they do. It's a
Yeah, because they're
fact at
bitch
this
ass
point.
fucking pony
I
lovers.
stopped
The
following
thing is that
IGN.
they
I got
handle
tired.
telling and delivering bad news for Sony the way that in PlayStation, the way that they deliver good news about Xbox. That's the problem.
So
Yeah, some gloves.
on the item of putting things on other devices, right? So I think you guys pretty much mentioned almost everything there, but as far as putting things on other devices, I think he's gonna look at Japan and say, okay, well, Switch is kind of outselling them, isn't it? It's really outselling them. And why not put some stuff on there? I really do think like we always look at just Xbox. I'm like, it's not about
Switch.
just Xbox.
Yes,
That
Nintendo.
Switch is sitting there, 140 million consoles. It's likely to get to 150, 60 million consoles. And you sit there and say, gee, that's a lot of people. It just is. If I put some like game on there and it just hits a couple of percent, it's such a large amount. You just can't ignore it. You just can't. And what's the cost of me paying some studio to port some of my old games from PS3 gen, from PS4 gen? That'll work just fine on a Switch. I can't imagine a business guy sitting there saying this stuff is doing nothing for me.
Even
I
like
don't
something
care
like
about
Knack,
console wars.
Hargeet. Like,
Right?
Knack,
Literally,
why not?
Knack 1 and 2 could
Knack,
go over the
absolutely.
Switch.
It's not doing anything. Port it
It's
over.
doing nothing for them. Nothing.
Sackboy, it's
It-
not doing anything. Port it over.
Right? You could take
That
older
would do
Ratchet
well
and
on
Clanks.
Switch,
You could do
too.
all sorts of stuff and say, what is this doing for me? You're not even going to make a Ratchet and Clank. You took away the team and assigned it to Marvel. So like,
Exactly.
what are you getting out of that? Put it on freaking Switch, right? That's how you dip your toe in. Because now, like, there is this animosity between Xbox and PlayStation players. Fine. The PlayStation players, like us, we were like, oh, you put it on Switch, who cares? The PlayStation players care if you put their games on Switch? Maybe. I think most of them will say, nah. Right? But it's a way to make money. Right? Once you do that, though, it's a step. And you suddenly say, well, okay, that Xbox doesn't look too bad either.
Listen, the bottom line is that I don't think
you know what I mean?
PlayStation gives a shit anymore about what the ponies feel when it comes to putting games anywhere else.
Oh,
Their
facts.
opinion,
Facts.
they do not care. They did not come through for them. They didn't buy the damn games. If
It's
you're
just
not doing it,
facts.
somebody else has to. So I
Yeah,
think it's
exactly.
freaking genius and a nice way to slap them the fuck up and say either buy the damn games or more will go.
Yep. So I think that platform, I think Switch is going to be one of them. It's just too big a platform to say no to. It trounced them. You gotta say, okay, I gotta put stuff here. There's just no reason not to, right? If you go to Japan, they aren't buying PlayStation, they're buying Switch. It's just the way it is. And he's from Japan. You don't think he sees that? You don't think he sees his own kids and say, what do you play? Oh, you play the Switch. It's just the way it is, right? And they're gonna say, why am I not putting stuff here? Why do people not know about my games, right? He's just going to say, I want to make money. So I just think there's like an obvious thing of just moving games to Switch.
See, but the funny thing is, it's not even like those words are not like for them, unfortunately, it's not I want. It's I need.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
Have
And
to.
like that's the big distinction that I think that people are not understanding with Microsoft versus PlayStation. Because yes, Microsoft wants to make as much money as humanly possible at all times, but the need is not there out of desperation. The need is there because they have to
Yeah.
satisfy their boards. Sony doing this is showing you, and again, no matter how you look at it, this is not a, oh, we just have some redundancies, or oh,
Yep.
you know, we just don't need. No, this is holy shit. We're not making money. We have to change all of this shit. Right? They let
It's a
go of
big
people.
part
They're
of the
gonna
bottom
change.
line.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly.
Why they got rid of people was completely different for Sony and
It's
Xbox.
exactly. It's
Yeah.
not the same 1900, right? The 1900 that Microsoft got rid of, again, redundancies, games that they canceled that they were not making, but they purchased. So they were saying, you know
Yeah.
what, this game's not going to be worth it. And then
A
other things
merger.
like that. These are all Sony's games that they greenlit. These are all Sony studios that they owned, and they didn't just purchase them. London studios, they just cut. Again, they were a big VR game maker. That's also just signifying that they're throwing in a towel on VR. But this is out of desperation. That's the
Yep.
difference. This is desperation. And when you're desperate, you do everything you can to survive. And that's why Xbox will be getting PlayStation games at some point in the future.
Well, they already are. Like, and you mentioned them, like Destiny, Marathon,
Yep.
right? They're gonna put those there. They are, and you might see other live games just do the same thing. Like you mentioned, Helldivers.
Concord.
There's a possibility that comes over. But here's the other thing that Sony has to deal with. If they wanted to expand, right now they dug a hole for themselves by saying we're the only, we're in that high, whatever high performance console market, which there's only one competitor, and that's PlayStation, Xbox with PlayStation. And you're saying, okay, fine, that's cool. You want to buy somebody, you have 98% market share. How are you going to buy somebody? Right? Unless you say all those games are going to go everywhere, and you are guaranteeing that they will go everywhere, how are you going to buy somebody? How are you going to do that? It's just, it's not viable anymore. You're the one who elucidated that to all the regulators around the world now, right? You told everybody that Nintendo doesn't compete with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I was about to say
that was their decision, by the way. Like Xbox tried to be like,
Xbox said, no, Nintendo competes with us. We're happy with Nintendo competing with us. Well, we don't know what that means.
Yeah, but Xbox argument was like, Nintendo is our competitor because they were trying to prove that the market is huge, and then that they're a small part of it. And Sony was like, no, they're not our competitor. And then Sony won that argument. But
and so now they've dug their hole. So how can they buy anybody? So they're stuck, right? So they have to say, like Microsoft,
still paying off Bungie, bro.
Yeah, and Bungie is multi-plat,
dude.
Yep, and Bungie is multi-plat, and so if they buy somebody else, they have to have that same mentality that no, we also do multi-plat. Microsoft has plenty of evidence that says, oh, we do multi-plat, right? These games go multi-plat. We just put them everywhere. We don't care. It's fine. We'll put them everywhere, right? You want more? Fine. Let's sign it off. We'll do it. Well, that's fine. PlayStation is going to have to play the same game. They have no choice. They cannot buy anybody right now.
It's their fault too. It's just
they've dug their own hole, right? So what are you going to do? So if you want to move forward,
really did.
You have to now say, I'm putting games on other platforms. There's no way around it. You did this to 100%. Yourself. So, and that platform cannot just be Switch. Switch to me makes a lot of sense. You should just do it. But you took Switch out of your competition. So the other competition is Xbox. So guess what? You got to put games on Xbox. This is just a problem that they've created for themselves as far as being able to expand. Now, good luck. If they don't want to expand, that's fine. But Microsoft's not going to just sit around and do nothing. They are going to buy more. Eventually, you need to compete. So you will have to figure out how you
need to, though. Like, that's the thing. They need to.
Yes.
They need to. And especially, you got to understand, like, PlayStation is Sony's big thing, right? Like, is it not the biggest thing that Sony makes at this point? I don't
might
think
be.
TVs are
I mean,
bigger.
they
think it might
tried
be.
to. They
TVs,
bought
I haven't seen a
DVD
post.
rights for Disney, which I thought was a really dumb purchase.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
But,
Disney was
Well,
like, we
well,
gotta find some
somebody-
dumbass fucking people to take this dying
Well-
media format and move it forward.
Who
Stop
is
me, those
stupid
dumb
enough?
fucks. Sean, come,
No,
yes.
I agreed with
You
that.
have no
I agree that
place
it's
to
a dumb
sell them,
decision.
Sony. You have no place to sell these
Yeah,
movies,
hold on,
Sony.
hold
All the
on, hold
places
on.
are stopping, but yes, you
Hold
take
on.
over.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I thought the same thing until Genki.
But
on the
Japan,
Iron
they
Lords
still like it, right?
This Sunday, exactly. He said no. Here in Japan, where he lives,
They like physical.
physical media is extremely
Okay,
strong.
but
that's
let's
why
so
their
let's be
business
clear.
model. They're
So they're
Japanese
selling-
company.
But
So maybe
Japan
they're selling those.
makes
yeah.
up how much percent?
Maybe they're
of
just investing
what
for
was
Japan.
sold.
Maybe they're just investing for Japan, and
That's not the way Disney wrote it. Disney's
I
not a
don't know.
Japanese
I think it's
company.
I don't
everywhere.
know. I'm not.
Disney's an
I'm not
American
reading.
company.
I don't know the contract.
Yeah, well, Disney did not specify
Right.
when we read it. Disney did not specify anything about Japan. Disney's like, yo, Sony's
So-
gonna handle.
I mean, we don't have to
our-
get into the particulars of that. Like, but for Sony to do it is cheaper because they own the technology, right? Blu-ray is their
That's right.
technology. So it does make it a little easier for them to handle it, so they don't have to get the royalties or whatever.
I love
But either way, it's fine. Like whatever.
Sony's gonna be filling up your local Redbox with physical discs.
But as far as other devices,
I love
I
that
think-
nobody's thinking that maybe Phil paid off Disney and said, "Here, keep them busy."
but I think it's kind of baked. Like at some point, if they want to expand, they're kind of stuck. So unless Nintendo comes out and becomes a high performance, console again, and then Sony agrees. Now I've heard other things because they'll say, "Oh, but they said that," and they can just ignore that. I'm like, well, okay, but you think Microsoft's going to sit there and say, "I ignore that"? I don't know. I think they're going to kind of pull their clout and say, "But they said that this is a high performance, and we're the only other high
said it
performance,
on
and they
the
have a
oath.
98% market share." Because you know
They
why I
said
think
it on
that?
the oath.
They went to the government and they told the freaking
Exactly.
Congress, and the Congress
On
went to
oath.
our trade authority and said, "You have to tell Japan that they have a monopoly." You think they're
Yeah.
going to stop them? I
Yeah.
I
They
think
set
they've
the market.
created a
That's
mess
the
for
one
themselves.
thing I thought Sony was really dumb for doing. Was this industry, the deals that Sony would do, Nintendo, Xbox would do, was hidden from the public. No one really knew all this stuff that was going on. So when Sony
Yeah.
basically was crying to all these different regulators, and regulators like, okay, well, let's look at these deals. Sony should have been like, oh, let's not, because now these people, everybody knows how Sony does their dirty laundry essentially, and that's also why I believe when Microsoft was talking to different regulators, you had some of the biggest names there. You had Take-Two CEO was there, EA CEO was at some conference, basically as Microsoft was basically saying why the purchase of ABK would be a great deal. You kind of had like Take-Two guy basically saying to Sony, like, shut up, like, stop talking.
Stop
these deals, like you're snitching right
I
now.
remember King.
Facts.
Which they
Stop
basically
Dude, they were
exposed the
desperate, bro.
industry. Yeah,
They were
I
desperate.
mean,
Dude,
they were
Jim,
desperate.
yo, when Jim said it, see again, we thought he was a lot of the ponies thought he was just saying it for the case, right? But Jim said, if they get this company, if they get ABK, their business will never recover.
And he's leaving.
And
gone.
he's out. And Hiroki's like, yo, fire sale. We gotta get rid of shit. We gotta cut things back. We gotta do all this stuff. Like he was not lying. And maybe that was just Sony's outlook right at the rip. Maybe Sony looked at it, was like, yo, you're now funding for as much as we're getting that 30% cut of Call of Duty, we're also literally giving them 70%. Like we are funding.
That's right.
We
I think
said
that's what
that
messed them up mentally. Like
because
this is what really screwed with them.
they said that 30%, or we know that 30% funded like all of their first party games, right? So if Sony was capable of making the first party games through the 30% cut, what is Xbox going to be able to do with the 70% cut? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a big deal, and you're funding that, Sony, and that's glorious. we love it. We love it. But real quick, I do want to look at this real fast if you look on the screen, I have it highlighted. It says, we looked at our studios and our portfolio, evaluating projects in various stages of development, and have decided that some of those projects will not move forward. Sometimes a project is started with the best intentions before shifts within the market or industry result in a change of plan. Again, shifts within the market or industry result in a change of plan, and they had to shut that shit down. So now we know for a fact that
Not all games as a service is good.
Yeah,
no,
the
that's
big
for
thing
sure.
out of this.
According
But
to
we
them.
know that they went ahead and we found out that Twisted Metal went night-night. Right now, this sucks because they have a show that did fairly well, I think.
Yeah.
And
Apple TV, maybe? Was it?
No, it's like
Peacock.
not Apple TV. It was
Peacock?
like Peacock or
Peacock,
something like that.
yes.
Peacock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Apple TV is way too high class for Sony shit.
I knew it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, no. They went with the low one, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so Twisted Metal, which, I mean, listen, not for nothing, but Twisted Metal was the shit back in the day. Twisted Metal Black was amazing.
Yeah.
And the CG stories that you would get for beating the game, and how no matter what they wanted, they were making a wish, right? That was the whole point for them to go make a wish, and then the wish would always get twisted and screw them immediately. Such a dope ass concept, such a dope ass game, gone. And again, we don't know every single game, but he did not say, "Hey, we're getting rid of Twisted Metal," right? He said that they've looked at projects at various stages of development and have decided that some of those projects will not move forward. Again, if we use words that are being vetted, the word "some" is more than 3.
Yes.
I'm just saying that's the reality, right? You would have said a few, you would have said a couple, because you want to set the right expectations, right? So again, some means more than 4 or more games have been cut. Now, how does that not affect the PlayStation fan base? Like, if you're a PlayStation fan, these were games that were supposed to be coming in a time when you know for a fact you're not getting any mainline games for a year and a half until at least April of next year, more than likely further.
Worse
Yeah,
than
how do you receive
Yeah.
this?
It's
Like,
okay.
on
You
top
guys-
of it,
we'll get
the other games are
another
gone.
remake. It's fine. We'll get
Yeah.
Pentiment.
yeah.
They
They
do
got
got
Pentiment.
They got
Pentiment.
Pentiment.
They do got
They
Pentiment.
do,
happy.
yes,
They do.
Joey.
120 frames per second Pentiment. They're happy.
Yeah.
like
Tell
like
them.
people
My
say,
biggest
right?
thing, like
But
Those
realistically
facts.
speaking,
Sony
what
has
do
like
you-
so much cool IP in their back pocket with like Sly. I listed this in my post earlier. It was like Sly Cooper, Twisted Metal, Siphon Filter,
Mhm.
SOCOM, Killzone, Resistance, Infamous, Jack and Daxter, Motorstorm, Ape Escape. Like, they have all these IPs, and then they look at it and like, nah,
No.
let's
3-bit,
remake.
3-bit. What? See, you gotta, when you're doing math, right? You have to have two sides of the equations, right? So
You're
all
right.
this IP not getting used, what does that mean on the other side of the equation? They don't have the money to make
make
any of
the
that
IP.
shit, right? And that is the problem, right? Because they can't afford to invest in something that they don't think is going to make a big enough
Well,
return
you
to
brought
make
up
it worth the
how
investment.
have
Twisted
risk,
Metal
yeah.
has a show and it's doing well. For them to take something that has a show as well that is doing well and it's a known name, for them to take something like that
And be
and
like, fuck it, we're
cancel
not
it,
making that game.
I mean, what is not on the table now then?
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
it could have
Like,
it could have been that
Sounds
it could have been that Twisted Metal was actually bad. It doesn't matter the IP. If the game is bad, it's bad.
The reality is
Period.
this.
I mean,
This is what people don't realize. Or they realize it, but they want to ignore it. PlayStation only has like 5 or 6 studios that are worth a damn. Everything outside of that doesn't mean shit. You have Ghost of Tsushima people, was that Sucker Punch, right? You have Naughty Dog. You have
yeah,
Santa
but
Monica.
Factions 2 was canceled, right?
Well, that got canceled.
Nothing is
I
off
was
the table, is what
annoyed
I'm
about.
saying. It doesn't matter what studio's making it or the name, because I mean, they're not shy from going ahead and putting something out there and taking people's money and be like, well, you're stuck with it. I mean, they're not beyond that. So for them to use this name and go ahead and say, okay, well, let's make our money from it because it's Twisted Metal, and
Yeah,
for
that's what I'm
them to
saying.
have to stop that too.
It had to be a really bad game
Exactly.
or
It had to
something
be
else that they weren't
freaking
going to see. But you have Insomniac, right? What else? You have
Gorilla.
Ben Studio. You have Gorilla. That's 6. Who else? Who am I
Yeah.
missing?
Polyphony.
All right, that's
They
Gran
have-
Turismo, but they don't make anything else, so
Right.
that's a waste.
Asobi, which I don't know if they're going to do anything more with Astro. I'm assuming PS5 Pro will have an Astro game that's going to take advantage
Maybe.
of PS5 Pro.
But it seems like they're just a tech company who makes these games that are good whenever there's a new console.
Media Molecule, which had that Dreams thing. I don't know what they're doing, if they're even
But they
staying
don't make
alive.
anything of consequence anymore, right? They don't make Little
Right,
Big Planet.
Housemark.
They don't make anything else.
Housemark with
Returnal, but
Blue Point.
and then
Blue
they have
Point.
Blue Point and Haven, and then Bungie, and then San Diego.
So all
which is
things that didn't sell well, right?
And then
So
Fire Sprite, Firewalk,
Firewalk.
London's gone. So I think
Japan
that's
is gone.
kind of all of
And
it.
then they
right?
had 12
It's wild.
live service games in development, and now I think there's
3 or
also
4 left.
5 or 3 or 5.
Yeah, there's not much left, unfortunately, that we
So
know of.
what
Because look,
this leads us to believe is that, listen, as fast as they're running around, shutting down studios and canceling games, if they do release the freaking Pro, do not pick that shit up. You don't know if that's just in the process of being made and they're going to go ahead and try to collect money with the idea that they will someday continue to give you games. Like, we are seeing the path and it's not looking good.
yeah, I don't know what's good with them, right? So Firewalk, by the way, is the Concord studio. That was the one that was making Concord.
Yeah.
I don't even
Again, all
know if these are
unproven
like
at
all
that point.
AAA, right? So, and that's okay if they're AA. That's fine. But like, does anybody have like high hopes for Fair Games? Does that look like it was something that was?
I just have high hopes for Santa Monica and whatever they're working on.
Right, but they just released Ragnarok, right? So
the other
they
guy,
do have a small team.
Corey Borlaug.
Yeah, they have a
doing
small
like a
team.
sci-fi game
that he's working on.
No,
Yeah.
but didn't he say he was doing a sci-fi game? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
It's
he
not
has a small working on another game, so it's not a
We don't
like
know if-
full. At least that I'm aware.
But we
of.
don't know if that's canceled though. We don't know.
I hope it's not canceled.
I don't
but
think so. I think
if
it's
not.
not.
It's going to be a smaller game, and that's fine. That's hopefully it'll be something.
You got
cool.
Kojima doing Death Stranding too, at least.
Yeah, well, that's next gen.
and that's another big
Yeah.
question. Do you think that one goes multi-plot? Day and
It
day?
wasn't
I mean,
Game Pass.
depends
PC,
on
the
the
first
for
one.
PlayStation.
That is
Listen,
interesting.
as PlayStation goes on, the less they have, the more likely they are to do more. And remember, their
Yeah.
bad fortune literally has zero chance of turning around till at least April of next year. They have nothing that could be a big hit that could do something coming out. Maybe Concord? But do we really think Concord is going to be something? Bro, they haven't even shown it again. They showed it in a trailer a second time with the original trailer. They showed no more, and that's supposed to come out this year.
and like they did that with Ragnarok's announcement, said 2021, I think, or something like that, right? And it didn't come out till 2022. So I don't buy unless you're showing me gameplay that thing's close. So until they show me gameplay, I don't believe it's coming out this year, right? So I don't know if they have anything.
The showcase, that earlier showcase that they had this year, where they were showing like all these third-party games.
That was the video they put out.
Wasn't Concord like missing?
No. So
No, I think they
Concord,
re-showed it.
They reshowed.
Concord
Okay.
was in the trailer, but it was the same trailer they showed once before, and that's a first-party game supposedly, and they didn't even put it on the thumbnail. So when they sat there and said, it wasn't on the thumbnail. So they on their thumbnail when they're showing everything, they had Helldivers and then a bunch of third-party games.
Yeah, like
not
Tekken.
Concord.
Yeah.
How do you not put that on there?
Yeah, unless they think
Lack of confidence on what they're making, right? They know that this game's not going to do anything.
And look, they lucked out in their releases in that they kind of had them ready to go when COVID hit. But some of these games were started when COVID was in full effect. So that's going to delay them a bit as well. So you're going to get that hit no matter what. Almost every freaking major publisher has gotten hit by COVID. And then
we're doing mocap in closets.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. So You're going to see
That's
some
wild.
delays in these things. You know, Blue Point finished their game in 2020, got Demon Souls out, and then working on the next thing, which apparently is a new IP, I think. I'd expect that to be a 27 game, 26, 27 game. At which point it might be a next gen. I don't know, right? They might hold it for next gen or might put it out. I don't know. I don't know what they plan to do. But this is the thing. Like you were saying, Doodle, I don't know what comes out in PS5 Pro because a lot of these games are either small games or they're not coming for a while. And they had to do this pivot from gas games to something back to normal. And as we know, when you switch your game mode, it takes time to reshuffle what you were doing. And that takes another year or two of development.
Venom would be next year, right?
So Insomniac,
Venom is 2025.
It's all they have is Insomniac.
That's
with all these Marvel games. That's it. That's all they have.
But they had layoffs. So who did they lay off from there? Right? It doesn't
they
sound
got
like
rid
it
of
was
the team that did Ratchet and Clank. They got rid of the Ratchet and Clank game. That's according to the leaks, by the way. They said that the Clank team will be disbanded and they'll be put into the Marvel games.
So Ratchet and Clank is done.
It's not coming at
no
least
more
for a decade.
Ratchet and
Why?
Insomniac the Marvel studio now.
Yeah,
It was
they become the Marvel
all
studio.
those dumbass ponies.
Sucks.
Okay.
All the
who
talk
sat
about the
there
SSD.
And we're talking all that shit about how great Ratchet and Clank was. Yet they
SSD.
didn't show up to buy the shit.
And this is the problem. This is why they're so late to going ahead and making these changes. Because look at what's gone now. Like this could have been something. I mean, Hargi, you brought up putting this game and doing possibly very well on the Switch, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, had that been done, right? Maybe they would not have had to go ahead and get rid of this studio. Like this is wild. Like what the question is, you think of what PlayStation used to be and what is left of PlayStation and what else is gonna go. And come on, man. Like what it's not there anymore. The brand does not exist.
So if you take the fact that Ratchet and Clank team is gone, right? So now no more Ratchet and Clank, right? Do you think the ponies would trade that Ratchet and Clank game coming to Xbox and selling enough money to justify keeping that Ratchet and Clank team together so that they can make more games that are not just Marvel? Or do you think they would just say, fuck
I
it, let
don't
them
know.
die?
And I guess the real question is it even relevant to them, right? I think we've been saying the same thing. Management at PlayStation or Sony is going to say, I don't care what you feel. I care the bottom line. And if I don't get money out of my properties, then I didn't that's just it, right? So if I spent $70 million, like in that leak, you had like two versions saying Ratchet and Clank was a loss. They didn't even make money back. And then he had another version with them coming out. No. It made money afterwards. It's like, I don't know which to believe, right? The leaks are the leaks. And those leaks are probably accurate. Saying they didn't even bloody make their money back, even after.
I mean, it ended up being true, right? They said they're going to fire like X percent of Insomniac,
right? And it's like, if it means put it on Switch, what? Do it, make money. I just don't see the negative. Just do it.
I'll say this: if you bring Ratchet and Clank to Xbox or Switch, I'll buy it. I don't care. I'll buy it.
So the other thing,
that's a good freaking game. Bring it over.
So the other thing to keep in mind, right, is what's happening right now on Xbox side where they put these small games, right? This is why when he said it, it just made so much sense to me. That's why I kind of backed off being like so annoyed with the situation. And it's for this very situation right here, right? Ratchet and Clank was a game that they went ahead and they greenlit. They let them do what they had to do. Now that team is gone. Again, as good as the game was, right? Nobody's arguing that Ratchet and Clank wasn't a good game and it wasn't really pretty and all that bullshit, right? So you take that and mirror it to the other side and you look at like a Hi-Fi Rush or Pentiment and think about the teams who made these games and the scenario where it's like, listen, like the game you made, as good as it was, did not resonate. So we have to shut you down because it's not worth you making these types of games anymore. Versus saying, listen, we're going to put the game on PlayStation and Nintendo, and hopefully we can get some more money on it to go ahead and keep you guys going. You know what I'm saying? Like when you think about that, it's like, of course you would rather let that happen where they find a way to make more money on it at some other point and keep the team going so that somebody like Josh Shore could still be like, all right, I want to make a weird small game that, yeah, maybe the vast majority of people are not going to give a shit about, but the people who do care are still going to think is a great fucking game, like Pentiment that got tens, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at PlayStation. They can't. They like it's too.
And
They're in too deep already, so they couldn't even try to do that, right? They couldn't. They can't afford to pivot and pay to make the game for somewhere else,
No,
right?
And I feel like why Ratchet and Clank
maybe
was
they
on.
felt. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
3-bit.
I was just gonna say, reason why I feel like Ratchet and Clank was even on that list of games that Insomniac would work on is because the game is already there. They have a base for it, so they just build off of that for a sequel. That's why Spider-Man, why they're gonna separate into two parts, because that game is already there. They could just build the map, build the story. It should cut budget theoretically, but there's something fishy going on with the budget, in my opinion. But yeah, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I was just thinking, like, maybe they were holding off. Like, okay, this is for Spider-Man 2. Maybe they didn't do enough of what we're talking about once that ABK deal happened, because they were like, okay, we know that these are the games that they like. They're going to come through for Spider-Man 2. They did the freaking bundle. They were like, all right, this is what we're confident in. And when that flopped, I was like, okay, well, the freaking time to freaking turn off the fire and figure out what step to take next. But like, I feel like maybe that was it. Maybe they were holding off. They were like, the ponies will come through when it comes to Spider-Man 2. And then when that didn't happen too, they were like, all right, then we've got nothing here.
Yeah.
Very
And then
possible.
like we've seen with like some people have seen with the Wolverine footage, they were just reusing Spider-Man animations and gameplay.
Wall crawling from Spider-Man had Wolverine.
Yeah,
that's wild.
They're obviously are cutting corners and like how to maximize profit with development, and that's a whole other conversation. Like, how do you maximize your profit with the development tools that we already have, with the studios that we already have? We've seen how Bungie is getting involved with a lot of multiplayer type stuff, which I think is really weird, by the way. But I mean, Bungie will do Bungie. But we'll see if it works out.
Well, I don't know if Bungie will do Bungie. Bungie's in the red.
It's just weird to me. You have you say that. First off, I think they overpaid for Bungie. That's my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
and I think
if
your main reason for buying Bungie was to say like, oh, we're using them as a resource to figure out how we should do multiplayer games,
and then they shut everything down,
and then they shut like all the multiplayer games down. I mean, it's just. It was an interesting.
I said it the day they bought it. Bungie can't even help themselves make something that people are happy with.
They want someone to do that. Yeah.
Bungie has never done anything outside of Halo that was out and was fire. Destiny was a shit show when it first released the first one. They redid the whole voice of the other dude that everybody hated.
Peter Dinklage.
That went shitter.
They have a history of trying to leave the people who are in charge. I mean, with Microsoft was like, all right, we'll let you leave. Like they did this, they did that with Microsoft, and they did it with Activision
and stood with Xbox to work on Halo.
And that's the thing. That's the biggest red flag. If Phil is out there on a shopping spree and he's not picking up Bungie,
he's on money
because they spend more than they bring in, do you think that that's what you should be spending your money on? That was ridiculous.
I mean, there's a rumor that Phil. They just didn't need it.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Purpose.
Like the rumor was Phil was considering it, but they told him the price tag, and Phil said, "No, you're crazy."
343 makes a better Halo game.
It doesn't make sense to go to Bungie like knowing that they are not. They're making a good live service game, but what they are is they're not getting that return back. And $3 billion. Or however much they said, and then by the way, they said that
3.6,
3.6, and then they said they're going to add $1 billion to keep the staff there,
talent retention,
immediately, like the year after, or what they fired
people.
So it's like okay, it's
look, a lot of the Destiny, at least one of them, whatever it was Activision that took their studios and said, okay, go make the stuff that they need. That's what allowed it to actually survive. And of course, then they went away with it, and said, well, we're not going to keep doing this with you. And then they took their IP with them, and Bungie went off and did the thing. But I don't know, like that. I agree that I don't think Destiny was that good. It's game mechanics are good. People like the raids, but like I never liked the multiplayer in it. The campaign was trash on the first one. It was just trash. It was really bad. And like it never made me feel the same way. Like I went into Xbox because of Halo. I bought Halo on a like this is gonna be a crap game. I don't know what the hell it is. I put it in and I couldn't stop playing it. I immediately called my friend over. We played literally the entire weekend. That's how we're in Xbox, because it was so unbelievably good. It hooked you immediately. That was not what I felt with Destiny. The gameplay was good.
Facts.
I didn't care about the characters at all. Like, I don't even know who the hell I am. I just didn't. It was just not good. Now, supposedly, if you go read all this stuff in the background, there's story. I'm like, I'm not reading. What are you talking? What? No. I'm playing the game. You got to tell me what's happening when I'm playing the game. So I don't know what happened, but yeah. And so Bungie being the savior, I love J-Rock saying, "Who's gonna save the savior?" I love that one because it's just so true. What is Sony gonna do to help them? They have no way to help them. They basically have to let them go. There's just no other way. They either fix themselves and it works, or they just let them go. The entire like experiment of having Bungie come in and tell your studios how to make a games as a service game, that has failed miserably.
Yeah.
And who could have predicted that? Gee.
It's true. It's true.
Hey, Naughty Dog, we brought in Bungie to tell you.
You canceled your game.
Yes, that's wild. Oh my god.
And that's it. They did nothing else. Hold on. Let's get the homie spread those cheeks. They double banged you. Spread those cheeks. They double banged you. Thank you for that £2 super chat. RIP PlayStation 1994-2024. Jim, you did it. Hashtag no PS6. Oh my god. Spread those cheeks. They double banged
I do hope that they turn it around, because it's always good. Like, while I think Sony needs to figure out a lot of things, like their strategy, how to operate, like it's always good to have competition, right? It's always good to have like when Xbox is down, like PlayStation doing well, and that sort of back and forth mentality. It's good to have. So I hope that King is not right. There's no PS6.
All right. I think we've lived in the world where PlayStation was the one on top for a long time. So you know what? They could crumble and then spend the time
on top,
building themselves back up over the years like Phil had to do. All right. I want PlayStation where Hiroki Totoki sitting there standing in front of him like, you know what to do. Unzip and see what happens if PlayStation has a chance to survive or not. All right. That's what I want. I want Hiroki just standing there like a boss with his hands on his hips. Like, you know what to do, PlayStation. If not, you're gone. All right, that's what we need. Herman's gonna be like, "Oh, I don't want to. Too bad, bitch. Do it, or PlayStation is over." That's where we need them to be. Because Phil was there, but he handled that shit like a G. He was like, "Nah, put that shit away. I got a plan that we don't need to go that route." Okay, I'm telling you. That's what we need. I want to hear the stories. Okay, I want to hear the stories.
Oh my goodness.
So, homie Dave Reezy, thank you, brother, for being here.
Baby?
Thank you for that $5 super chat.
Thank you so much.
Friendly reminder that CMoney loves his mustard spread evenly on toast.
Wow, I didn't know that, CMoney. I didn't know.
God damn it. By the way, Ray is shorter than a bottle of Heinz mustard. God damn.
Oh, come on. Leave my boy Ray alone, man. Come on.
Ray didn't even here.
It's not our fault. He needs a stool for everything.
He's going to be here tomorrow, though. He'll be here tomorrow. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Why? I don't like mustard spread in any direction on my toast.
And we cannot confirm or deny if Ray is shorter than a bottle of mustard, all right?
I mean, you're wrong. You're not wrong. Twitter Snake. Oh my God, Ray's back. What the fuck? He just came out of nowhere. What the fuck?
He's been in the background. I know he's been in the background.
Who blocked Ray?
No, he's talking. He can't be blocked. K Feeler, my homie, what's good, homie? Says, CMoney, that was great. You had a doodle rant. Oh, well, Doodle rant.
That was amazing. Thank you for that, C.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
He went off the rails.
What I do, Ray, he's like the Candyman. You know, you say his name, he pops up. He's here.
Say his
He's
name
here.
3
They
times.
just said it. Yeah, they just said his name. He just appears.
Oh my goodness,
That's
Click your
crazy. Click his heels. That's funny. But yeah, I mean, as far as these canceled games are concerned, I mean, do you feel like it's gonna stop, or do you feel like there's more that they're gonna be putting on chopping block? Because how many are left from that 12?
I mean, PlayStation doesn't have patience. That's what, unless they change that mentality. Like, is this game successful? Is it successful? No. Okay, we're canceled. Because I do think that does come from where they are as a company. Just like they're not at the same level as Xbox, but I mean, that's what you need to have a successful live service game, as we talked about with like different stuff. So I hope they get into that mentality and start figuring stuff out. But so far, history has dictated Sony does not have the patience to see if something is very successful. But we'll see.
I
mean, they're changing strategy.
Patience with money. I think patience have nothing to do with it.
Well,
I think
they
don't have the
didn't
money
have the patience before. Now they don't have the patience or the money. So that's where they're at.
That's facts. Yeah,
it
a
seems
little bit
like they
both.
want a games as a service that is an instant hit, and that's really hard to do. I mean, there's some cases.
Even when they almost
look at
had
Power World. Power World is an instant hit, and even Helldivers, but that's not. It's really not easy.
Helldivers is not. Helldivers is only considered a hit because it came out of PlayStation, and it's not even one of theirs, right? It's a separate studio. But that's the only reason it's considered a hit. Yeah,
apparently it sold 3 million copies, which is not bad though.
Well, supposedly they say
not
4
on
million.
PlayStation.
Supposedly it's 4 million with 3.8 on Steam and 200,000 on PlayStation.
Yeah, I think there was some confirmation today or yesterday or whatever of the 3 million, right? I think that's
but it doesn't matter though. PlayStation, I don't think Sony cares where the money is coming. It's coming
on Steam.
Well, the point, what it proves though is that the games cannot sustain by only being on PlayStation. They will not bring in the money, and so
that's why they care.
If the game is not bringing in the money from PlayStation and it's bringing it from elsewhere, where should all those other games that didn't make enough money be? They should be elsewhere. That's what that proves.
Listen, call Phil, tell him to make you a check and put that game on Game Pass and see what happens. See what happens.
At this point, Phil's like, bro, what are you gonna give me to put your game in Game Pass?
What do I get? And it's funny, CMoney, because that's the position that they're in. They're kind of walking into that situation. What are you gonna do for me? At this point, PlayStation needs these games elsewhere to the point that it's like, what am I gonna get from you to go ahead and allow you to put these games here? I know you need the money.
Facts.
They don't hold that stance anymore where it's like a privilege to go ahead and have these games on other platforms for the other platforms. It's kind of like, we're doing you a favor. Let's keep it real. These games are not going over there because they're like, all right, you know what? Let's experience this. This is we have to do this or we will die as a brand. And so this is a favor that is being done by having these games over there. I can't imagine the type of contract that will be signed.
Facts. And if things weren't bad enough,
let's not forget what they did to Nintendo, by the way. When I'm talking about them going ahead and putting these Nintendo games, they almost squeezed Nintendo out of business. Nintendo does not forget, my friend.
That's true. So obviously we know PlayStation has a shitstorm happening right now. But again, if that wasn't enough, what we talked about, obviously 3-Bit's been mentioning it multiple times, but over in the UK tribunal for PlayStation, the $10 billion lawsuit is now proceeding, is going forward. Now, this is the thing. They lost $10 billion right off the rip not too long ago in their stock evaluation, like instantly, right? And we know they don't have that type of money to lose, right? Because if they did have that type of money to lose, then they would have bought Bethesda instead of sitting back crying that they don't get the games because they're gone, right? So now you're talking another $10 billion. If they lose this, If they were to lose this and have to pay $10 million, what do you think that means? What do you think that means for PlayStation in their situation?
I wonder if
Spider-Man
that
and
just
Xbox.
means Spider-Man. That's my first.
Now this
Selling
is
the
the
rights to
lawsuit.
Spider-Man.
This is the lawsuit about the single store, right? Not having competition.
Yeah,
over the store.
about
Is that
not
what this
selling
is?
digital codes.
digital
about not selling
codes.
codes.
Not allowing digital
on
codes.
Europe
Okay,
and-
yeah. Got it. I don't know that necessarily means they'll pay a fine of that much, right? So I don't know if it'll actually go that far. We'll see. This is a private lawsuit, correct?
I think so.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I'm
I don't
actually
know.
just now
It's a
starting
what's
to
a
read it,
class
Hargeet.
action lawsuit. It's a class
Yeah,
action
so it's a
lawsuit.
private
So
lawsuit.
what's going to
Okay,
happen
so
is
it's
they
still a
probably settle
case.
out of court.
Yeah, so usually it doesn't end up being that much, but
Yeah,
so
it's a
there could be
settlement's gonna
damages
happen.
awarded, right? It could
Okay,
be
I can
damages
tell-
awarded.
Hold on. I can tell
but-
you guys right now exactly what it was about because I found it. Right. So the class representative alleges that Sony has breached the UK and EU competition law by abusing their dominant position. The class
Yep.
representative says that the defendants have abused their dominant position by imposing unfair terms on developers and publishers of digital PlayStation games and add-on content, which has, the class representative alleges, meant that consumers are forced to make purchases of these products from the PlayStation Store, where the
Mhm.
defendants are able to charge commission of 30%. As a result, the class representative alleges that class members have been overcharged for these products, and they're going from August 19th
facts.
of 2016 to August 19th of 2022. So that's 6 years.
So okay, so it's taking 6 years into account.
No,
Yeah,
I thought
and I
they
read about
changed
that.
it in 2019. But okay, if he's saying 2016, fine.
Well, this is the
I'm sure
latest. This is the latest now.
Yeah, as far as like this was a switch, right? So they actually they used to do it, and then they decided to take it away. And I believe that was in 2019. They took it away, and since then,
Well, some of the
cannot
things,
do that.
Hargeet, it was like no digital physical cards, no websites that could sell keys, which allows them to choose the price point.
Yep.
It was like a couple things. I want to read the full thing to see what it
Yeah,
fully
but
entails. but
that's
yeah.
exactly it. They actually made that switch in 2019. They took it away. It used to
Right.
you used to be able to do it, but then they decided to just make it. You have to get it from PlayStation Store. You can buy
Right, right.
PlayStation credit, but you
Mhm.
cannot buy PlayStation games from other
You
sites. So,
can't
like
do
for instance,
outside
CD
of their
keys
store.
or those kind of sites, right?
I don't
Um,
even think credit is available, to be honest.
I think you can still get gift cards. I think you can still get them, but
I haven't.
I don't know. So,
Shiba
but this is a
says that
I
different
you
want to
can
site.
bring
The other
this
join
up
stores do
real
allow
quick.
that.
Shiba Army Brat.
Shiba says that they also made it so that people outside of the UK can join the lawsuit. Is that even possible?
Well,
I know
I
the CMA
know
is
when you
helping.
read
Jurisdictional-
that may not be the only lawsuit that will come.
I mean, if they
Yeah.
lose
Yeah,
it,
like that sound
other
like
people will
something
do
that
it.
other people will be doing
so,
as well.
So this is an interesting one, right? Because the UK exited out of the EU, right? But the EU, any member state can bring something like this and then refer it back. And then the European Commission or whatever they're called.
CMA.
Yeah, so the CMA is the UK one, but the European
Mhm.
Commission can take it up and say, yes, this affects France, but then it also affects Germany and every other member state, and therefore we will join in and look at it as well, right? So UK pulled out of that though, and I don't know if they still have that sort of relationship where they say, well, if we bring it, you can also take a look at it at the European Union level, right? So I don't know. In that case, yes, it could work. But I just don't know what they've done with that since they exited out of the EU. So,
Yeah.
but
People
there
keep
was another
saying
one.
that the
Decided it could
CMA
move
is involved.
forward, right? So if they
was
said
that?
it can move forward, that gives a little. I mean, that
So the
gives some
CMA
validity
took a
to
look at
right?
it, and the CMA
Mhm.
recently having to look inside the business, of PlayStation because of the ABK deal, said yes, there's validity to this. Said go ahead.
Yeah,
So-
it's funny how that happens, right? Like,
Right?
You guys kind of did this to yourself.
Now all the dirty laundry is out now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it was Hungary that did this too, that they're also looking at it. And Hungary, I think it's either Romania or Hungary, one of those countries, and they are a member of the European Union, and therefore they can relay it back, right? So if it is both, if it's like the entire European Union, oh my gosh,
Yeah,
But look,
it's bad.
I don't think it'll be $10 billion like immediately have to be paid out. It would usually be, okay, you have the potential to sign up. You've been a part of these things, I'm sure, like class action lawsuits. You get a little mailer thing. You have 20 cents coming to you.
and compensation. Yeah.
You have to pay
Sign here
like
to get your 20 cents.
you don't pay
right?
10 billion.
Yeah,
You pay
right?
like
Yeah,
X amount over the years.
that's
Yeah.
what it'll be,
Yeah,
right?
you
And
get
it
a
won't
gift
be the
card,
full
you get a
amount.
free game.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Some
And
shit
then
like that.
they'll have to fix their practices. There might be a fine if it's found to be illegal, right? So then it might go back to the CMA and they might say, okay, well, based on this judgment, we will fine you X amount. It won't be 10 billion, but it'll be something in that, some large amount, a couple $100 million or something ridiculous, right? But look, if this goes through, it's just more bad news for them. There's just no way around that. And if it goes through in the UK, you bet it's going to happen in EU because they have the same laws. So it's very likely that they're going to take it up too, right? And when that happens, it won't be 10 billion. It'll be much worse because now they're representing a lot more people.
Chaos Lounge says that it could give those affected up to £565 each.
Yeah, I mean
Oh,
that's what they're
yeah.
looking for, right? But I don't think they'll get
Mm.
that much. It generally never works out to that much.
Yeah.
Hey, more power to the folks bringing the lawsuit, right?
Yeah, right?
So the bigger thing
So-
is literally anything that they have to pay, though. Like anything out of Sony's pocket on this is a big
It's
deal.
spectacular for them.
Just the
Yes.
back and
Because
forth
they
as well.
cannot
the
afford
lawsuit.
it.
Yeah.
With everything going on, all I can say is like they are lucky that they're not Xbox when it comes to the media and social media and everything
Right.
out there. Because, dude, if this was coming from Xbox, dude, it would be insane.
So
It would
automatic,
be a
they're
bloodbath
definitely
out there.
doing it. It's horrible. It's the end of the world. I saw most things are saying the opposite. Like, why are they even bringing this? It's not going to go anywhere. It's like,
Yup,
when I
yup,
saw it, I'm like,
Wild.
yup.
I think there are facts here that you shouldn't ignore. I think there's validity here. Guess who was right?
Yeah, go forward with it.
You're right.
I mean,
Facts,
Sony has been
100%.
using their market position for a while now. I mean, we talked about it in the beginning of the show, whether it's to block Xbox games. Remember in the Epic lawsuit, like Epic was really mad at Sony and stuff for not allowing crossplay. That was a thing.
Oh my God. I can't.
That was
Dude,
this goes
and
back.
How much
It's
work
back.
did it take for them to get Sony to finally fucking allow crossplay?
I think
With all
I
those
forgot what
cross-play
made
taxes.
it to. They just kept complaining about it.
Well, I think
can't
it was
remember.
Fortnite and Xbox putting the pressure.
Yeah, that
on
was
think
them.
the
it was
first
money.
big
I
one.
think they offered money more. I think Sony like
Yeah,
Well, they
have to
did.
pay.
Right? They have a clause
you
in
give
there
me
now.
this amount of money, like I think it was $100 million or some shit like that, and they were
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have to
but even
pay.
for every
In a beta.
individual
In a beta.
studio, every
Mhm.
individual studio has to sign an agreement with them that if the person signs up on PlayStation or something, or like buys the game on PlayStation, but then spends most of their microtransactions on another store, like they get
Yeah.
a cut or they get some
Yeah,
type
yeah,
of shit
they
for
get a
it.
cut of
Which is
some
Yeah,
fine
so
has to be
crap.
paid, some shit like that.
They did
Yeah,
something like
look,
that.
there's probably players like us that do that on the console, but a lot of it's kids who go to mommy and daddy and say, okay, can you go on your phone and get me this thing? And they'll just get it on the phone. And now you have to
Yeah.
cross charge that back to freaking PlayStation. Like, that's just ludicrous. That's just ludicrous. There's just such
Yeah.
money grabbing, annoying people.
I can't
everywhere.
even buy games on my PlayStation. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But like, my card does not
What
like.
games, bro?
I just can't buy games in general on PlayStation unless I use like
I mean,
PayPal.
I guess you can buy games when
Um,
there's none.
Where do you live? You live in the States, Pre-Bed, right? You live in the States?
Yeah, I live in the States.
Well,
but
I
it's like,
live here in Panama, Central American cards, only Microsoft. You can put any card on my Xbox.
yeah, only
on
Microsoft.
PlayStation.
I
You can
think
use
that's
PayPal.
because
That's
it's a
it.
Japanese company. Yeah, you can only use PayPal. For me, I don't know about anybody on this panel, but like,
Even Nintendo
PlayStation
accepts
doesn't
any
allow me.
card, but not PlayStation. Plus, I wouldn't trust put any card.
Would
on
you?
PlayStation
Yeah. Would you actually
because
want
they
to
can
give
have
them
You
your
would
credit
want to
card?
I
put
mean,
your
I
freaking
stopped
credit
putting
card
cards.
in there, knowing how many
I got
times
hacked.
a day they get hacked.
Oh shit, you can have.
It's
Yeah.
wild.
I was a part of that hack, that big hack that they had, where they well, I forgot when that was, but basically when they were down for like months.
Was that
when the
2014?
was I think yeah, I was a part of that
something
hack,
like-
and people got my
Yeah.
information in there. I mean, so ever since then, I still
That's why
haven't
you
been
say.
able to buy
That's
more.
why you put your name out there because you're like everybody else already has it anyway. So might as well share it with our friends.
Yeah. So I just use PayPal. So it is what it is.
Yeah, PayPal's. I think even on Xbox, I think I use PayPal.
Nice.
I would
Just
just
easier.
swipe my card on
2011.
Xbox.
That's what
It's
someone
easy.
said. 2011.
Well, whatever we use, our kids found a way to crack through our
Yo, tell me,
codes
I go over there and I'm looking, and my daughter, our
in
daughter,
like 3
is sitting
seconds.
there,
By the
and
way,
my other daughter is like, "Hey, she's buying stuff." I'm like, what? And she just went and bought a $50 pack of some crap in Minecraft.
yeah.
I'm like, what the? And it wasn't even it was on my son's account, which is worse because he's all physical. So he doesn't he loves physical stuff. So he doesn't even use that digital shit. Like, what are you talking about? He don't
Yeah.
play Minecraft. Why you do this?
That happened
What
to
a
me
setup.
quite a few times. Like usually it's like they get like a trial for free, but after the free trial it's done, you got to pay for the whole pack, whatever game they're playing on their cell phones. So they got to have that blocker on my cell phone.
forget.
Like, hey, is this you? I'm like, no, that's not me. And I'm blocking. It's one of my
Right.
kids
My
trying to
phone is
pass the
so
card.
easy. I don't want to have to put passwords or anything. So I just
I have
just say,
passwords. and
yeah,
everything.
it's in
But
my
you
house.
do you create accounts for them?
It's safe.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
create
they-
accounts
look,
for them, but I don't have any sign in to any other account. So they just go on the other accounts and
Yeah.
do whatever they want to do.
They
In my
just-
case,
that's
on
your
their
problem.
consoles,
it's
it's
'cause being
my
lazy.
email, it's my account. But on the phones, they're using their emails, their things. But they use my card sometimes, or my wife's card. But I have blockers. I'm like, I'm not. It happened to me once. It was $85. I don't know what they bought on Roblox. I'm like, this is not
Mhm.
happening again. And I
Oh,
tried to fight it back.
Roblox.
They're like, I'm sorry, sir. It went through. I'm like, you got to talk to. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I'm that
It's not
person that buys.
happening.
I will buy microtransactions. I am that person, and I'm like, I see a cool friggin' horse armor. I'm like, how much is it? I'm like, I'll
Yeah.
buy it. You know, I'm sadly that person that will like, how do I get ahead in this game? And
Yeah.
that's me.
Like
Sadly.
Assassin's Creed Mirage, I saw Boom bought the like in his gameplay,
like,
he
the
had
kill.
a skin that you can kill somebody and it's like evaporates them, like it sets them on
Yeah.
fire or whatever, and no bodies are left behind.
Yeah.
I played the game, I bought it, played it for a little bit more, haven't gone back to play it, but I bought the skin. Is there?
It's like
Whenever
getting
I
that
go back-
advantage. I don't know.
By the
It does
skin.
something to my brain where I'm like, ooh, I want to be the best. I want
Yeah.
that.
What do you think Fortnite has me
Yo,
on crack?
Fortnite's got
Yeah.
me
Fortnite
spending
got
Do we
stupid
turn on the
money.
game just to check the
Just
store?
to check the store.
Like, I feel like at this
what
point,
else dropped?
Epic needs to
I
release
never
an
put-
app for your phone.
Yes, where you can
I
see and just
never-
shop
Just
from
a store
there.
app.
Oh my
I do
god.
that.
I would live in there.
What's crazy
Yeah.
that I've never played Fortnite. That's not my type of game.
Bro, you don't
installed
know
it
what
just
type
to
of game
buy
is it because you
Master-
never played it, bro.
I
Listen, you just
installed
said
it.
that.
I installed it just to buy Master Chief.
Yep.
Let me
That's
say
I bought him
See?
and
There we
didn't
go.
do
Yeah,
jack
let's get in
with
the
it.
game. So this is what you
Nothing.
do. This is what you do, Joy. You go in the game, you go into zero build mode, and it's literally just the dopest, well-made, bug-free
You're gonna love
fucking
it,
battle
dude.
royale
Do it.
experience.
Let us
I
know.
know.
Let
And
us
then
know.
you can say, you know what? I want to
I
go
know,
drive a
but it's
car
not
and
for me,
race
bro.
and go through the race mode, which is free to do, and it's
not for me,
amazing.
man.
And then you're gonna say, you know what? I feel like Guitar Hero. Let me go listen to some music and play the game. And then you're gonna go into the
I
festival
know.
mode and play that shit. It's fucking
I
amazing,
know,
bro.
I see it.
People hate
One
on
of my
it,
kids is
but
playing the Lego
Fortnite's
mode.
the shit.
One of my kids is playing the Lego mode a lot. and
Yeah, the
she
Lego
plays
mode. My girls were
mode.
upstairs. All three of them playing together, living their
It's-
best lives, bro.
Fortnite
They
is-
have
is
like
on
a
now.
Roblox
me.
mode too now.
Yeah,
so
they do.
they just find
yo,
anything
so
that's
much.
popping that they can compete with. They make a branch of it, and boom, somehow it all
And they
works.
do it just as good or better.
Yeah. Because now I look at Roblox and it always looked a little like, off to
looks
me,
so
a
much
little
worse.
bootlegged. But
I'm
now
just
it really
proud
does.
that I was playing Gears of War 3 a few days ago. My son looked at it and he went to his own Game Pass and he started playing Gears of War 1. I'm like,
Oh, that's dope.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Nice. Fingers crossed for that trilogy, huh?
Yes.
I always
Let's
said
get
if
that
I had
trilogy.
kids, they would like grow up playing the exact games I play. Like Xbox is not out for you. You're playing Sega Genesis. And that's it. And then eventually, when you get older, you get the original Xbox, then maybe 360.
I try to put
fact,
Mario
my son
World
did
on
that
them. I
pretty
try to
much.
put Mario World on them on the Switch, and they're like, nah.
They're like, nah.
See, it's crazy. My son, my oldest, our oldest kid, he is. I keep saying our kid.
Yeah, I know.
It's just I don't know why. Yeah, he's mine.
My two daughters. It's
I know,
like we
I
have
know.
4 together.
Yes, we have 6. God damn it, 6.
6.
Shit. At least I know they're 7. All right, Doodle. But you're constantly calling them 6. You know what I'm saying?
That's a me thing because I don't want to see them older.
That's cool.
So it takes me a bit every
I believe
time.
you.
Every time.
I believe you. Wink. You know what I'm saying? Was that not wink? I say wink so you can see through my glasses.
Shut
Okay,
up.
just play it. But no. So our oldest son, this dude, he loves all the old stuff. We have all the old consoles because he got obsessed with the idea of having them. And we would go to like Game Exchange where they have all a bunch of old games and stuff. And he just loved having them all. He played some of them, but it's crazy. Times are so different.
Yeah,
I don't know how there's so much available to them. I think they have they have a whole different life than we do from gaming.
Yeah, my fiance.
Can you imagine being a kid now? But it couldn't. See, it has to be. It's twofold. It has to be. Imagine being a kid with what they have available to them now, but it has to take place back then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where it's just like in that time,
we got it way too easy. I barely got 2 cassettes from the N64. Barely got that. I exchanged a lot of it from school or borrowing or renting a Blockbuster or whatever.
Yep.
And these kids has everything. Today, just this morning, one starts hugging me like, what's wrong? Like, she's on board. Like, okay, you went to the beach last week. You're going to the beach next week. You have a tablet. You have a Switch. You got the Xbox. You got internet. You got cable. All the Netflix. All the services. You just ate pizza and you're bored. How about you do the dishes? Just ran. It's like they got it too easy, man. And they're bored.
Like I had to beat games back in the day because that's you got to beat it before you have to return it back to Blockbuster, right? That was
my gosh, yeah, that was wild.
That was the worst feeling, man. That was the worst feeling. Like, oh man, I gotta return it today.
Like, oh, I didn't beat it yet.
I'm going to Blockbuster at 12 noon. Oh man, so
I got to beat before then.
Yeah,
that deadline.
That deadline, and now they got Game Pass. It's insane.
Did you know that Power Boss was the youngest of 6?
Oh, nice!
Wow,
that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, that's cool.
That would be our boy.
I'm the second of 4.
Our boys are the oldest and the youngest, even though
the boys book
the youngest is a twin.
He was the last one out.
He was the last one out.
So he's the baby.
He's the baby.
2 older daughters, and the youngest is the boy. He's now discovering Gears of War. I'm so proud.
I know that's always my fiance. She just is getting into gaming, and now she's like a graphic snob. It's so funny to see. Like,
good.
Yeah, I know. I try to introduce her to like Assassin's Creed 2. She's like, I don't like these graphics. I'm like, what do you know?
That's what I like to hear.
Game. She played Hot Wars Legacy, and now she expects like every game to look like that, have that detailed building and world and stuff like that. So when I show her an older game, she's like, nah. I'm like, wow.
My older sister,
I don't care about the artistic look.
Doesn't care. Yeah. My oldest daughter doesn't give a damn about anything. I just showed, like a few weeks ago. Cool. I had it on a big ass TV. I put Hellblade, the new trailer, right? And I'm like, look at it. She just looked up. She's like, so she literally said so. I'm like, oh my god.
I don't know where it started. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's the thing.
No,
she's turning extremely sarcastic, and I'm hating that. Like, she's getting older and she's getting this attitude now. I'm like, god damn, stop. The rolling of the eyes. I'm like, what is
like Joey?
That's wild because you're watching her reaction. You're not even like you're just waiting for like the approval.
And,
and that's the thing with all these games and everything else. Even the music that we used to listen to,
whatever Korean
they
thing,
think it's so whack.
Actually, talk about music. I literally was just on my ride back from the office.
Oh my gosh!
I just put on. I went on YouTube Music and I just put on 90s hits.
Okay.
Oh man, there was some deep cuts in there, bro. That shit was dope. Woo, there's
Yeah.
so many good songs, but these kids don't get it. They like all their crap music. It's whack. Man, I was listening
No.
to Star
you known
Mix
the
a
new
lot.
term?
You kidding me? I like Big
You know
Butts.
what
You
pisses
cannot
me off?
lie. Come on, man.
You know what pisses me
That
off?
was fire.
My
What
two
pisses you off?
daughters doesn't listen to the entire song no more. They want the TikTok versions that are short.
What the fuck
I'm
is
like,
that?
what the hell? Yeah, they want the short version of songs
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
There's
Why?
And they want to
TikTok
repeat it
versions.
over
Yep.
and over and over and over again. I'm like, what the
Yep.
hell is this shit? I don't understand it.
I
I
don't
really
know what
don't
happened.
understand.
How we consume media nowadays is like a conversation. Like, I actually I wrote an article about a while ago, like how movies back in the day were a lot longer. We had better attention spans back in the day, but now that we're constantly needing things on like social media, like scrolling through TikTok and
God,
stuff, we
niggas.
need that validation like quickly, like to get that sort of satisfaction. That does something to your brain, and I feel like that also affects how we consume music, movies nowadays. So if a movie's like 2 hours, they're like, oh, this is too long. When back in the day you had 3, 4, we had intermissions back. Like, I mean, we're talking about like 8
Yeah.
minutes and stuff like that, but we used to have intermissions where people go to a lobby, come back and see the movie. Now, it is what it is, but that's just where we
one
are.
good side effect from all this stuff that's happening to PlayStation is that some of those games should be shorter.
Yeah, that's a great side effect.
Even shorter. Even
You're
shorter.
right, you're right,
You know what I'm saying?
because
For 70
I think
bucks.
they
The older
could
I
make
get,
games.
the older
Only
I
so
get,
much-
the
I
I
less
beat
time
Spider-Man
get
2
to
in like 8 hours.
Exactly.
Like, nah.
See, I didn't even know. Oh, is that short? Maybe I will try to beat it. We'll see. I was like, I can't give my life to that damn game. Same thing with Ragnarok. Oh my god, they're all so long and so whack. Not the first ones. I liked all the first iterations of it, right? So God of War 2018, that was pretty good. And I mean, that one was still too long. But like
Yeah,
the next
I
one,
like God of
Doodle.
War. I liked Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales. Spider-Man 2 was like the buggiest game I played last year. I
Yeah.
had so many bugs, and I started like uploading, like, guys, is anyone else experiencing this? They're like, 3-bit, you're doing this on purpose. You're breaking the game on purpose.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
I
okay.
saw you tweet
I
that,
was
and
like-
people are like, "Nah, you're lying."
Yeah.
I'm like, "You're
Yeah,
doing it
you're
on
like,
purpose."
I was like,
You do
how
that
can I
shit
do
on
this
How
on
do you
purpose?
even do that on purpose for real?
Yeah. They're like,
Yeah,
you
that's a
look this
problem.
bug up online, and the reason why you're glitching through the wall right now
You're
is
trying
because
to glitch.
you're trying to break the game. I'm like,
You're
That
trying
was
to like shut
wild.
up, asshole. You know what? You know what? Would stop that? The QA people who are supposed to try to break the game and then fucking fix it when they break it, right? How
like,
about that
people's
one?
priorities are way off. If you think like,
Yeah.
like, oh, you're trying to break the game, as opposed to questioning like, why is that bug there in the first
Why is it
place?
able to
You
be
know,
broken? Like,
why is it
what's wrong
able
with
to
you?
be?
I have to
Yeah.
correct myself. Long and boring. Get it right, CMoney. Yes, Gun Griffin, you're correct. They were long and boring. And
Follow
that's
the
why,
path. Me,
yeah.
me
It's like,
too.
dude, I fucking I thought I got to the end of God of War 2018 when I made it up the mountain, and it was like, nope, done. You gotta go back down. I guess you don't want to get them scattered up there no more. I gotta go back down the mountain. Like, what are we
Nah.
talking about? This whole point was to get up there. God damn it.
Like, nah,
So
go back
long.
then.
Unnecessary.
You're not ready. You're not ready.
Case Filler says, laughing my ass off. See, buddy, I got fired from Sad Goody for dancing with this cute Italian girl to Sir Mix-a-Lot. Yo, what a way to go. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get it in. Hargeet with his leaning back so I can see more of the mustard. Bullshit. God damn it, Hargeet.
That's a treat just for
Be
you,
like-
baby. Mustard and olives.
Oh my god. Jesse Darby, hashtag keep that boot on Sony's neck. Listen, this is the thing. I feel like Xbox doesn't even need to put a boot on their neck anymore. Right now, the neck is completely booted by their entire business. They have no idea what they're doing anymore. They literally don't. Like, this is not even an Xbox dude talking shit about a PlayStation situation. This is literally looking at the company going from making single player to forcing multiplayer to backing off of some multiplayer and now focusing back on single player, but now you're closing studios who wanted to do this, and now you're shutting down the come on, man. Like, what are you even like? If you're a PlayStation dude right now, and PlayStation is your identity, you identify as a PlayStation pony. What direction do you feel the company is going in? Like, what outlook do you feel that you have to look forward to right now? Like, can you for certain say, I know what games I should be expecting at this point? Because I don't.
Well, listen, I
They
think
don't
even
care
if
as long
they
as they're
had
Xbox.
games that they were expecting, there's no certainty about anything. You don't know. They can cancel anything. I mean, Factions 2 was being worked on for however long, 6,
That
8
annoyed
years,
me. I was looking forward to
and
Factions.
and it's gone
Yeah.
just like that. So there's no guarantee when it comes to the mess that they've created. And that's why you got to stop investing in their freaking consoles. It's that simple. If they
Oh,
release
shit.
the Pro, you got to run from it.
I missed this. Sorry, Adidas. I did not
Adidas,
see
what's up,
that. What's up, man?
baby?
Thank you for being here, bro. Thank you for that $2 chat. It says
Thank you.
Chaos Lounge in chat. Pull him in, please. Well, we're gonna set something up. See, there we got a lot of people up here, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna have him come up on his own time with somebody else over here. So we'll set him
Ooh,
up for a
let's
night shift.
go.
We'll get him in on a night shift. We're making moves. We got the peoples. We got the peoples. We want them coming in.
Talking about night shift. I think I gotta bounce. It's getting late for me.
Oh, damn. You know what? It is pretty late, actually. Okay, well, this is what I would say. All right. We had a great show today. I think we covered a lot. Doodle,
Yes, baby.
is there anything else from any of this that you wanted to Oh, wait, no. Hold on. One more thing. Shit, before we go. Completely forgot. Pentiment-GATE.
Yes.
What's everybody's quick feelings on PlayStation getting the superior version of Pentiment at 120 FPS, so you don't miss any of those words scrolling by at all?
Yeah.
I mean, they came out and
bug.
told us that it was just a
It's a bug.
patch that was not.
Yeah.
that was not
Yeah.
implemented yet.
So I feel like we get from third party, we get this problem where I talked about where a lot of developers prioritize the PlayStation first over the Xbox versions of games just because PlayStation is the market leader, et cetera, et cetera. So my opinion is like if you are with your first party, that's something you need to really prevent, even if it seems like it's like a small issue, like no one's probably going to notice. You need to make sure with your first party that is tight, that you are really utilizing that hardware and stuff and kind of preventing anything like this, even if it was a bug or something like that. It's not a good look, in my opinion, to have a PlayStation, especially like when you're like, oh, we're putting 4 games on these other platforms, to have one game perform better on another platform. Like, bro, this is your titles, even if it's small, like it was bug or whatever the case is. My opinion is like, hey, like these are your games. Make sure you're utilizing that hardware to its potential, even if it was just a mistake or what have you. That's kind of how I see it. Like this is your first party studios, so just make sure you're utilizing that hardware. In the future, I'm sure with Call of Duty, you could do that again. Like make sure that you're really utilizing the Xbox hardware, because you get this problem with a lot of development studios. They're not prioritizing the Xbox hardware. They're just like going straight to PlayStation and porting games to Xbox. So you get this problem where a lot of PlayStation games are either performing better than the Xbox, or it's equal, when really the Xbox hardware is actually better than the PlayStation. So it shouldn't be the case in a lot of these games that PlayStation should be performing better when Xbox has the better hardware. So just making sure with the first party that is not going to be the case. Just make sure that you guys are on point with that. That's how I see it. I don't think. Yeah. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Oh,
perfect. All right, Joey. So I know you're gonna get going. So spit your bars off on this real quick, and then thank you again for being with us, man. We appreciate you rocking with us.
I apologize. I froze a second. What was the topic? What was the word?
Pentiment-GATE is what I called it. It's the Pentiment-GATE.
God.
Everybody's wondering what happened. Why did Xbox choose to release the better version on PlayStation? It was Xbox needed PlayStation in order to do 120 frames per second for Xbox game. Pentiment. Can't miss any of those words. You know what I'm saying?
I would just say this. I don't know why it happened. It happened. A bug. Apparently, I know the game was being ported by some other studio, and then of course they're gonna use all the power of the SSD. Apparently, 120 frames per second. Who cares? Honestly, like who's gonna read faster because this thing is 120 frames per second? Like, look,
wrong game to get 120 frames per second on.
It's the wrong game to be bragging about. It could be the best game ever, the best storytelling. I tried it. I really tried. I really did, and it wasn't for me.
I thought the story was dope.
Look, I wanted it to be successful. Hopefully, people buy it. Oh my God, my dog. But to be bragging about 100 frames per second for just the breeding game, you're betting on the wrong horse, guys.
You know what? Just a bug, you know how smart they are over there in PlayStation Land. You know those speed readers they got. You know what I'm saying? They can't waste a second. They need to click that A so fast to get past, but they're just taking it all in because they read so fast over there.
Well, they're taking it all in, all right.
Yeah, there is. But yeah, it's a non-issue. It's an annoying issue. I'll say that. It's an annoying issue as an Xbox fan. You're like, really, dude? You couldn't do that for the Xbox? What's wrong? But at the same time, nobody's losing sleep over this. And if you're really mad, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Let's take a chill pill and go to sleep, I guess.
Facts.
That's it.
Facts.
That's it. Well, if you do it with Hi-Fi Rush, then we're gonna have a problem. But Pentiment, come on, really?
That would be an issue. That would be an issue for sure. For sure.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, I do have to move. I have to log off there. Start my shift. I start in 10 minutes, my shift. So I gotta log off.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody, for having me. CMoney. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. When I have the time, next time try to let me know before. Even though I was like, oh shit, I gotta start today.
You told me not to remind you. You said I don't need to remind me. I'm really good with the calendar or whatever.
I
don't need to remind him. I'm good.
Yeah. That's my bad. But thank you for having me. We learned. No, that's okay. Doodle, thank you so much. It's nice having a conversation with you, Hargeet, the first time ever. It's awesome. 3-bit. I know you don't remember me from WBG, but I'm always there. That's fine.
No,
but now he will.
Now I will.
Everybody in the chat, as usual, don't follow me on Twitter. What you have to do is follow these people. Join them.
Thank you, Joey.
Hit the like button. Join their channel. 3-bit the same. He's an awesome content creator. Hargeet is not on Twitter, but he's on like a bunch of podcasts. From Boomstick, to the Games on Daily, from anything you can imagine. He's gonna be in the revival of RDX2. So
at some point
he's everywhere. So yeah, at some point. But
one day,
these are awesome guys. Follow them, and then after you've done all that, follow WBG and TTS. And after you've done that, then you can follow me on Twitter. All right. So everybody have a good night. God bless you all.
Too, Joey. Thank you for rocking with us.
Fuck these ponies. Bye.
Fuck these ponies.
Yes.
Facts. All right, brother. Oh man, that was funny.
That's how you exit a room.
Gun Griffin. Yeah, 100%. Gun Griffin. It's a 2-day game, so does it matter? No, it doesn't. But now they have to make sure they put it on Xbox, because if not, PlayStation are gonna feel like they're superior. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, Hargeet?
I think anybody who's actually bringing this up had better have goddamn bought the game. If you haven't bought the game, shut up.
They have not.
Good point.
They have on either side. To be clear, on either side, nobody has bought it. When people pitch it on Xbox, like, no, it's all right. It's gonna get it. It's just a bug. They never played that shit, and neither did the.
I mean, I played and finished it, but come on. Like there's no action in this game. It's literally you walk and then you talk to people. That's it. That's the whole game, right? Yeah. The story's fantastic.
It's
fantastic,
amazing.
It's mind-boggling. But don't tell me you need 120 frames. You don't even need 10 frames. It's ridiculous.
Facts. Yeah, it could have been like 24 frames, like a movie.
Still works.
It would have
cinematic.
Facts. Yeah, I just thought it was funny. That's why I kind of put it just to kind of end the show. So it was like, what a stupid
The ponies need a
argument.
win. They need something to talk about that is, of a positive light right now. And
You
Phil
find
was
out
like,
how
you know
many
what?
people,
Let's be that
many-
light for them.
how many
Yeah,
Sony
right.
fans like actually wanted Xbox games. It's actually interesting to see that where they're like, oh, I Hi-Fi Rush is garbage, Pentiment
that
garbage,
needs to be the actual topic, doesn't it? To be bit.
Yeah.
How many people are going to buy Hi-Fi Rush? Apparently,
Yeah.
apparently those
That's
ponies
gonna be
actually
the
do like
big-
Xbox games.
Yeah.
That's gonna
I've
be the
seen
big push.
this one guy was saying like how terrible Hi-Fi Rush is and trash and all this different stuff. And then those were his old tweets. And then you look up now,
His
he's
new
like,
tweet is
His new
like,
oh
tweets,
yeah, I'm
it
looking
changes.
for
It changes.
yeah, changes, obviously. So these people actually wanted Xbox games all along is what we're finding out.
Yes.
So
They're Xbox fans, man. They just
they just don't want to admit.
They've been waiting.
So now anytime they bring something up, we have to look up their trophies and say, wait, did you play an Xbox game? When are you buying an
Hell
Xbox?
I noticed. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like every time you finish talking to a pony, you have to say thank you for your services. You know what I'm saying? For contributing to our success. We
Did you buy the
appreciate
Call of Duty bundle? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Buy Hi-Fi
You
Rush?
bought
Oh,
that
okay.
Nikki skin? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
All right,
you.
cool.
Thank you.
Oh, you
Appreciate
play
it, appreciate it.
Minecraft? Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's glorious.
It's a Trojan
glorious.
horse. Microsoft really is a Trojan horse. They are infiltrating.
They
PlayStation
really
from
are.
inside.
They infiltrated PlayStation from the inside.
They did. They did.
Yeah.
Those are facts. Those are facts, guys. Those are facts.
Yeah, so for like the next year, we could just look at the top games played on their console, and it'll all be Xbox games. Oh, like that'll be very interesting.
That's gonna be interesting for sure. How are they gonna go ahead and twist around that? That's gonna be a tough one.
Good luck.
It's funny because
I'm gonna have to put that up as a background. Top
Yes.
PlayStation games played
Ooh.
I like that.
month by month.
It's not God of
I like
War.
that.
It's not Spider-Man. It's Call of Duty, Minecraft.
0 PlayStation exclusives, 5 Xbox games.
Oh my god. It's gonna
When
be
are you
beautiful.
buying your Xbox PlayStation ponies?
It's gonna be beautiful. I can only imagine what else Phil and the gang are gonna buy.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? To just really
Square
I
Enix.
feel like I think that they're gonna look at their PlayStation's top 10 and just start buying all the studios that they don't own. They're like, yup, we'll take that one.
They just look at
That's
the
ours
NPD
now."
like, who should I buy today? Oh, this studio? Okay.
Yo.
Well, in that one, it would be freaking Take Two, and that would really make them pissed off.
That would I feel like it'll be Square Enix would just piss them off. I don't even think they're financially like as amazing as Take Two, but I feel like that would
I
Oh, hell
agree.
no.
I
No,
agree
it's
with
like
you,
4 or 5
Uribe.
billion
I think
for,
it's just
for
to
Square
like
Enix.
bother them.
yeah, it would just bother
Take Two is going to be like 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time they talk about Final Fantasy, be like, "Oh yeah, good thing you enjoying that Xbox franchise." You know what I'm saying?
Because if they get
That's
Square
what
Enix,
happens.
what else? I mean,
Sega.
Sony has been really relying on them lately for like third party support. So, I mean, you get them. Who's really who's
It's
left?
crazy that we could actually sit here and we can joke, but also 100% have understanding that it could legitimately happen if Xbox
Yeah.
so chose, right? Like imagine being a pony, right? On a pony podcast, sitting there saying, man, wouldn't it be nice if PlayStation could buy, and then everybody starts laughing on the panel because they know they can't afford shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they use like 16 credit cards to buy Bungie. You know what I'm saying? And they're still trying to get rid of it.
I made the joke, but it was a joke, but it wasn't a joke on my Twitter where I was saying that like, oh, they put these 4 games over on PlayStation, so can regulators really complain that they are not supporting other platforms or even thinking about using that argument? I mean, with the FTC case, they could barely use that argument because they already have put other games on other systems, but now can they even think about even bringing that up when they have Hi-Fi Rush or any of that? Like it really does help their regulator case, or
It does.
it's more so
It
the
does.
appearance of like hey, I'm a I'm on these other platforms. I'm being nice. Look, Hi-Fi Rush, all this different stuff.
I'm
Now I'm gonna
sharing.
buy your studio. You know, it really
Yes.
does help in the regulation case, because Xbox said they're going to buy more studios. It's not a matter of if, it's really when that's gonna happen.
Satya said double down, baby.
Yeah.
Double
So
down.
I mean,
it's
the
just a matter of
smaller
who's
ones
gonna be.
aren't going to be as big of a deal, but yeah, if they wanted to go get Take-Two, which they could, if they wanted to do that, then yeah, you'd probably be it'd be good for them to be more multi-plat.
Yeah, look,
with
we
some of
have
these games.
we have stuff on Switch. Now we're gonna buy
this is the thing.
Take-Two.
If they bought Take-Two, like Grand Theft will stay multi-plat. Like they're never.
Of course
gonna
it will.
take
Yeah,
that.
For sure. 100%.
So that's
and
gonna
so would
stay.
NBA 2K. You would never
And
take
NBA,
that
I was
away.
about to
It just
say
wouldn't make
NBA
sense.
2K is gonna do it. So
It'll
it's
just
kind of
be
like
in Game
what's
Pass
it?
or something. Yeah.
It would just be for the bragging rights of owning it. You know what I'm saying? Like there would
Well,
be
no. It would be you auto market GTA. You
With
auto
Xbox.
market GTA, and guess where it's going to be? Game Pass. Day and date.
Game
Yeah.
Pass,
Game
baby.
Right? So you auto market
Talk about
GTA. So that
advertising
marketing
Game
rights is
Pass.
done.
Yeah.
between
Right?
those
So-
two games, between Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto, you own the world.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That's the last Infinity Ring, like Thanos.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
That's it. You know he's
Right?
eyeing that
Yeah.
shit. Like he's like,
That's
when
also
is
Zynga,
Grand Theft
right?
coming out?
Yeah. I feel like they wouldn't do that. But Square, I could see them buying.
Never
like,
say never.
I mean, honestly,
I mean,
you're right.
who
Like
thought
ABK, I was
Activision
like,
Blizzard? You know what I'm saying? Like that
Yeah.
changes literally the thought process you could ever have on what
That's
they're
true.
willing to spend.
This is, by
money
the
on.
way, why I'm like, in
That's
5 to
fact.
10 years, it won't matter because they can go full third party as long as they have things like GTA and they market GTA. If they have things like Warner and they market the next, like, Hogwarts, right?
Yeah.
People will just
What do you
associate
think about
COD's going to be
What
them.
do you think about them
GTA?
buying Warner now that they're in the shitter?
He just said that. I was like,
I've been
"Ooh."
saying it. They should buy Warner. And
I
I don't mean
wanted
just the
them to
games.
buy
I
Warner
mean
a
buy
long
the
time
whole
ago.
bloody thing.
Yeah, they're about
Yeah, no,
to.
the whole thing. The Warner Discovery, get the whole thing.
You got
as well.
Square, them, Take-Two. It's done.
Yeah.
Basically,
PlayStation is an app at that point.
It's
I
super
don't,
nice.
they can have their box. It doesn't matter. It's just everybody's going to associate those games with Xbox. It's just the way it is. Even if you can even put every logo on the bottom of every freaking trailer and say like, "What this is going to be on PlayStation, it's going to be on Switch, it's going to be on Steam."
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. People are going to associate it with Xbox.
It's more so to also, like, if you buy Square Enix, it's not about like you keeping that game from another platform, which Sony would do, the past Sony. I don't know about this new Sony.
Mhm.
So like if Sony bought Square Enix, it would be like, this game is mine and nowhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have to buy them right now because they're just, Square Enix is pretty much doing what they want. But
Not
Xbox
anymore.
buying Square Enix, not anymore, because Xbox buying Square Enix would mean that game is guaranteed to come to my platform.
Xbox,
But
exactly.
it also goes
Game
on,
Pass.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Game Pass.
Yes.
So
Yeah, it shuts down the back and forth and
I'm digging this conversation.
Yeah,
Like I just
for
want
sure.
all these things to happen. Listen, we already know that there's a secret studio that was purchased. We don't know what it is. Okay.
Oxide,
But we
right?
know-
I don't know, maybe.
We know one of them. Can you imagine? It's like, yeah,
we bought Sega.
we bought Sega. You know, there are.
Well, that's
We bought
multiple
it all,
studios, though, right? But
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
but man,
That's
I
true.
would love to hear that announcement. Square Enix merging with Microsoft.
That would be. Oh my gosh, there would be
Yes, Lance, thank you,
so.
brother.
I
Don't
would.
forget to hit me up on
I just
Twitter,
want to
bro.
see that. I just want to see that. Like people
Oh,
go.
yeah,
I
yeah.
just want
have a good
them.
night, baby.
I just want them to own everybody, and it's not only for us selfishly; it's for them, right? Because it changes everything if you're owned by Big Daddy Microsoft, right?
Yeah.
Sega, first of all, Sonic will have a chance to come back to the spotlight, to be a mascot again.
Yeah.
And Xbox can pump some money into him, make him compete with Mario. Finally, the revenge fight that he's been dreaming of, that he's been not qualified to have anymore because he doesn't rep a particular platform. Once he's back, let's see what Sonic can become. I'm just saying, all these studios, you don't know what can come from them when they don't have to worry about the next dollar the same way, right? They always got to worry about the money, right? But it's not the same way. It's not life or death for them, right? They can
That's why I can
actually
afford games like Pentiment, because
exactly
like they're underneath Microsoft's umbrella. Like making those games would be a risk nowadays. But
Yeah.
if you're underneath Microsoft,
Yeah.
and they have the mentality of like, here, try this game out. Phil's basically coming to these studios like, we want you to be the DNA that you are. With Lionhead Studios, they very much failed in that department, where Microsoft went to Lionhead. It's like, you are going to make Kinect games and Kinect games only. And we've seen how that turned out. So now they're having a hands-off approach. They're like, hey, we are going to let you
Not too hands off.
Yeah, not too hands off, because that's when you get Redfall. That's
Redfall with hands off.
Yes.
Now,
so you get hands off, but you're also like, well, you guys working? Okay, just check in every once in a while, make sure they're good. So hands on, but hands off.
Yes, this is the preferred way, right? And again, it's crazy because I feel why Xbox is going to be so amazing is because it was forged through fire, right? Like it Microsoft and Xbox didn't become what it was just because they happened to not mess up and people just wanted to come over here, right? Like they started as the underdog. They jumped, had 360, blew it out, but even 360 had that red ring of death. They had to like figure out how to handle that. Then you got the Xbox One generation, big fumble. Satya took a big gamble on Phil. Phil took that from death to success, right? Meaning a vibrant community. It has games being made, and then now Game Pass and buying all these studios, and then Bethesda, ABK. Like they have hustled and worked to get here, right? And that's why, while PlayStation is dumbfounded right now, Xbox has all the pieces in place to do what they need to do for the future, because nobody was looking or caring to see their actions as any type of threat. They were just, look at that stupid Microsoft and their little game over there. And then boom, they buy ABK and change the fucking world. They bought Bethesda. That was enough to scare Google shitless, right?
Seriously.
And Google was like, I'm out.
Yep.
You bought Bethesda?
Google's like, we
done.
tried.
And then now, boom, here we are. ABK. This is literally going to be the thing.
I did not see that coming.
Will always like come down in history as the moment that changed everything, because now they have the power to do so.
Yeah. And Gun Griffin, that's a good point. They buy Bandai Namco.
I just saw it.
Right, let me see. Gun Griffin panel, hear me out. What if Microsoft buys Bandai Namco? The anime licenses alone would kill PlayStation fans. Many of them play Tekken, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece, Attack on Titan, Tales series. I mean, shit, that would be pretty damn good.
That'll be a good buy.
And
it's much more expensive.
That's only for the gaming, right? Only those licenses are.
They wouldn't own those licenses, right? They just, I don't know.
They would just be the license. They would just be the people who have the license at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked, they were in the 20+ billion range.
Really?
So I don't know if it's the largest Japanese publisher outside of Nintendo and PlayStation. So I don't know if they absolutely could pull it off. It's just, I don't know if they would go after that. I also don't know what their financial status is, if they're actually in trouble. They generally like to find people that have a good need, right? A need to be change, have a change. And that is a good potential with Square. Right. What was that?
Yeah. Traditionally, they would only go for private studios. It wasn't until ABK where they're like, this is a public company. Like Bethesda, the private company, and all these.
Oh yeah, that was the first public. That was the first.
That's why I was like, "There's no way they'll buy ABK." Like it wasn't even a thought in my brain.
Well, I thought it was a potential once I saw the stock price. Right, like they were in trouble, and it went from 90 billion down to 40, and I'm like, "Yo, this is a good time to buy them."
Yeah,
right? And so
plus all the controversies and stuff that was happening at ABK.
It's like they need a rescue. That's what they're looking for. It's like, who could buy them?
Yep. so if they were gonna buy someone else, it would be that same thing, Hargy. Like who's?
That's what I'm thinking. And Square's like in trouble. Embracer's in trouble. Mm-hmm. So those are ones that you could look at. Sega is not so bad, but they did have a bunch of layoffs. So they might be looking at something there as well. Konami is just kind of in a weird state, and I don't know if they really have enough to really be worth getting. It's mostly the studios; they just don't have that much. Koei's an interesting one too, but
pachinko games.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? They would have to schism that out. It was the same with is it Square or Sega has the same kind of weird thing, but Sega and Sammy, right? And I think they've schismed that out. So the Sega part of it is just Sega, which generally that means they're ready to sell that too. So still be surprised if that
it could be those. Yeah.
What's crazy too is to also keep in mind that like Sega was already like discussed by Phil, like, hey, I think we're gonna go scoop them up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, honestly,
so was Square, by the way. That was a perspective.
Yeah, they had a list of studios of like the pros and cons of their risk.
Sky's the limit, bro.
Yeah.
Sky is
so supposedly background was that it was Square or Bethesda. They were leaning Square, but then it turned. Sony was gonna go get Starfield, and they're like, "Yo, we can't allow that. We can't have a Western RPG like that not be on Xbox." So like, okay, we'll give up on Square.
And to be clear, they made the right call.
Yeah, that was the right call,
because
for
Starfield did way better than any of those Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We have a fun future ahead of us.
Plenty of potential.
That's why it's going to be a fun time to be an Xbox fan. And that's
Warner's
why
in trouble.
all those fake as Xbox dudes who jump ship because of rumors or because these 4 games went over there. Bro, we have so much ahead of us. It's crazy. And do you really want to be on PlayStation side when they get their final nail in their coffin? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really want to be that dude who has to like?
I mean, ultimately, it would just move into it being a a publisher, right? But still, they'll be fine. I still think they'll be a PS6. I think they'll do whatever they need to, right? And they might get spanked. They might actually get destroyed in the next generation.
Maybe.
But let's let it play out. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. I just don't know. Those margins are spooky, bro. Those margins don't leave a lot of room for R&D on a new console. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you're not wrong.
That's very interesting, right? Because Microsoft can easily say we're investing, right? And they could say that to their shareholders, by the way, and they'll be happy because look, the assumption is that I will get a return later, and I'm getting massive returns on everything else you're doing. So whatever, right? So it's fine. You can make that claim. They just want it to make more money. That's fine. Right, but they could say we're going to invest in the hardware for Xbox for the next 5 years, and there might be less return. Okay, doesn't
also let's also not act as if the gaming industry was never a 2-party system. You know what I'm saying? It was
Sega, Nintendo, right? Yeah,
right. I'm just saying.
No, I suppose when like Sony came in, there were a lot of players, but they were kind of smaller. But there were a lot of players like TurboGrafx and Neo Geo and 3DO. And
it was pretty clear who
Atari, Jaguar, and big ones, right? There's a lot of little stuff out there.
I mean, we've seen Microsoft's plan for what they want to do. I don't know if you guys remember, there's that chart of importance of their plan. And Illuminati. But basically they have I remember at the top it was like handheld devices. Like that was a little bit less of importance due to like how much it would cost. Like the R&D cost didn't match their current budget and plans and stuff like that. But that was a while ago, so that they eventually did want to make a handheld, but it was just later. It was like up that triangle span of what they wanted to focus on. What they wanted to initially focus on was the next hardware, which might be cloud-based or hand. It could be like a mixture, a hybrid to get sort of that. We're starting to hear rumors of that. I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not, but
we'll see.
We'll see, right? We'll see, because that does fit that model. You could have a console and a handheld at the same time, and that does fit your plans a little bit. So we'll see.
I'm just saying, if Sony gets low enough, maybe Microsoft will buy their bitch asses too. You know what I'm saying? You just don't know. You just don't know.
Imagine. I can only imagine what the regulators will say with that one.
No, they'll just buy everyone around them. And then
us combined, we only have like 80 million consoles sold. Nintendo has like 180 million consoles sold. I think we can compete with them. All right. Just saying, where there's a will, there's a way.
Look at you with an argument already about
trying to make it happen. I'm trying to make it happen. I'm trying to save Sony, okay? I'm trying to save them, right?
Trying
to be a good Samaritan out here.
I mean, if someone buys Sony,
what do they bring to the table?
Who's
What does
Sony?
Sony bring to the table?
Sony.
Nothing. Dog
Right?
shit.
I mean, the
Dog
Nintendo
shit.
one I actually get. The Nintendo gives you like these family-friendly titles that are just world recognized, right? What does Sony really give you? I don't like because they
I mean, a
have
Sony
everything to
fan
compete
would
with
say
that.
Hargi is the premium experience. Like that's the
Well, but
go-to.
they're
But they're
not.
getting
sort of thing.
degraded to
But
the
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
subprime
Yeah.
experience. You know what I'm saying?
It's a premium experience. That's the main attraction of some. I mean, that's what they said in their documents too. They know that. They know that their fans are
They're
like,
going from hardcover to soft cover. You know what I'm saying? They're being degraded. Okay, they ain't gonna get that premium touch no more.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Oh.
seeing they need to change their business model. So we'll see if it works out for them.
From premium experience to
Something. We'll see.
Maybe it's just like
We'll see.
premium.
I don't
You know what I'm saying?
whatever,
They
right?
lose
Like,
a couple letters. You know what I'm saying? So like the premium versus the emium. You know what I'm saying? They just lose a couple
like,
letters.
so is
I feel
Diablo
like
not a
Apple should
premium
really buy
game?
them.
Is COD not a premium game? Is like I don't know. Like I don't know what they really bring to the table. Like they
Hellblade
bring
is
sad dad walking
It's gonna be
simulators.
that game
Like
that
okay,
closely resembles that type. But you ain't wrong. You ain't
If
wrong.
Apple buys them, that would be.
but Apple said they don't
okay.
want to.
Yeah.
Did they?
If
say
anyone
that?
buys Sony, by the way, then they don't have Spider-Man. So if anyone buys Sony, the rights revert back to Marvel.
Revert back
for
to
Spider-Man.
Marvel. Yeah.
So
Or Disney.
Oh shit. Ooh.
So-
Yeah, I don't know,
that's
man.
okay.
I don't know. I don't know what they bring to the table. Like honestly, I just don't. Like I absolutely see Nintendo because like you can say Mario and everybody in the world knows what that is, right? It's just world recognized. Like
they know
if you
how to
said God of
really
War,
utilize their IP.
do you think people know what that is? Outside of like a handful, like I don't know what percentage.
But that's
of
why
gamers,
they're utilizing their TV division, Hargi. Like they want people to know what these IPs are.
Like Last of Us. Like how many
like Last
people do you
of
think
Us and
watch that and think that's a game?
like, oh, this is a game.
That's true.
not
I don't think
many.
anybody does.
Yeah.
I don't think one person does at all.
I think more people recognize Halo as a game because I think Halo actually does have that recognition.
Yeah.
Right. Call of Duty is an
Pretty hard
obvious.
game.
Everybody knows Call of Duty, right? I don't know what they bring to the table. I'm honest. I don't know what they bring to the table. Nintendo, I 100% get. Like they just have world class. Everybody knows Pokemon. Everybody knows Pokemon. Everybody knows Mario.
In the past,
having
Hargi,
that
I would
alone
have
is just
said
so good.
their IPs. I would have said their IPs in the past, like Jack and Daxter, SOCOM, and all this different stuff. But they've been so
use it.
restrictive with their IPs of remakes and
They're out of the
remasters.
zeitgeist. Nobody knows
constantly.
that anymore.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
people
it's
probably know
really
Crash
their
more
own
than
brand.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
Xbox
that.
owns them.
I don't know. I don't know what they
Interesting.
bring.
yeah.
I mean,
Like outside of Spider-Man, like the Marvel things, because Marvel is the
all right.
the vehicles,
So
right?
for-
Marvel.
to be
Marvel.
fair, let's go through. So Nintendo, what do you value in Nintendo? To me, it's like Mario. It's like those games, like they really utilize their IP. So Mario, he's playing tennis, he's doing your taxes, he's everywhere.
Facts.
Mario Kart, right?
So
Facts.
Mario Kart, he's
He's
doing
a race
everything.
car
So they're
driver.
really
Mario
good.
Party, yeah.
They're
Exactly,
really good at
Mario
utilizing
Party.
their IP, continuing
That's really
that.
smart.
Xbox has the ecosystem, like playing Game Pass, amazing deals and stuff like that. PlayStation, what is it? is it
don't
that
know.
premium thing? That's all I could kind of
It's
think about. I'm
Doodle.
trying to be
Premium.
It's not even
genuinely.
premium anymore.
I know,
God
but-
of War Ragnarok was not premium. God of
I
Oh,
War
like
2018 was
God- you know,
premium. This
Ghost
was
of Tsushima.
reused.
Great game, but like, is
Ghost
that
of
really
Tsushima.
is that an IP worth spending maybe like $60 billion for?
No.
Like I don't. What do you get with them? Like Nintendo is an awesome
Nothing
buy no matter
unique,
what.
Nothing
They're
that
just
can't
so
be
ridiculously
done.
awesome.
Nothing that Xbox can't do right now on their own.
Well,
You know
you're
what,
better
Bryce?
off
I
spending that
think I
money
figured it out.
elsewhere, right? And getting something special.
I feel like I figured it out. Sony is the default console. It automatically,
The
like,
casual
people
box.
assume games are coming there regardless, because if you look at the media, they are like, oh, when's this game coming to PlayStation, right? That's always the mentality for a lot of
Mhm.
people. That's going to start shifting, but the mentality for the media and a lot of people is like, oh, this is cool, when's it coming to PlayStation, you know? So I feel like that is the thing for a lot of people to argue that games
But
just
the only way that
automatically
you can buy
come.
them is the platform goes away. Right, that's the
Yeah.
only way Xbox could buy them. They can't be a competitor, right? It can't be a horizontal merger. So that means there's no
Right.
PS6.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that basically you're buying a publisher at that point. What do they bring to the table? I would say Sega has more properties that are
To
probably
offer,
better.
yeah.
Unique for sure. I mean, obviously, listen,
Yeah.
they bring studio talent that I would say I enjoy. Naughty Dog, right? So Naughty Dog, their storytelling capability, not that
incredible.
Microsoft can't
I
do
like
that now, but
Yeah.
the
Exactly.
entity, Naughty Dog, they are a talented studio. It'd be the same thing as buying WB and getting Rocksteady, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's a talented studio. Not that Xbox can't do that. They are making their own superhero game, right? They are making their own, realistic, story focused game, right?
Mhm.
It's
Making Blade.
just, yeah, Blade. It's gonna be dope. But I feel like,
Gears-
if you bought
Gears 6 is
PlayStation,
gonna look really
you get
good.
them.
Right?
I mean, it is.
But I mean, that's the thing. I don't like. Yes, some
Just
of those
buy Naughty
stories are
Dog.
nice,
Some PlayStation,
but they
buy
don't-
Naughty Dog,
Go
and,
around it.
and the rest of the studios.
But I think you get that with Sega. I think you could take some of the major IP they've had that they have not done anything with and bring that level of story to it. And you've got something that's very equivalent to what Naughty Dog can do. Now, I understand Naughty Dog is a
Sega's
very
coming
talented
back,
studio.
too.
That's fair. And you're right, they're bringing their games back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy
So we
Tag
don't
Team
know how
stuff.
good they're going to be, right?
And the cool
But
thing with
Nintendo, I
Sega is
get
that
that's
we
an
already
easy one,
know that Sonic went head to head with Mario before, right?
right?
So I feel like we have somebody who's been like it was a Sonic or Mario situation,
You
and
also
Yep.
get the legacy of you buying a legacy.
And Sonic's more recognized than anything PlayStation has,
Facts. Well,
Yeah.
it's Mario
It's
and
true.
Sonic, right?
right? Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
true.
100% true.
this
100%
Yeah,
adds
facts.
to
I
the
don't know.
idea. Phil was saying we can't make our own, Smash
can hardly-
Brothers and Mario Kart and all this
Xbox
other
could
stuff. It's
definitely
like,
make
okay,
its own.
well, this adds to the idea of them possibly getting there a lot sooner.
The funny thing
Yeah.
is the mascot for PlayStation is now owned by Xbox. It's Crash Bandicoot.
Crash. Yeah.
Isn't that freaking wild?
So weird.
Yo,
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. for
who
sure.
would have thought?
It's so weird. I always say it would be cool to see for Xbox to do their own like Smash Bros type game because they have so many IPs now. Just think about it, like Banjo Kazooie versus Master Chief versus Senua versus all the Call of Duty characters on like a Forza map with Minecraft characters. Like you can
Yo, the
go, like,
Skylander
Skyrim.
characters. You know how
Yeah.
many freaking characters were in
I
there?
mean,
It's wild.
Yeah, they're fighting like
another reason.
Conquer.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Nintendo's so good.
Yeah,
Now look,
facts.
PlayStation again, no fighting game. Both Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo have fighting games, Killer Instinct and Super Smash. But Super Smash is by far one of the biggest ones. It is.
Oh, for sure.
That's
It's like,
absolutely true.
Again, they kick ass. It's just so much better buy. Now they'd have to
you
give up
ain't
on their
wrong.
platform. But
You ain't
Yeah.
wrong. Real quick, I don't know how I missed. I'm off my. It's because I'm still sick, guys.
He's
Just to
real-
be
yeah.
clear,
I
still
still
sick.
am, but you
I still
are
can't
a
breathe through
baby.
my nose. Okay, so that's why I'm not getting enough air circulating to my brain. That's why I've been missing these freaking super chats. Dave Reezy,
you,
the homie,
guys.
man. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says every Xbox mustard of the Book of X.
The Book of X, baby.
Read it daily. Don't be a pony bot and stay off the pickle. Book of X.
Book of X.
Oh my god. And Jonas the dad, what's good, fan? Thank you for
Thank
being here.
you.
Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Sega's making movies, Xbox shows, powerful duo. Hey, you ain't wrong, man. The synergy is there between Xbox
Yeah.
and Sega. First of all, all it would be doing is going full circle when Xbox or Microsoft powered the
the
Dreamcast.
Dreamcast. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So just bring it together. Let's just push PlayStation further and further away from importance. You know what I'm saying? Of
Yeah,
relevance.
Honestly, if they buy Sega, I wouldn't be opposed to. There is no more Xbox. It's just Dreamcast 2. And they bought it, so it was like I would not. Honestly, I love Sega so much. I would not.
Xbox
This
be
is the
Dreamcast.
Xbox
It's just-
Dreamcast edition.
just-
You know what I'm saying? You
it's
just
just-
make an
Oh,
edition.
that would
of
be
it.
Okay, yeah,
fire.
that works there too. That works.
Yeah. And that would be the one that everybody wants and will fight on the streets.
I
for,
love
because
Dreamcast. Such a
Dreamcast was the shit.
yeah.
Dreamcast was the
So,
shit.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Well, whatever. Interesting discussion, right? There's plenty of potentials there, but I don't know what
Absolutely.
PlayStation brings anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
I was
you brought
legit.
some
I was
really
trying to
compelling
answer your
points.
question, Argy, and like no fanboy brain
You-
or
you
anything.
just
I was
making
legit
shit up.
like,
You're just making shit up at this point. You know what I'm saying? I
I'm
feel you. That's
trying.
what I was trying to think. You can't. There's no real value that they have. even they don't believe in the studios anymore. Because you take Naughty Dog, who arguably I would consider their best studio they have, and you're like, nah, Factions is canceled. Your work is not good enough. I'm like, damn. They made the original Factions that everybody loved who played it, and what if they made the same game just bigger? You don't think people will like that? I don't know. That's some asshole shit.
That was a
Factions
mess
is
up,
a
in
whole
my
episode,
opinion.
honestly.
Facts.
And listen, it's not Naughty Dog stood by their work. They said the game was good.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes,
They
they
would have
did.
put out the game.
The Bungie says not good enough, so you gotta.
Yep. PlayStation said, "Screw you."
Yep.
Screw you, real good.
Here are a bunch of pink slips. Have fun.
That's
We
wild.
pay them a lot
That's
of
sad. I
money.
shouldn't
We
say
need
that.
their decisions to be right. So, oh, man.
Well, listen, guys. What a fucking show.
Absolutely. Thank you guys
What
for rocking
a
with
show.
us.
This was a very successful Tuesday. Night shift. This was pretty good.
It
It's
was
pretty good.
a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun,
Thank you
guys.
guys.
3-Bit Hargeet, thank you guys for being here. Salute to Joey, who rocked with us for a very long time. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat for rocking with us, man. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to everybody who super chatted. Thank you for every Patreon and YouTube member that we have.
And
We
thank you for the
appreciate each
gifted
and every one of y'all.
memberships.
Yes, shout out
Thank
to
you.
Matt.
Yes, shout out to Mash. Thank you
Appreciate
so
you, brother.
much.
That was super, super dope from you, man. We appreciate you. So we're gonna get going, guys. 3-Bit Hargeet, we're gonna get you guys out. Go ahead and tell us what you got going on. We'll start with 3-Bit. 3-Bit, tell us where to find you, what you got going on. Talk about your new show. Oh, the fun stuff. And we can't forget, spread those cheeks. They double banged you. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the homie.
These comments. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. Again, I see you guys in multiple shows and stuff. You guys be supporting people in the community. You got everybody in this chat. You guys are amazing. I am on Pixelated Echoes. That is my new show. Every Sunday around 8 p.m. Change the time. So just check that show out. It's going to be.
That was a good call, by the way. Good call, by the way.
Yeah. Change it up. Change it
Probably
up.
not great to go right in the middle of Iron Lords. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Like right after Iron Lords. Staying away from them. But yeah, shout out to King, and then King will be on one of probably next week. I think I'm kidnapping, but it probably won't be on Sunday because he'd be busy on Sunday. So we'll do a special episode with King.
Nice.
But yeah, other than that, I'm on FSP Math Fun Speculations channel on Mondays, Tuesday. I'm just on his channel, so just look at Fun Speculation if you guys have more thoughts on that. In terms of what I'm bringing to Twitter, I'm working on a couple Auto Trader and Aflac commercials. So if you guys like those brands,
nice.
Working on those. I believe the Auto Trader commercial should be done next week. So just look out for those stuff. I work on commercials now. I'm out of the game development business. Finished my work on Fable. Now I'm in commercial land. So appreciate everybody here. It's been a great conversation, Hargeet. It's always a pleasure doing shows with you. Doodle and CMoney. Thank you guys for inviting me. It's been a fun show. So appreciate y'all. Bye.
3-Bit, real fast. Microsoft says, yo, come back and finish working on Fable.
Get back here and finish on Fable. Look,
what do you do?
I did what I
could.
I did what I could. Yeah.
So would you go back?
I would. Yeah. I think how much do I want to say about that? Yes, it was great. Great experience, great team. They got it though. They're a talented team over there. I'm not worried about Fable at all. So
you heard it here first. 10 out of 10, guys.
Yep.
10 out of 10 from IGN. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Xbox X.
Right. All right. And the homie Hargeet, who technically, although might not be every single time of life, technically is gonna be joining us as a member of our night shift.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every week when he's available.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
sometimes maybe, possibly,
But most of
here
the
and
time,
there.
most of the time, he'll be here. Tell
Yes,
us
for
where else we can find
5-hour
you.
long, podcast.
By the
Which
way,
seems to happen every
tomorrow we
time.
have our end of the month, and Hargeet's supposed to be back. That's what he told me.
Yes.
Yep.
Get some sleep.
Right. Yes, we'll definitely come back here tomorrow with more Mostardo, and
Oh, God damn it. God damn it. God damn it.
which is the new PlayStation
Mascot?
I hear you need a platform.
Mostardo.
Mostardo is waiting in the bushes.
God.
Anyhow,
Oh, my God.
yeah, so check out gameondaily.com/ and youtube.com/gameondaily for the fun that we have over there. I was on last week's episode. We are usually at 4 p.m. US Eastern Time on Saturdays. Check that out. And then tomorrow we'll be doing the month end episode, though. Is tomorrow the month end, or is it actually the next day? But either way,
Tomorrow? We do. It's the last Wednesday of the month.
Gotcha. So we're doing that, and then right after that, I'll be on Boom's Primetime Gaming channel, Primetime Gaming podcast on Double Barrel Gaming channel. That's at 7 p.m. and yours starts at 4, right? 4 p.m.
4.
US Eastern
Yes.
Time. Yep.
Eastern.
And then this Saturday, I'll be on 108 Dragons TV, Lemon's channel, doing his podcast 6 p.m. US Eastern on his channel on Saturday. And then I normally would be doing Fonz. We're doing Fonz's James Talk Live, except I'll be flying out, so I will not be available. I'll be on a flight, so I will be missing that. We might do that, and that's why I might not be on this next Tuesday where you're shifting it,
Yes.
night shift again. I might not be able to do that because I'll probably be doing a catch up of Games Talk Live on Tuesday.
Nice.
So we'll see when that kicks off. I don't know, but we'll see. Even if I can do that, I don't know, because I'll be over in California, so I don't know what time I'll be able to.
You going to Cali?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
for work.
For vacation or work?
No, for work.
Oh.
So anyway, so we'll see what happens next week if I'm on anything. But we'll see. But otherwise, if you want to catch me directly, I'm on Discord and on Xbox as H Chani.
Let's go.
Shani.
Thank you.
Not
for
on
rocking
any
with
other
us.
social media. Screw social
Nowhere
media.
else. Discord.
Exclusive.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's awesome, man. Thank you again, man. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
guys
Thank
for
you,
rocking with
guys.
us.
Oh, and 3-bit. Nice hanging out with you, and
Yeah.
we'll see when the next time we get to hang out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
We'll bring him back, man. One day he'll come back. So we are obviously not done, as Hargeet said. Tomorrow is our big end of the month gaming block party. We
Let's
have so
go.
many people coming. It's gonna be fun. So definitely come see that. 4 p.m. Eastern time is gonna be a fun show. Remember, it's like a month in a review, right? So we'll talk about some of the stuff that has happened, kind of get everybody's thoughts, especially now that things have settled. Now with new information comes out, it's gonna be a fun show, man. So definitely come check that out. And then we will be back on Friday with Her, Him, and a Guest, which was supposed to be today, but because of the guest, we made it special. And we're gonna have Special Nick,
Let's go.
who's back from night shift this past Friday. He'll be back on Friday for Her, Him, and a Guest. It's gonna be a great show. We're very, very excited. And after that, we'll be back on Sunday with Morning Quest with Doodle and CMoney. And we'll be talking all types of crazy shit. And with that, we're going to end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle,
Yes,
we're done.
we are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
Goddamn mustard, you're intruding.